I became the crown prince of the Mexican Empire. This video is purely for entertainment and does not infringe on copyrights or laws. The rights to the novel and image belong to the original author. We do not claim ownership. Don't like waiting and want to listen to this fanfic in full now? Subscribe to our Patreon, where you'll find the best fanfics. Chapter 1. I became the crown prince. 1. If I had known this, I would have gone to England or the United States. I sighed deeply. He was an ordinary young man who liked history games. Many countries appear in history games, but generally the choice is to play as the player's home country or as European countries. The first one allows you to feel the pride of turning your country into a great empire, and the second one has more historical details and more missions and events, because they are the main countries of the game. My life is ruined by my rebellious nature. Unlike ordinary players, I had a strange peculiarity. Even in games, I preferred to play with countries that were beaten and ruined by the great powers, rather than playing with the great powers. My friends used to tease me about my masochistic tendencies. Anyway, the country I played the most recently was Mexico. Today, the United States is recognized as the most powerful nation in the world. That Mexico, which lost 55% of its territory to the United States under the pretext of manifest destiny, and which became a third-class country, aroused my peculiar interest. Several times, I played Mexico, an unconventional country with few events, and turned it into a superpower that defeated the United States. Over time, I developed a kind of inner affinity with Mexico, and one day I found myself researching the country on YouTube. Should I visit it sometime? Although it is known for its insecurity, I thought maybe I could visit Mexico City, which is relatively safe. Once the idea got into my head, I couldn't get it out, and finally I decided to go to Mexico. As the saying goes, to know is to see. Travel is more fun the more you know. So I bought and read one of the few Mexican history books available in Korea. The trip was wonderful. The prices were low, the hotel was nice, there was plenty to see, and the food was delicious. If I had had fun, I should have gone home and rested. The night before returning to Korea, feeling homesick, I went to a nearby bar, which turned out to be a mistake. At the bar, where I went to try the local tequila, an old man spoke to me. For a moment I was nervous, but the kind-faced old man waited patiently for my clumsy Spanish. The conversation, which began with my trip to Mexico, flowed more naturally than I expected. This kind Mexican grandfather drank a lot. As the conversation dragged on, I got drunk and started talking nonsense to the old man. It makes me sick to see that California and Texas, which the Americans took from us, are the states with the highest GDP and population of the 50 states in the United States. Haha. Why does it bother you so much if it's not even your country? Because it is unfair. They have gold, oil, good weather and good agriculture. If we had had those lands. Haha. After that, I elaborated on the mistakes of Mexican leaders after independence. Of course, I'm not an expert or even a student of history. I was just repeating superficial knowledge I gained from a book and some YouTube videos. So what should Mexico have done? I couldn't believe it. What a kind grandfather. Not only did he listen to my nonsense, but he also asked me questions. I had never thought carefully about what Mexico should have done after independence, but I had studied civil engineering and worked in a construction company for several years. Naturally, I combined my superficial knowledge of history and my knowledge of civil engineering to talk about the development of the territory. Although I spoke with passion, in summary my argument was that Mexico should have used its abundant natural resources as seed capital to drive territorial development and industrialization. Now that I've come to my senses, I realize I was just talking nonsense. How could people of that time not want gold? How could they know how to mine it? They say that people who have only read one book are the most dangerous, and it turns out that I was one of them. But my nonsense definitely left a deep impression on that Mexican grandfather. I know this because I woke up here. So, who am I? It is His Highness Agustín Jerónimo de Iturbide. Oh, really? When the conversation stopped, the maid looked at me, as if thinking, what kind of guy is this? I hope he doesn't go around saying that the crown prince has lost his mind. I quickly added, "How can my room be so dirty? Clean it again." The room was pretty clean, but I said the first thing that came to mind and left quickly. The Mexican Empire, and none other than the first Mexican Empire. Now that I think about it, that grandfather was strange from the beginning. I could have sat next to a nation tourist and started a conversation, but during the last few days of my trip, I realized several times that my Spanish wasn't good enough to converse with the locals. When I was talking to that grandfather, the words flowed easily. I thought it was because of the alcohol, but now that I think about it, my speaking and listening skills weren't that good. When I was talking to that old man, Spanish sounded like Korean to me. Now I see that there were a lot of strange things, but at the time I didn't realize it. Now that I think about it, I still speak Spanish fluently. It seems that the ability that grandfather gave me to talk to myself is still there. But why this period in this character, Grandpa? Is it because I misbehaved? Boy, he's more spiteful than I thought. It has been 300 years since Cortés of Spain destroyed the Aztec Empire. Although it has the significance of being the first independent country after a long rule, the first Mexican Empire did not last long, and I'm not even Agustín I, but his eldest son. Well, if I think about it positively, things are going to be a mess for the next 100 years. If I consider the history of Mexico, with its endless revolutions, civil wars and rebellions, and how it was plundered by the great powers, perhaps it is best to start from here. It definitely can't be after the Mexican-American War. After losing 55% of its territory, including lands rich in natural resources and good for agriculture such as California and Texas, I have no confidence in being able to create a country comparable to the United States. I need to be someone who can calm the social and political chaos of Mexico after independence and push for territorial development and industrialization. After Agustín I, many took power, but no one had as strong legitimacy as Agustín I, who achieved independence and became the first emperor with the support of the citizens. In that sense, the father of this body, Agustín I, would be the most suitable, but he is about to enter middle age, so it is unlikely that he would be alive at the time of the Mexican-American War. Are you telling me that at this age I should work hard to develop Mexico and stop the United States? Making a teenager work so hard is illegal. It's illegal, but I have no choice. It must be the will of the divine entity that possessed me in a character from 200 years ago. If I had been given a choice before I was sent here, it might have been different, but now that I'm here, there's no point in refusing and doing nothing. Anyway, my parents have already passed away, and I don't have a wife or children, so I have nothing tying me down. The only thing I'm worried about is what happened to the soul of the original owner of this body, Jerome. But since it was a divine entity that possessed me, I can only believe that it took care of everything. There's nothing I can do against a supernatural power. I need to understand the current situation first. From what I saw earlier, the maid called me Your Highness, so it seems that it hasn't fallen yet. The important thing is to know what month it is. Normally, in a situation like this, the first thing would be to find out the year, but fortunately I don't need to do that. The father of this body, Agustín de Iturbide, also known as Agustín I, was crowned emperor of the Mexican Empire on May 19, 1822 and was deposed by the Republican Revolution on March 19, 1823. Therefore, if I'm still called Your Highness, it must be between May 1822 and March 1823. The more I think about it, the more absurd it seems. What does someone who is a hero of national independence, and who, with the support of the people, became the first emperor of the empire, have to do, only to fall in just 10 months? When it was someone else's problem, it was something that made me laugh, but now that I'm in the same situation as Agustín I and I'm about to be expelled, it's something that infuriates me. I have to be in Mexico, with or without power, to be able to develop the country. The father of this body, Agustín I, had many similarities to the first president of the United States, George Washington. He was born in a colony and became an officer. He married the daughter of a wealthy family and became a large landowner. He had outstanding military skills and accomplished great feats in war. He became the first leader of an independent country. These two men who shared a similar path, had one crucial difference. Agustín I was a monarchist, while George Washington was a Republican. George Washington rejected requests from several people to become king, and, through a vote, became the first president in history. At that time, even the most Republican countries in Europe were adopting constitutional monarchy, and the word president was simply used to refer to the leader of an organization. Therefore, his action was surprising. As a hero of independence and the first president, he could have retained power if he had so desired, but at the end of his second term, he resigned from power and retired to his farm, creating a beautiful precedent. What a great man. Agustín I was an official of New Spain. At the time, metropolitan Spain was embroiled in the Napoleonic Wars and then in a civil war, so he could not pay attention to his colony, New Spain. Naturally, support for the colonial forces was also insufficient, but Agustín I demonstrated astonishing military skill in these difficult conditions and completely defeated the Mexican independence forces. His ability was recognized even in metropolitan Spain, and he was promoted to commander of the Spanish forces in northern Mexico. The reason he changed sides and began to suppress the Mexican independence forces was that liberals in metropolitan Spain carried out liberal reforms that limited the powers of the king. Agustín I probably saw this as a humiliation and an excuse to seek more power. He negotiated with the independence leader Vicente Guerrero and proclaimed the Plan of Iguala, achieving the independence of Mexico and ascending to the throne as emperor with the support of the people. Once on the throne, Agustín I continued to clash with Parliament and, under the pretext of a conspiracy to overthrow the state, arrested opposition deputies, provoking an even more violent reaction from Parliament. Here, his worst decision was to dissolve Parliament, which only fueled popular discontent. Agustín I, being a former military commander, probably thought that controlling the army would be enough to dissolve Parliament, but the problem was that his control over the army was not as strong as he thought. After the dissolution of Parliament, Agustín I's popularity fell rapidly, and local officials with Republican ideals planned the Plan of Casamata to overthrow him. Among these officers was General Santa Anna, who would later become president of Mexico on 9 occasions. When the commander of the army sent to put down the rebellion was persuaded by Santa Anna, Agustín I fled to Italy, but attempted to return to his country due to the incitement of conservatives, and was captured and executed. It was the worst start for the nascent nation of Mexico. Precedents quickly become points of reference. In all fields where precedents exist, including law, there is a tendency to refer to them. Even in a simple comment on an internet forum, the first comment has great power. In that sense, George Washington gave a great gift to the United States, while Agustín I committed a crime against Mexico. Thinking about Agustín I makes me naturally realize the first thing I must do. First, I must stop this body from doing stupid things. From there, I will change the destiny of this country. Chapter 2 Expropriation 1. The biggest mistake of Agustín I was undoubtedly the dissolution of Parliament. And that dissolution occurred after opposition deputies were arrested, which provoked an even more violent reaction from other deputies. If opposition MPs have already been arrested, the situation has become much more difficult. Reconciliation with Parliament is practically impossible, and it might be better to prepare for a civil war. Although stopping my father is the priority, I did not go straight to find him. Although I'm the firstborn, going without fully understanding the situation and trying to hinder what the emperor is doing would be madness. First, understand the situation. I took a deep breath and knocked on the door. Knock, knock, knock. Mother, I'm Jerónimo. Come in, my son. From his voice, it seems he thinks highly of me. Since I do not have the memories of the original owner of the body, Jerónimo de Iturbide, the information is very scarce. Most mothers are kind to their children, but there are also exceptions. If they were going to send me here, they could have at least given me some memories. Other gods do it well. I opened the door, while complaining about the Mexican grandfather. Inside the luxuriously decorated room, I saw a distinguished looking woman. It was my mother, Ana Maria. In English it would be pronounced Ana Maria, but I'll have to get used to Spanish. She looks like a 36-year-old woman from modern times. She was not a dazzling beauty, but she had the appearance of a young woman from a good family. Agustín I became a great landowner thanks to the dowry she brought, so her original family must have been extremely wealthy. Son, what brings you here? You haven't been to see your mother for a long time. She spoke as if my visit was unexpected. Since I didn't know the details of the situation, I responded appropriately. I came because I wanted to see my mother. What? Are you really my son? Huh? For a moment, a chill ran down my spine, but seeing his smiling expression, I realized he was joking. Of course I'm my mother's son. Who else could I be? You don't talk to your mother much lately. Have you matured yet? Ah. This body was at an age where it could be going through adolescence. From what he said, it seemed like it had been a source of concern. Haha, it seems so. By the way, has your father been very busy lately? I changed the subject naturally. My mother sighed and replied, your father is busy fighting with the deputies every day. Although he is the emperor, he cannot do anything as he pleases. At least I avoided the worst moment. If Agustín I is frustrated fighting with the deputies, then he has not yet arrested the opposition deputies. Yes, I should have at least done this. Although I had been possessed by a figure from the past, I did not have the memories of the possessed person nor any special abilities such as enhanced strength or intelligence. In the midst of this disappointing situation, at least the timing was right. The arrest of the opposition deputies occurred on the 26th of August 1822, and the dissolution of Parliament was in October 1822, so the current date must be between July and mid-August 1822. So, this body is 15 years old, right at the age of adolescence. I asked more questions about what intrigued me. How has the internal political situation been lately? It was an odd question for a 15-year-old boy to ask in a casual conversation with his mother, but since the country had just gained independence a few months ago, it should be okay. I see you didn't just come to see your mother. Are you interested in politics? Yes, I'm the crown prince now. Haha, you suddenly seem to have matured, which is a bit strange. But as you say, you are the crown prince now, so it is good that you are interested in politics. What would you like to know? What happened to the peninsulas? Most of them returned to Spain during the War of Independence. The peninsulas are the nobles originating from the Iberian Peninsula, who occupied the highest position in the social hierarchy of Latin America. Also known as peninsulas, they were sent from Spain to administer the colonies. Having a Spanish identity, most of them were opposed to independence. And those who remain? How many are left? Almost none, and those that remain will be gradually expelled. Wow, looks like the expulsion started faster than I thought. The peninsulas monopolize the high positions in the colonies. If they all leave, the administration of the empire will not function properly. In addition, they were the intellectual elite of this colony, the ones who best knew the Industrial Revolution that had begun in England and other advanced knowledge. In Mexico there are also universities and many Creoles, descendants of peninsulas, are well educated, but the truth is that they possess the most advanced knowledge in Europe. Then taxes will not be collected properly. The financial situation is not good, but your father will take care of it. Don't worry too much. My mother stroked my head affectionately, trying to calm me down, but I, who knew the reality of Mexico, could not be calm. Newly independent Mexico is a complete mess. After a long war of independence, the country's finances are in ruins. There is a huge debt, the administration is disorganized, and taxes are not collected, and the regions refuse to accept central government control. Agustín I and his deputies lacked political experience. They did not know how parliamentary politics worked, or whether they should continue with it. In the midst of this confusion, each one fought for his own interests. The fact that this country in ruins remained afloat was due to a vague optimism, based on the idea that, having achieved independence, the situation would improve. Isn't it true that the salaries of civil servants and military personnel cannot be paid? I don't know the details, but it's probably like this. Now I understand why Agustín I lost control of the army. At this point, my father had three things in his favor. First, the support of the people. After all, my father was the hero of Mexico's independence. Although his popularity would quickly decline, for now he was still a hero of independence and had the support of the people. Second, the support of the army. My father had a brilliant military career and had controlled the military power of Mexico long before he became emperor. The third is the support of the conservatives. The church and the big landowners do not want drastic social changes. Therefore, they support my father, who is also a big landowner and a monarchist. Even without money, the army's salaries must be paid. Losing the army's support would be the end. Of these three things, the most important is the support of the army. Thanks to the power to mobilize the army, my father has also won the support of the people and the conservatives. Agustín I has exceptional military talent, so the army is even more crucial. If he maintains control of the central army, he can put down any rebellions by the Republicans in the regions. However, since he has not been able to pay salaries for a long time and there does not seem to be a way to do so in the future, the soldiers are probably losing their support for Agustín I. In the end, it all comes down to money. It's not that there isn't a way to solve the money problem. You can mine gold in California. The gold rush is still 20 years away, and there is still a huge amount of gold in California. It is said that in some areas, rivers shine with gold, so if mined, it will bring immense wealth. The problem is time. This situation requires an immediate solution. In this age without railroads, going to California would take at least 5 months one way. I need another solution. Trying to find a way to get money quickly gives me a headache. Mother, what happened to the properties of the peninsulas? They took the valuables, but most of the land and farms remained intact. However, many bought the farms through a representative sent from Spain. I understand that Spain cannot move its army at the moment, right? Correct. At least in this era, Spain is unable to project its military power over Mexico. They are in a period of chaos due to the Napoleonic Wars and the subsequent civil wars, and they have lost the ability to project their military power outwards. Spain will begin to attack to reconquer Mexico in 1829, 7 years later, so at least until then we will be safe. The reason I asked this question, even knowing this, is because I wanted to know if people of this time were also aware of this. They say there's been a rebellion, as I thought. People of this time also knew this. After all, my father was a former Spanish military man, so he should know better than anyone. If they had had the power, they would have stopped Mexico's independence from the start. So, if we confiscate all the properties of the Spanish royal family in the peninsulas, they won't be able to do anything about it for now, right? It seems so, but isn't that too radical? If we do that, Spain's revenge will be inevitable. Mexico and Spain will end up fighting anyway, with or without confiscation. It is better for the government to collapse right now. Mother also notes that the situation is precarious. My father's power comes from the military. What will happen to our family if he loses that power? What do you want to do then? My father is tired of fighting with the deputies and is considering extreme measures. I will convince him, so please help me, Mother. It is more effective for me, a boy of only 15, to go and convince him together with my mother. After all, Agustín I was a man devoted to his wife. They had 10 children together. At this time, the infant mortality rate was high, so having many children was not unusual, but 10 was a huge number. Especially among nobles, many worried about inheritance issues and avoided having more children after securing an heir and a replacement. If my mother supports my opinion, Agustín I will not be able to ignore it. I walked with my mother to the National Palace, the residence of Mexico's imperial family and seat of executive, legislative and judicial power. In addition to the arguments to convince Agustín I, it is important how he sees me as his firstborn. This body, the son of a large landowner, seemed to have grown well, since at 15 years old he was about 175 centimeters tall, but from my mother's reaction, Agustín I could also see me as just an immature teenager. That would be a problem. If you don't take me seriously, there's not much I can do. If I had more time, I would join the army to gain their trust, but in the current situation, with only a few months before the government collapses, there is no time for that. I wish I had some memory of talking to him. Impatiently, I asked my mother, do you think my father will take me seriously? I'm not sure. But if I talk to him too, he won't completely ignore you, so don't worry. As we were talking, we reached the office. A soldier was standing guard at the entrance. I said to the soldier, "I have come to speak with your majesty." The soldier, seeing my mother and me, entered the office and announced our arrival. He says, "You can come in. It's time to meet Agustín I, the current leader of Mexico." Chapter 3 Expropriation. 2. What brings you here, dear? He had a tired expression on his face as he looked through some paperwork, but he stood up when we walked in. He hugged my mother and patted me on the shoulder before sitting down on the couch. The office, desolate and full of documents, seemed to reflect the situation of Agustín I. Unlike what one would expect from an emperor's office, the space was large but unadorned, with a large desk filled with papers. My mother placed some sweets and coffee she had brought on the table and said, "I came to see you because you haven't slept well for days and you've been working hard. I also wanted you to get some rest, and for our eldest son to tell you something." Our eldest son? Agustín I looked at me. "I hope you didn't come to talk nonsense during working hours." Agustín I's expression when he looked at his firstborn was not bad, but he did not seem to trust him much either. "This won't be easy. I'll get straight to the point." I looked Agustín I in the eyes and said, "I heard that things aren't easy for you lately. As the crown prince, I also want to help you." Agustín I laughed in disbelief. "Help me? You? It's admirable that you're interested in the country's affairs, but you're only 15. You're still of school age. I have heard that the deputies are against everything, and that no progress can be made on anything. Is this true?" He seemed a little surprised, but soon replied calmly, "Looks like your mother gave you a hint. Don't worry about it, I'll take care of it. You go study. I have also heard that the salaries of civil servants and military personnel cannot be paid. Is there any way to resolve this? I just need to deal with those deputies. It's not something you need to worry about." He won't listen to me unless I confront him. I spoke more boldly. "Father, you are not thinking of fabricating evidence to arrest opposition MPs, are you? That will provoke a reaction not only from Parliament, but also from the citizens." "What? How dare you speak like that?" Agustín I was shocked and shouted at my words. "I already had a plan in mind. Do you think that arresting opposition MPs will calm down other MPs? On the contrary, even MPs who support him will start to fiercely oppose him. So you plan to dissolve Parliament? Continue. He will lose the support of the citizens, and regional forces that are not under the control of the central government will begin to have other ideas." Agustín I could not refute my words. "I just need to send the army to crush them. The central army can overwhelm the regional forces, but they do not have the support of the citizens, and they have not received their salaries for months. Do you think the central army will be loyal? If the other side convinces them to overthrow the dictator, both commanders and soldiers will be shaken. Bang. Dictator. Subjects must obey the emperor." He was furious at the scenario I presented to him, but his anger made me happy. If he really thought that couldn't happen, he wouldn't have gotten so angry. He would have simply laughed or looked at me with contempt and told me to go away. It seems like he has crossed the line. Although in the real story this happened. If he had insisted that it couldn't happen, there would have been no solution. But it seems like he has a better grasp of reality than I thought. Now I just have to calm him down and convince him. "Father, this is a time when our royal family's authority is the weakest. Many citizens of the empire are still unaware of the emperor's existence. Even the conservatives and monarchists who support him have only done so for a few months. The longer they support him, the harder it will be to withdraw that support. On the contrary, now is the easiest time to withdraw support. We should not resort to extreme methods, but instead increase our supporters while we resist. So the emperor should also care about the opinion of the citizens. The problem is that the situation in Mexico is a mess. We just drafted the constitution, so we don't have proper laws. The economy is in ruins and the regional administration is disorganized because the peninsulars have left or been expelled, so taxes are not collected properly. As you said, we can't pay the salaries of the officials in the army. If this situation reaches its limit, someone will have to take responsibility, and that will be me. Meanwhile, the deputies are only engaged in fighting among themselves. Or are they fighting on purpose because of this situation? Anyway, if we don't resort to extreme methods, there is no way to solve this situation. Agustín I rubbed his eyes with his hand, as if he had a headache, and said, It seems that he had his reasons for making the worst decision. After all, someone who became an emperor from scratch wouldn't make a stupid decision for no reason. Unlike me, who comes from the future, the way of thinking of this era, the position of emperor and the tendency to resolve situations with force, make the option of sweeping everything away seem like the right one. If one option seems right, it's hard to see any other alternatives. To change this way of thinking, a loyal advisor who speaks frankly is needed. But Agustín I's subordinates are all military men who think similarly. From afar, it seemed like a stupid decision, but up close, it might have been an inevitable choice. The most urgent thing is to solve the money problem. I have an idea. Do you have an idea? Yes. As my father just said, the peninsulas have left, or have been expelled. The government can confiscate the property of the Spanish, including the peninsulas. Anyway, Spain can't do anything about it, right? Confiscating the property of the Spanish. Spain is in the middle of a civil war, so he won't have time to intervene. He's like a toothless tiger. But the problem isn't just that, right? As I said before, the deputies block anything he tries to do. There are no clear laws regarding the powers of the emperor and parliament, and they don't want to create a bad precedent while drafting the constitution. In any case, to overcome that excuse, I'll have to be willing to face off, armed. The only thing I can do now is to move the army under the command of my loyal officers. No, my father does not need to ask the deputies to do so. My father is very popular among the citizens. He only needs to go out into the square and make the proposal publicly. If he emphasizes that it is a measure to achieve true independence for the Spanish people and that the financial situation is disastrous and shows the benefits of securing the funds, the citizens will have no reason not to support him. After that, Agustín I asked me many questions about my plan. Although it was on the verge of collapse, Agustín I was cunning, worthy of being the emperor. Some of his questions were things I hadn't considered, but in the end, they were all solvable, and not big problems. Agustín I approved my plan after a long discussion. Phew. It turned out to be more reasonable than I expected. Father, if this matter is successful, may I ask you a favor? A favor? Fine. But you must also help this matter succeed. Agustín I readily accepted my request to ask him for a favor if the matter was successful. He seemed to be in a good mood. Agustín I was perplexed to see his firstborn leave the office after a conversation of several hours. I can't believe how much has changed in just a few years. In recent years, he had barely had time to talk to his son. He was too busy striving for independence, and, after achieving it, he was overwhelmed solving the endless problems that arose. The little free time he had was not enough to talk to his beloved wife, so he left the children's affairs in her hands and only listened from afar to how they were doing. I remember my wife recently saying that I looked like I was in my teens. Although he was glad to see his wife, who had come to visit him to get some rest, he was annoyed when she said that his eldest son had something to tell him. He thought that anything a teenager had to say would not be important. That assumption was completely wrong. When he realized that the topic was about the country's affairs, he felt a little proud at first, but as the conversation progressed, he realized that his son's level was much higher than he expected. I was surprised when he predicted that he was preparing the arrest of opposition MPs, but that was not all. His son, Jerónimo, spoke about the consequences that the arrest of the opposition deputies would bring, and his words had considerable credibility. I had considered that possibility, but I saw no other way, so I was determined to proceed with the arrest of the opposition MPs. However, my son had a plan. Seizing Spain's property. Why didn't I think of this before? My son's proposal seemed like a dangerous risk at first glance, but upon closer examination, it was a low-risk, high-return plan. The plan he had prepared, and the logic behind it was so sophisticated that, if the deputies opposed it, they could be seen as opposition simply for the sake of opposition. The reality of our government is disastrous, but citizens still have hope. The moment I fulfill those hopes, the situation will be in my favor. Agustín I thought that, with the exception of minority, all citizens would support this proposal. The argument and the benefits are important, but even more important is the sentiment. The idea of dispossessing those who have exploited us for so long is extreme, but also satisfying. If citizens support this, MPs who oppose it will lose their legitimacy. The element of surprise is always effective. If a decision is taken, it must be implemented quickly. MPs will not expect me to make a public speech all of a sudden. Agustín I summoned Colonel Ferdinand. Did you call me, Your Majesty? I have an important task for you. From now on, I want you to thoroughly investigate all the assets of the Spanish royal family and all the peninsulas, including the peninsulas who live in Mexico, excluding those who have settled in Mexico. Only investigate those who have returned to the peninsula, have been expelled, or are scheduled to be expelled. You can consider that all those who oppose Mexican independence are scheduled to be expelled. Yes, understood. And tomorrow at 7 PM I will give a public speech in Constitution Square. Get everything ready. Starting at 5 PM, deploy the soldiers, so that as many citizens as possible can attend. Make sure that the information doesn't leak out. Yes sir. Colonel Ferdinand responded without hesitation to Agustín I's orders and withdrew. So, let's see how it turns out. Agustín I felt a good premonition for the first time in a long time. Using his military experience, he began to draft the speech with enthusiasm. Chapter 4 Expropriation. 3. Agustín I's move was much quicker than he had expected. I didn't think he would make a speech the next day. Soldiers began announcing the speech in the streets of Mexico City from 5 PM. I also went out into the street with my guard to assess the mood of the people. At 7 PM, there will be a speech by the Emperor in Constitution Square. The citizens were curious about the news of the speech. A speech? What will happen? Let's see. We can't miss the Emperor's speech. Yes. Since independence, the government has only been fighting, so I'm a little worried. Let's see. Agustín I still had the support of the citizens, but they were worried about the government. These citizens were mostly from the middle and upper classes of Mexican society, known as Creoles, and had an idea of the state of the government. In Mexico City's grand square known as the Zócalo or Plaza de la Constitución, soldiers were busy preparing the podium for the speech. As I watched, I saw a group of Creoles in a corner of the square, looking at the podium with expressions of discontent. They are deputies. Let's see what they say. What will the Emperor say? Shouldn't we stop this? On what pretext are we going to stop the Emperor's speech? He has not obtained the approval of Congress and is mobilizing soldiers at will. We could point that out. I already ordered that commander to return to his original duties, but he scoffed and told me to pay him first. How insolent. It seems that he is a lackey of Agustín I. The Republican deputies were worried about Agustín I's speech, but they did not seem to have a clear way to stop him. Yes, what can they do? When night came, people began to gather. I thought only Creoles would come, but it seems like there are a variety of people. At that time, in Mexico and throughout Latin America, there was an implicit caste system. At the top were the nobles of the Iberian Peninsula, known as peninsulas. The second level were the descendants of the peninsulas, but born in the colonies, known as Creoles. The third level was that of the mestizos, descendants of whites and Native Americans. The fourth level was that of the mulattoes, descendants of whites and blacks. The fifth level was that of the Native Americans. The sixth level was that of black African slaves. And finally, the last level was that of the Zambus, descendants of Native Americans and black slaves. This caste system made social integration difficult and caused conflict, becoming a hidden problem in Mexico. It's a problem that needs to be solved over time. The skin of the citizens gathered in the square was diverse. Although the majority were Creoles, there were also many mestizos and mulattoes. There were also some who looked like Native Americans. Unlike the United States, which expelled all the natives, New Spain had coexisted with Native Americans for a long time. Rather than coexistence, the word exploitation would be more appropriate, but at least they were not exterminated. The powerful in New Spain recognized some of the Native Americans as a privileged class. In order to effectively control them, they must be the nobility among Native Americans. I moved to the podium and stood next to my mother, who had arrived with my father. Agustín I patted me on the shoulder and walked up to the podium. He was wearing an impeccable military uniform, rather than fancy clothes and a crown, which gave him the appearance of a competent commander, rather than an authoritarian emperor. It seemed that he had considered the preferences of the citizens more than his own. Not bad. The Plaza de la Constitución, known as the second largest square in the world to this day, was packed with a huge crowd. As the sun began to set, the speech began. Dear citizens of Mexico, I, Emperor Agustín de Iturbide, stand before you with great changes and hopes. Our homeland, Mexico, has been freed from the Spanish yoke thanks to the blood, sweat, faith and courage of all of you. We have obtained a valuable victory after a long struggle. Agustín I paused before continuing his speech. The citizens nodded in agreement. However, our independence is not yet complete. After centuries of exploitation and years of war for independence, our economy is in a difficult situation. As our independence becomes more visible, the peninsulars who monopolize the high positions have fled with the wealth they accumulated in this land. The speech, which began with congratulations on independence, turned into a discussion of current difficulties, leaving citizens confused and waiting for the next words. He is blaming Spain and the peninsulas for the current situation, building his argument. Agustín I's speech continued. To meet these challenges, I have a proposal for you. I propose that we use the properties of the peninsulas who remain in Mexico for the benefit of our country. For centuries, they have charged us huge taxes and seized our farms and lands, exploiting us. But now we are independent, and we do not have to endure their exploitation any longer. The proposal was to confiscate the properties of the peninsulas for the benefit of Mexico. It sounds like a good idea. Those few people have huge lands and properties in Mexico. It sounds good, but won't they take my grandfather's properties too? Most of the citizens, who despise the peninsulas, reacted positively, but some expressed concern. Anticipating these concerns, Agustín I continued his speech. Of course, this proposal will not affect the Mexicans of Spanish origin who have settled and live in Mexico. It will only apply to those who oppose the independence of Mexico. This is a measure to achieve true independence from Spain, and the property of our citizens and citizens of other countries, excluding Spain, will be protected. Currently, Spain is mired in the chaos of civil war and will not be able to intervene in our decisions. I will take this opportunity to lay the foundations for true independence. Creoles who feared that the property of their parents, grandparents, or ancestors would be confiscated, as well as intellectuals who worried about the reactions of other countries, were relieved. Through this measure, we will achieve true independence and build a stronger and more advanced country. For true independence. The agitators placed in various places began to cheer. Long live! Long live! For true independence! Long live independence! Long live Emperor Agustín I! The cheers of the rioters quickly spread to the tens of thousands of people gathered in the square. Long live independence! Long live Emperor Agustín I! Long live independence! Long live Emperor Agustín I! For true independence! I approached Agustín I, who had finished his speech, and said to him, Your Majesty, we must put pressure on Congress immediately. Right now, we don't need to rush. The deputies will have no choice but to accept my proposal. Now that we have announced the confiscation of property, some will try to get it out first. I have already anticipated this and have ordered that property lists be prepared. Land, buildings, and farms are not a problem, but the assets they contain cannot wait for congressional approval. We need items we can use immediately. The income generated by your lands, buildings, and farms will provide the government with a huge amount of funds in the long run, but that will take at least a few months. The government needs money it can use immediately. Although the peninsulas have left or been expelled, it is likely that they have taken their most valuable possessions with them. However, given their level of wealth, they will not have been able to take everything. From grains to countless objects, many things will still be in their buildings and warehouses. We must first recover food, weapons, artworks, carriages and carts. The highest priority is farms in the Puebla region. Puebla is one of the best lands in Mexico, known for its prosperous agriculture. Naturally, many peninsulas coveted those lands and used every possible means to seize them. But the moment this discourse spreads, the agents who manage the farms, local leaders, local military commanders, looters and even the workers will begin to covet those assets. After all, if the government is going to repossess ownerless property, who will stop them if it is stolen? In real history, the vast holdings of the peninsulars who left Mexico were not systematically confiscated by the government. Local authorities, military leaders, local communities, or individuals seized land and property informally, and most of these properties were taken by personal interests. That cannot be. These properties must be used for Mexico. After hearing my words, Agustín I reflected for a moment, and then returned to the podium. As emperor, I demand an immediate response from Congress to this proposal that reflects the will of the people. This is to achieve true independence. There is no reason to waste time on unnecessary disputes. All deputies must report to Congress immediately. Long live. Long live. Agustín I began to walk from the Plaza de la Constitución towards the Congress building, and the deputies who were standing in a corner with expressions of discontent also began to move hurriedly. Most of the citizens dispersed from the square, but some followed the emperor and the deputies towards the Congress building, shouting, "Long live independence! Long live Emperor Agustín I!" The Congress building was full of confusion. Outside, citizens were shouting for the emperor's proposal to be approved immediately. Rafael Manjino, the leader of the Republican deputies, was sweating cold. Damn. A public speech. This is a strategy we should have used. How could they have used it first? This is not like Agustín I. What is going on? Rafael was confident that he could overthrow Agustín I, the hero of independence and emperor. The state of the Mexican government was a mess and there were signs that it was not working properly. If time went on, the dissatisfaction of the citizens would explode and everything would be blamed on the dictatorship and the incompetence of the emperor. If the emperor resigned, Mexico could have presidential elections like the United States, and Rafael thought that he would be the next president. Although Congress had a large number of conservatives who supported the monarchy, the Republicans had the upper hand due to the nature of Congress. As Republicanism grew stronger, the power of the deputies increased, and neutral deputies were also becoming Republicans, while the conservatives remained silent. Rafael thought he would become president, but now he was facing this unpleasant strategy. Since things have come to this point, it is best to gain time. The moment the president of the Congress thought this, Agustín I entered the Congress. With a relaxed attitude amidst the tense atmosphere, he looked at the deputies and said, "I assume the deputies have also witnessed the people's reaction to my proposal. The moment the people's support is confirmed, I can move my army. But I have come here to respect Congress, so please approve my proposal immediately." Rafael, the president of Congress, responded immediately, "Your Majesty. Currently, Mexico has no laws or constitution. In this situation, how can we undertake such a large national undertaking? It is impossible. Moreover, right now there is no clear definition of the authorities of the Congress and the emperor. Moving the army also requires the consent of the Congress." Exactly. That's what's been keeping things from working properly until now. But this time it's different. Different in what sense? My proposal is, of course, something I support, and since the people want it, it is natural that Congress should also support it. Will Congress oppose the fervent desire of the people to achieve true independence? It's not that we are opposed to it, but we want to look into it further to make sure. There is no need to waste time. Let's look at it right now. If you have any questions about this proposal, ask them now. Agustín I introduced the Crown Prince, who was watching the meeting behind him. Since the plan was proposed by the Crown Prince, he will answer your questions. Rafael, the president of the Congress, smiled with satisfaction. Then, very well, let's examine it right now. I was wondering where this plan came from, and it turns out it was the young Crown Prince's. Although he is young and creative, this rookie will regret ever setting foot in Congress. Rafael began to ask a series of questions, not imagining who the Crown Prince really was. Chapter 5 Expropriation 4. This is absurd. Republican MPs were bewildered. For 2 hours, dozens of MPs attacked the Crown Prince's proposal, but the prince, only 15 years old, refuted all their objections. They are weaker than I thought. When I argued with Agustín I, it took us about 4 hours. Although I was drunk at the time, I, who had stunned divine beings, had confidence in my speaking ability. Moreover, their opposition had no solid basis. The situation was like an ambush, which gave me a significant advantage. When the meeting reached a stalemate, Agustín I spoke. It seems there is nothing more to say. I think the review has been sufficient. The conservative MPs, who had been observing the situation, nodded coldly. Yes, that's right. Let's not waste any more time and proceed to the vote. Yes, that's right. Enough of the baseless interference. HMPH. They've been quiet until now, and now they act like they're loyal. Agustín I was not happy with the conservative deputies, but he accepted their support and put strong pressure on Rafael, the president of Congress. Rafael Manhino, Speaker of Congress. Please proceed with the vote immediately. If you continue to find unnecessary flaws and ignore the wishes of the people, I will have no choice but to suspect your intentions. A deputy who deliberately obstructs politics for his own political interests. Agustín I looked intently at Rafael, and Rafael replied in a trembling voice, "We will proceed to the vote." The vote was approved. In a situation where the emperor and the citizens had them cornered, the Republican deputies had no other choice. As soon as the vote was passed, Agustín I and I left Congress and reviewed the list of properties that our subordinates had investigated. You say that in total it is 20% of all the land in Mexico? Is this true? Colonel Fernando replied, "Yes, Your Majesty. These numbers exclude undeveloped lands and wastelands in the north. In fact, these numbers have already decreased significantly. Originally, the peninsulas owned about 40% of the land in Mexico, but with the start of the War of Independence, they sold many of their properties due to uncertainty about what would happen after independence, reducing their holding to 20%. I see. I also bought some farms at a low price. I expected it to be a lot, but this is impressive. The peninsulas, who represent only 1-2% of the population, own 40% of the land in Mexico. There are also many farms in the Puebla region." Colonel Fernando answered my question as he reviewed the list. Yes, many of the large peninsular landowners in the Puebla region refused to sell their farms at low prices and were eventually expelled. My father sneered and said, "These are the best lands in Mexico, so they didn't want to sell them at a low price. So, the Puebla region is the most important. Father, I will go to the region of Puebla. The wealth of the Puebla region is well known, and many know that there are many large landowners expelled there. There will be many greedy local leaders and military commanders, so we need an authority to dominate them. No, it's too dangerous. Fernando can go in your place. But there are many high-ranking officers among the local commanders. I will take the army with me, so it won't be so dangerous." I spoke again to Agustín I, who was thoughtful. The Puebla region is the richest, so the warehouses will be large and there will be many goods. If we do not recover these goods, it will be a great blow. Moreover, in the regions of Mexico, there are many who do not follow central control and act on their own. You know this better than anyone, Father. I must go. Okay. But if there is any armed conflict, you must evacuate immediately following the commander's orders. Yeah. Agustín I ordered loyal military commanders to recover confiscated property throughout Mexico. This is exhausting. On the map, the Puebla region looks close, but in reality it is more than 100 kilometers away. It is an urgent operation, so after getting some sleep, we set off at 6 a.m. Wearing uncomfortable clothes and riding a horse to show authority makes it even more difficult. The first place we will go to is the farm of a man named Don Sebastian. This man, who is number 1 on the property list, owned a 50,000 hectare, about 123,000 acre, farm in Puebla. His farm produced mainly wheat, corn and sugar cane, and he also had vineyards that produced excellent quality wines, although on a small scale. In addition, his property included a silver mine. 50,000 hectares. Even such a rich man could do nothing in the face of political changes, and was simply expelled. We arrived at the farm with Colonel Fernando and 500 soldiers. Although 500 soldiers may seem few, at that time, the Central Army of Mexico had less than 20,000 soldiers. We had to send soldiers all over Mexico. The commanders and I went on horseback, but the soldiers had to walk, so we arrived after 3 days of marching. Your Majesty, where do you want to go first, the mansion or the warehouse? The farm was so large that it took several hours to walk between the house and the warehouse. Let's go to the warehouse first. There should be more cars there. After 2 more hours of walking, they arrived at the warehouse area. The disturbing premonition about the identity of the strangers they had seen in the distance was confirmed. It's the army. As the colonel said, in the distance soldiers dressed in uniform could be seen moving busily. Damn it. We have to move fast. From now on, force march. What kind of thief is this? Trying to steal the juiciest part without effort. He's got some guts. As they approached, the other side also seemed to notice their approach and lined up in formation. In the midst of the clash between the two armies, the other side's commander shouted first. Who is the officer who brought the army? He is a general. How annoying. I'm Colonel Fernando Mendoza. Under the orders of the Emperor, I have come to confiscate the properties of the traitor Don Sebastian. I'm General Javier Perez, commander of the defense of Puebla. I will take these properties to Mexico City, so go to another farm. He's trying to keep everything for himself. Colonel Fernando responded firmly. I can't do that. I must comply with the Emperor's order to confiscate the property of this farm. I told you I'll take care of that order. Give me the order and go somewhere else, Colonel. I refuse. You refuse. This is an order. You dare disobey a superior? It's time for me to intervene. I stepped forward and said, disarm immediately and follow Colonel Fernando's orders. General Javier frowned and said, who are you? I'm Agustín Jerónimo de Iturbide, the eldest son of the Emperor and his representative. I shouted so that the soldiers behind me would hear and become uneasy. General Javier's face changed rapidly, and he said through gritted teeth, even the Crown Prince cannot interfere with military authority. This is not a matter of authority, General. You have brought the army here without an official order, and have tried to steal the property of this farm. This is a crime. Disarm immediately. Insolent brat. General Javier stared at me after saying that. Soldiers on both sides were in a state of high tension, on the brink of conflict. Prepare your weapons. Colonel Fernando ordered the soldiers to prepare to fire calmly. Clack. The enemy forces were larger than ours, around 800 men. However, our weapons were overwhelmingly superior. They must be recruits. Probably illegally recruited. Half of them don't even have rifles. Considering their training status, we have the advantage. While thinking about this, General Javier suddenly shouted, fire, curse. General Javier was not a very rational person. I did not expect him to make the decision to fight in this situation, but thanks to the characteristic delay of flintlock muskets, I did not die in an absurd manner. I quickly got off my horse and took cover behind a cart. I almost died a week after possessing this body. Bang. Fire. Your Highness. Retreat to the rear. Lieutenant Manuel. Take His Highness to the rear. Our forces also began to fire, and Colonel Fernando moved me to the rear. Excuse me, Your Highness. I felt someone called a lieutenant grab me by the arm and drag me. Rat-a-tat-ta. Bullets rained down from the infantrymen, and enemy recruits with spears charged, while I moved to the rear. Rat-a-tat-ta. They may think they can win because of their numbers, but I don't know how they plan to handle the consequences. Don't they have a plan? At first glance, the situation did not look bad, but we were not winning overwhelmingly either. Although our weapons were better, we had no automatic rifles or machine guns, so we could not wipe out the enemy in an instant. Rat-a-tat-ta. If we continue like this, both sides will suffer heavy losses. What do I do? I had promised not to participate in the battle, but I had to do something. If we continued like this, there would be catastrophic casualties. That's right, the cannon. We brought 2 cannons. Agustín I had said to bring them just in case. They were in the rear. I quickly looked for the cannons. They were bronze cannons on wheels. The powder and shells were on the wagon just ahead. But what do I do with this? While I was thinking about how to fire it, someone came over. I was looking for the cannon, but Your Highness found it first. I'm not the only one who thought of the cannon, so that's a relief. If it had taken a little longer, I would have been disappointed. Do you know how to fire this thing? Yeah. The person who found the cannon was Lieutenant Manuel, who had taken me to the rear and then disappeared. He and the soldiers he brought began to move the cannon and prepare it, and I helped as well. This core was well fed and had grown strong, so it had quite a bit of strength. To ensure a suitable angle for firing the cannon, we moved it to an elevated position, and I could see the situation. There were already dozens of casualties on both sides. Lieutenant Manuel quickly began preparations to fire. Load. Charging. Wait. Lieutenant Manuel, what is the range of this cannon? Can it reach the enemy commander in the rear? The enemy commanders stood, uncovered, bravely leading their troops. Yes. The battle started at a relatively short distance, so the range is more than enough. Then let's target the commanders instead of the soldiers. We might fail. According to you, the distance is quite short, right? I don't think the accuracy will decrease much, so let's shoot carefully. Let's shoot once, and if we miss, we'll immediately target the soldiers. There won't be a big loss. Yes, understood, Your Highness. The lieutenant, following my suggestion to fire once carefully, cleared the soldiers, and, in a cold sweat, aimed the gun himself. Ready. Lieutenant Manuel, having completed the preparations, gave the order to fire. Ready. Fire. Fire. Boom. The shell fired with a roar flew towards the enemy command. It seemed that the enemy command, busy directing the battle, had just become aware of the existence of the cannon, and was visibly surprised. Oh, the angle is good. Oh. General. Damn it. Boom. The officers, seeing the commander-in-chief, General Javier, turned into a pile of meat. After receiving the projectile in the chest, surrendered immediately. Although there were only 2 cannons, their presence was enough to completely change the course of the battle, which until then had been fairly balanced. They did not want to die in a hopeless battle. Enemy officers were captured, and soldiers were treated, and then mobilized for the confiscation of property. Our soldiers suffered 30 dead and 70 wounded, while the enemy had 90 dead and 140 wounded. I planned to give part of the confiscated property to the families of the deceased, after consulting with my father. By the way, although we have more than 1,000 men, it is not enough. I underestimated the production of this area. There was also a shortage of carts and horses. Although the soldiers were making carts on the spot, there was a shortage of horses, so the soldiers would have to pull the carts. The movement speed will be extremely slow. I'll have to abandon the idea of carrying everything at once. The size of the warehouse of the large landowner, who owned 50,000 hectares, was impressive. There were 8 warehouses of several thousand square meters in the center of the farm and dozens of small warehouses scattered throughout the land. At this time, many people die of hunger, but in this warehouse, the grains rot from excess. It seemed like a clear demonstration of the dark reality of Mexico, where a few large landowners and the church monopolized almost all the land. At this point, Mexico is not very different from a medieval state. Leave aside the farming tools and seeds. The farms will be run by the government. Yeah. Don Sebastian's warehouse was filled mainly with grain, and there was a large amount of silver mined and wine. This alone was already a great success, but the most impressive thing was the mansion. It seems he was thrown out in a hurry. Yes, it seems so. There were no jewels or gold to be seen in the mansion, but there was an endless amount of silver items, coins, property deeds, various contracts, luxurious furniture, books, wine, weapons, works of art, carriages, and carts. I told Colonel Fernando just in case, please keep an eye on the soldiers. I will give them a reward, but tell them not to touch anything. Don't worry, Your Highness. When we return to the capital, I will take away your uniforms and thoroughly search you, so that you can't take anything. The officers are a little worrying, but I myself will keep a strict check on them. Understood. Let's spend 3 more days organizing, and then head to Mexico City, to bring in more staff. Unlike General Javier, who rushed forward without thinking and was crushed, I now understand why Agustín I values him so much. I also led the goods recovery operation for 3 days without a break. Well, it's time to return to the capital with our goods. Chapter 6 Expropriation. 5. We recovered the assets from Don Sebastian's large estate and visited other estates in the Puebla region to recover as many assets as possible. The grains really rot because there are so many of them. It took us 5 days to get back to Mexico City because there were not enough horses and the soldiers had to drag the carts by hand. Cars were constantly breaking down or getting damaged. It was a total disaster. We had to cut down trees on site to repair or make new cars. But at least there were no idiots trying to mug us. I guess I should be thankful for that. We finally arrived in Mexico City after all the hardships. Hundreds of cars had already arrived outside the city. These goods were brought from confiscated haciendas throughout Mexico. They are also building new warehouses. Yes, it seems we will need a lot of space, since we cannot sell the goods, to convert them into currency. Before independence, Mexico, New Spain, naturally used the Spanish currency, the real, also called real or real, and the Spanish dollar of 8 reales. Later, Mexico would issue its own peso, based on the decimal system, but right after the War of Independence, in this transition period, the currency did not circulate well, and, naturally, the economy was a disaster. Colonel Fernando, as he had said before, stripped the soldiers of their uniforms, even their boots, and showed impressive meticulousness in personally inspecting the officers. After unloading the goods at the temporary warehouses, I went to report to my father. Colonel Fernando informed Agustín I about the conflict with General Javier at Sebastian's warehouse. What? Was there someone who tried to embezzle the goods? Yes, Your Majesty. Agustín I frowned. I understand that, if they sent a messenger right after my speech, that would explain the speed, but the question is who sent that information. Colonel Fernando, make sure you investigate it thoroughly. Yes, Your Majesty. I will be sure to investigate where that information came from. Agustín I looked at me and said, I told you to hide when the battle started, but you killed the enemy commander by firing a cannon? It wasn't me who fired the shot. Lieutenant Manuel took careful aim and I just watched. According to the report, Lieutenant Manuel was going to shoot at the enemy soldiers, but you suggested that, since they were close enough, they should aim at the enemy commander. Is that true? Yes, Your Majesty. Then you two have merit. If the battle had continued, it would have lasted much longer, and we would have had many more casualties. Isn't that right, Colonel Fernando? Yes, that is true, Your Majesty. If it had not been for His Highness's decision, the enemy's casualties would have been devastating, and our own losses would have been so severe that we would have barely had enough men to recover the goods. Exactly. Then, you must also be rewarded along with Lieutenant Manuel. Colonel Fernando, there will be decorations and rewards for the officers who led this operation. Make sure they know about it. Yes, Your Majesty. Thank you. Colonel Fernando finished his report and left. I asked Agustín I how he planned to use the funds he had secured. I was worried that it would all go to the military or pay off the foreign debt all at once. Father, how do you plan to use the funds you secured this time? For now, I'm paying the back salaries to the officials and soldiers. At first, I wanted to wait for all the goods to arrive and the records to be organized so that we can pay everything at once, but we don't have enough space in the warehouses now. So I'm paying their salaries while the officials take care of the records and the soldiers manage the goods in the warehouses. Don't worry, I've left them in the hands of loyal people. It seems like he's doing well. When all the back wages are paid and the assets are organized, what do you plan to spend the remaining money on? Agustín I ruffled my hair. He no longer looked at me as the irresponsible son I had been before, but as a firstborn he could trust. Why? Do you have any suggestions? I was thinking of continuing to employ the civil servants to normalize the administration and manage the recovered assets. What do you think? It seems I have underestimated Agustín I. I think it's a good idea, but I think we should be cautious about using silver and start exploiting silver mines again to mint money. I've heard that the lack of money in circulation is preventing the economy from functioning properly. If there is money left, we could buy silver mines. Currency, huh? I was planning on doing it later, But now that you mention it, since we already have the funds, we might as well get it up and running right away. Mexico, even before independence, was a society where currency was used very frequently. If they had the money to mint, it would not be a big problem to introduce it. In recognition of the merits obtained in this operation, the Order of the Eagle is awarded to Colonel Fernando Cortés Mendoza, and he is promoted one rank. Agustín I awarded medals, promotions and small sums of money as rewards to those who participated in this operation. Since this operation was led by officers loyal to Agustín I, the recipients of these rewards were royalist officers. He is naturally strengthening his control over the military. The mass promotions of royalist officers resulted in Republican officers, already marginalized within the army, being further displaced. Those who did not have a strong Republican conviction were trying to get closer to the royalists in order to change sides, while some who did maintain their Republican stance decided to resign when they saw that their younger subordinates were obtaining the same rank or even surpassing them. With the back wages paid, plus bonuses, the soldiers' support is extremely high, so it can be said that at least the Central Army is completely under control. There were some who were promoted to ranks, like the now Major Manuel, who distinguished themselves in the combats during the operation. The enemies were diverse, from commanders of local forces, to bandits who plagued Mexico during this period, and even large landowners who mobilized their workers to defend themselves. Although the Central Army won all the battles, they failed to recover all the property. In many estates far from Mexico City, the owners managed to flee quickly with their belongings, and upon arrival they found only empty warehouses. Soldiers were not allowed to ride on horseback, while messengers who leaked information traveled alone on horseback, creating a significant speed difference. Those who could send messengers immediately after hearing the speeches were probably those who were already well off. Damn thieves. I was grinding my teeth thinking about the goods that had been stolen when my turn came. The Order of the Eagle and a reward are awarded to Agustín Jerónimo de Iturbide. I was also among those who received this decoration, under the pretext of having played an important role in the greatest of the battles during this operation. Agustín I, not being a military man, could not promote me, so he gave me a generous sum of money as a reward. Still, he worries about me, because I'm his firstborn. The award ceremony, held with great pomp in the Zocalo, was seen as a positive sign that the confiscation of the peninsula's property had been successfully concluded, and that the government was taking action. Citizens enjoyed the event. Republican members of Congress opposed the awarding of decorations and rewards, but their opinion was ignored thanks to the support of the army, which had already received its back pay, and of conservative members of Congress. Your Highness, thanks to you, I have received an undeserved reward. I thank you. After the ceremony, Major Manuel came up to thank me. It's nothing, Major. Thanks to your accurate shooting, I also received a great reward, so I should be the one thanking you. No, it was all because His Highness ordered to target the enemy commander. Ha ha ha. This is a perfect 3-for-1. In Mexico, there was another conflict as important as the rivalry between royalists, conservatives, and republicans. It was a conflict between the federalists, who wanted decentralization, and the centralists, who advocated centralized power. Although there were some centralists among the Republicans, they were a minority. The majority of Republicans were federalists. Although they were influenced by the liberal and Republican ideas that emerged in France, they were not lower class. In fact, many of them were powerful local leaders representing regional interests, and it was common for them to be closely related to local military leaders. A marriage like that of my mother, the daughter of a landowning family, with Agustín I, who in his youth was a young military officer, was very common at this time. One of the local officers under General Javier, who was looting Don Sebastian's estate, cracked under the offer of leniency in exchange for information during the investigation, and revealed the informant. A Republican deputy sent a man to his son-in-law as soon as the speech was over, and provided him with a list of the exiled landowners, urging them to hide their assets as quickly as possible. It was a shocking revelation. Simply providing information was not the same as directly ordering the diversion of goods. Although Congress had met an hour after the speech, since it took a while, to gather all 201 deputies. It was precisely during that hour that the act was taken. Agustín I was prepared to punish severely immediately, but I saw an opportunity in the situation. I approached the MP in question and offered him a deal. If he revealed the names of other MPs who had done the same thing, he would avoid jail. Similar situations occurred several times, and 29 of the 201 deputies were found to have been involved in such activities. Not only were they stripped of their posts, but they were also fined enormous amounts, almost equivalent to their entire assets, under the pretext of recovering the stolen goods. Except for a few who reached court agreements, most faced prison. As there are no clear laws, this is what can be done. There are also 9 conservative MPs. There are probably more, but there is no way to catch them. Those who were caught were those who had conspired among themselves, while those who acted on their own were not reported by other deputies, so there was no way for them to be exposed. The number of farms in Mexico whose warehouses were empty was not just 29 cases. There were probably many more who managed to hide it successfully. There is no remedy. Even so, this incident will speed up the issuance of the currency. That's right. The issuance of new silver coins was proceeding smoothly, since there were already technicians and facilities for minting silver coins in Mexico during colonial times. It did not take long. With the silver confiscated from the properties, the mineral from the mines and the extracted silver, coins were being minted with the face of Agustín I. Normally, this type of new currency is trustless, but the government had a large amount of goods that could be exchanged for silver, which made it easy to use from the start. The problem was that there was not enough silver, but now, with the properties confiscated from large landowners involved in crimes, the government budget would increase, allowing it to buy more silver mines. Okay, it's time to bring up the main topic. Father, I would like to talk about the backquote request I mentioned earlier. Of course. I said I would comply with your request if the confiscation of the assets was carried out successfully. What is it that you want? I would like to colonize the Northwest Territories. At that time, most of Mexico's population lived in the Mexican highlands. Territories such as Texas and California were nominally recognized as part of Mexico, heir to New Spain, but had not been adequately colonized. I can't say I want to go panning for gold in California, so I'll have to be discreet. The Northwest Territory? You mean Alta California? Yes. It is a large part of our Mexican empire, and the climate is said to be excellent for living. However, it has not been properly colonized, so I would like to do so. Don't talk nonsense. Do you know how far away that land is? Just getting there would take you 4 to 6 months. As the crown prince, you'd be better off spending that time on something more useful. You're smart, so why don't you spend that time studying? I'll send you to any school you want. I don't want to go either. It's not that I want to go for the romantic idea of a gold rush. For such an illusion, California is too far away. The straight line distance between Mexico City and Sacramento, one of the centers of the gold rush, is about 3,000 kilometers. Even walking 40 kilometers a day would take 75 days, but since you can't go in a straight line, you would have to make detours, stop for supplies and rest, which would extend the journey to 5 months. Still, there was a reason to go. There are not many options available. With my skills as a civil engineer, I cannot ask for infrastructure projects to be carried out when there are not even related laws in today's Mexico. Nor can I try to convince my father to reform the country or initiate industrialization. The conservatives who support Agustín I would be strongly opposed to it. Industrialization requires a large amount of labor, which would inevitably lead to urbanization. The exodus of peasants is the traditional trigger for landowners. The Republicans are still active, and it would be madness to alienate the conservatives as well. Am I just going to sit there studying until I'm an adult while the damn Yankees colonize the West at full speed? It would be suicide. He had to do something with that time, even if it meant wasting time traveling through those distant lands. I adjusted my logic to convince my father. If we can secure our sovereignty over California, it will be very valuable. The Americans have been steadily expanding westward since the Louisiana Purchase. If we leave those lands unoccupied, they will settle there and claim that they own them. Then the American government will use that pretext to put pressure on us. I have heard that the Americans are already beginning to enter Texas. If we do nothing, there will be trouble. In that case, the government should carry out the colonization, not you. I wish it were that way too. What wouldn't I give to not have to go so far and just send someone to mine the gold and bring it back to me? Do you think that will work? Nobody believes there is that much gold there. And even if they did, would they really take it out and give it to me? I wouldn't do that if I were an employee. If you propose to colonize it as a national policy, the MPs will oppose it. The conservatives won't like it either. Even if you can force it, with the time and effort it would take, you would be better off using it to normalize the country and write the constitution. Since I'm using my own money and time, the MPs will have no reason to oppose it. HAA. I never imagined that this would be your request, but I promised to fulfill it, so I will. However, do not separate yourself from the escort that I will assign to you. Agustín I seemed undecided, but I was already imagining a bright, golden future. Chapter 7 California. 1. Wow, I've been given quite a bit. That's the size of the fortune of a large landowner family. My father gave me 5,000 pesos as a reward along with the medal. My father also gave me 5,000 pesos when he accepted my request, although he seemed to do so reluctantly. When I mentioned to my mother that I was going to colonize California, she gave me another 7,000 pesos. Suddenly, he had a fortune of 17,000 pesos. Adding the 1,000 pesos that I had saved myself, I had a total of 18,000 pesos. Considering that the average salary of a worker at this time was 1 peso a day, earning between 20 and 25 pesos a month, it was an impressive sum. Having the equivalent of 40 months of a worker's salary hidden in my room, it's a miracle that no one has stolen it. In the 19th century, what mattered most was not the country that issued the silver or gold coin, but rather the weight and quantity of metal it contained. The Mexican peso had the same silver content as the Spanish dollar and was worth £0.20 in terms of the British currency of the time. Since £1 from that time would be worth between £50 and £60 in 2022 today, 1 peso would be equivalent to approximately 13 current dollars. In modern terms, that's $234,000, approximately 320 million won. I sat down to calculate. Land? I don't have to worry about the price of land. There is a lot of unsettled land these days, and if I bring settlers in, they will probably give it to me for free. Of course, there are no laws on the matter and the deputies will oppose subsidies, but if I put it forward as a purchase, the officials, who are favorable to my father, will almost give it to me for free. I have to make sure I occupy the main gold areas. I calculated the cost of supplies to establish the colony, mining equipment, a continuous supply of food, horses, carts, and wages for the miners. Although tight, it was feasible. If we tighten resources, the first phase of colonization will be possible. We will first try surface and alluvial gold mining, and then, if the results are good, we will invest more in underground mining. My father assigned Manuel, the major with whom I had previously had a relationship, as head of my escort. He would be in charge of 2 companies, each with a captain and 25 soldiers, giving me a total of 3 officers and 50 soldiers as escort. With his help, I began recruiting families to go and colonize California, offering them land, farming tools, food for the journey and funds to survive the first few months. The requests poured in. Did I read it wrong? Could you read it again? Are those terms really true? The Crown Prince will lead the expedition himself. How can it be a lie? At the time, it was common for settlers to be taken almost by force, so the terms seemed too good to be true. Just 2 days after recruitment began, more than 100 families had already signed up. Although the journey lasted between 4 and 6 months, we did not accept families with pregnant women or small children. However, if they had horses and carts, exceptions were made. Apart from that, we only accepted healthy families with adult children. I would like to accept more, but I don't have enough money. Although the main purpose was colonization, the real goal was gold mining, so in addition to farming tools, he also had to purchase mining equipment. He also needed to prepare machinery to extract and refine the gold on site. Transporting large quantities of earth and stones by cart would be inefficient. Furthermore, between horses, carts, food and the miners' salaries, taking more than 100 families was not feasible. I'm still not satisfied. Do you really have to go yourself? My mother grabbed my hand, visibly worried. I tried to reassure her. Don't worry, mother. I'll be back in a year. Besides, I have an escort. Nothing will happen. My mother couldn't help but be worried. After more than 10 years of war for independence, Mexico was economically devastated and plagued by bandits. And besides, I was his firstborn. He only had 4 younger sisters and 1 younger brother. She continued to hold on to my hand, her uneasiness still showing. Mother, I will return safely. Don't worry too much. Let him go now. I don't like the idea that the Crown Prince of the Empire wants to go all the way to California, but it's something that will benefit the Empire, and he's an adult. Let him do what he wants. Agustín I patted me on the shoulder as he gave me his recommendations. Don't forget that you are the Crown Prince of this Mexican Empire. You must prioritize your safety. Do you understand? Yes, father. My father also spoke to Major Manuel, who was visibly tense off to the side. I leave it to you, Major Manuel. Yes, your majesty. I will give my life to protect him. Agustín I looked at me and said, the House of Representatives are delighted that you are going to settle California. I suppose that shows the impression you made on Congress. They are anxious to speed up the drafting of the Constitution, something they have been putting off. I'll take that as a compliment. I'll trust you with everything that happens in Mexico City. That's right. There will be some compromises to be made, but it looks like we'll be able to fill most of the 29 vacant seats with loyal people. Don't worry, I'll take care of everything. Just take care of yourself. Yes, father. I will leave now. He had already purchased the land and supplies for colonization, and everything was loaded onto the wagons. The 100 families who had registered for colonization were waiting for me, along with the 50 soldiers and guides, which added up to a total of 500 people. Hugging my mother, I said, I'm leaving. Take care of yourself. I mounted my horse in front, together with Major Manuel and the guides, and we began our march. I must succeed, no matter what happens. As we set off, that thought was on my mind. I had invested all my money in this expedition. The round trip will take about 10 months. Setting up the colony, finding the gold mines, and starting to mine it will take at least another 6 months. I have to assume I'll spend more than a year and a half on this. It had been 3 months since I found myself in this new body. Those 3 months had been spent gaining confidence, and if he failed now, he would lose almost 2 years. If he lost 2 years, he would not have the power necessary to prevent the calamities that would soon strike Mexico. For example, the Texas Rebellion, its independence and subsequent annexation to the United States. By now, the so-called father of Texas, Stephen Austin, should have already arrived in Texas. Stephen's father, Moses Austin, had signed a contract with Spain before Mexico's independence, whereby he would bring 300 settlers in exchange for a land subsidy. Although Moses was unable to complete the contract before he died, his son Stephen Austin continued the colonization of Texas. Stephen Austin personally visited Mexico City on January 3, 1823 to renegotiate the contract with the new Mexican government. In the original story, Agustín I gave his approval without any problems, but this time, I will change some conditions before approving it. The original contract was too generous. No matter how uninhabited the land was, it was an exaggeration. In the original history, 4,605 acres of land were granted to each settled householder, divided into 4,428 acres for grazing, and 177 for cultivation. Stephen Austin received 67,000 acres of land for every 200 families he brought in. As a result, in just 7 years, by 1830, 20,000 Americans had settled in Texas, starting with just 300 settlers. That impressive growth rate and the quality of the land for agriculture attracted the greed of the United States. In 1827, US President John Adams offered Mexico $1 million for Texas, but was rejected. In 1829, President Andrew Jackson increased the offer to $5 million, but Mexico also rejected that. However, Mexico's refusal had no effect. In the end, the Americans in Texas rebelled on their own, declared independence and founded the Republic of Texas, later annexing it to the United States. It was a devastating blow for Mexico, but there was nothing to be done, since the country was powerless. Although the United States was still young, for the newborn Mexico was like a giant. Mexico did not have the strength to suppress the Texas rebellion, much less confront the United States. This time, I won't allow it. I had already told my father to approve Stephen Austin's proposal, but with modified conditions. It's fine that we accept immigrants and give them land, but we have to control it carefully, and we can't give them that much. I halved the amount of land granted and the rewards to Stephen Austin and proposed that the American settlers should be equaled in number by Mexican settlers who would settle in Texas under the supervision of Mexican officials. These conditions were intended to strictly control the settlers, weaken their identity as Americans, and assimilate them into Mexican culture, while giving them as little land as possible. These were much tougher conditions than the previous contract, but it didn't matter. If you don't like it, you don't have to accept it. It was better than losing Texas. March 1823. As the California colonization expedition, led by Crown Prince Jerónimo de Iturbide, advanced through several cities toward its final destination, Sacramento, the debate over the drafting of the Constitution intensified in the Mexican Empire. The 29 vacant seats, the result of dismissals for corruption, had been distributed through political compromises. 20 for the conservatives and 9 for the Republicans. Unlike in the past, when the Republicans could hold back the government's advance, now that the Mexican administration was accelerating its normalization and the power of the emperor was increasing, the Republicans could no longer resist with the same strategy. They were trying to draft the Constitution as quickly as possible, before losing more power, but Agustín I and the conservative deputies were in no hurry. 111 Republican seats to 90 conservatives. We are still a long way off. Yes, Your Majesty. The Republican representatives seem to be confident that they still have some support, which is why they remain aggressive. Republicans were pushing for a constitutional monarchy similar to that of Britain, where the king or queen remained head of state and had veto power over laws passed by parliament, but effective government was vested in the prime minister and ministers appointed by parliament. Agustín I did not like this idea, although, as his son had asked him, he was not going to push too hard and would accept a compromise. He still had a few cards up his sleeve. We need to reduce their influence. Is the reorganization ready? Yes, Your Majesty. Since the confiscation operation had been a success, Congress had not been able to question the emperor's control of the army. More precisely, they tried, but they did not have sufficient reasons to restrict the military power of Agustín I, who had been the commander-in-chief of the army since before independence, and there was no way to change public opinion. With the support of the officers of the Central Army and the conservative deputies, Agustín I could mobilize the troops at will, and he was using that advantage to devise a plan to control regional armies as well. Local force commanders are mostly federalists who want decentralization. Most of them support Republicans in Congress. Agustín I replaced several of the main local commanders who were implicated in the corruption of the dismissed deputies. The justification was that they had not managed their troops properly. Is this it? Are you sure? I pointed at an area on the map with my finger as I spoke. Yes, I'm sure. I know this region very well. The guide was convinced. Is this where California's capital, Sacramento, was in my previous life? Then that must be the Sacramento River. Ha. I was moved. 5 months. They had spent 5 long months traveling almost 10 hours a day. Some people might think that riding a horse is not that tiring, but after a while, it becomes quite uncomfortable. We would go from riding to walking when our backs and thighs hurt, and then back to riding. But in the end, we arrived safely. It was a risky bet. We had a guide who claimed to have been to California several times and an escort to protect us, so I thought we would make it, but the trip alone took 5 months. Considering the bandits who abounded at this time and the local power brokers who did not recognize the authority of the emperor, anything could have happened during that long journey. But there's nothing here, right? Well, now is when we start building everything. Haha. Yeah. Let's get started. I turned around and shouted to the settlers, who were looking at me with shining eyes, asking if we had finally arrived. We have arrived. Where? At last. Sacramento, California, with its vast gold reserves, exceptional climate and one of the largest agricultural production capacities in the world. The colonization of that place had finally begun. Chapter 8 California. 2. It seems that the merger of departments will finally be useful to me. At the university where I studied, there were several related departments, such as civil engineering, urban engineering and architectural engineering. However, when I returned from military service, all those departments had been merged. At the time everyone was complaining, but it seems to be useful now. It was night, while everyone else was sleeping, and I was sitting, staring at a sheet of paper, thinking, tomorrow we will start building the colony. Ordinary settlers would have built their houses anywhere that seemed suitable, but to someone who had studied urban planning, that was unacceptable. He thought about the future and wanted to build a planned city in an orderly manner. I've forgotten a lot of things about architecture and urban planning because I majored in civil engineering, but I still have some experience. Each colonist family would receive 160 acres of land. It might seem small compared to the land that settlers received in Texas, but most of that land was for grazing, and only 120 acres were agricultural land. Even in the US Homestead Act they only allowed up to 160 acres, so it's not a small amount. In addition, Sacramento is part of California's Central Valley, one of the most productive agricultural areas in the world. With the Sacramento River and its tributaries, irrigation water could easily be supplied. 160 acres would be enough for the settlers to live comfortably. I can place the government offices, the church and the commercial area in the center of the city, and distribute the farms to the south. With no computer and only a few maps at my disposal, I had no choice but to draw the city plan on a piece of paper. As I drew the urban plan on the map, my mind began to imagine dams, reservoirs, water and sewage systems, roads, and railways. Easy, easy. It's still too early. We can develop it gradually. Designing everything at once would be inefficient, just a way of satisfying myself. But at least we could have a railway in the next 10 years, right? Let's add that to the plan. The next morning, the first thing we need to do is build the church. Let's start by securing the wood. In the West, it was common to build a church first when settling a new area. Since Catholicism was widespread in Mexico, it made sense to build the church as a symbol. Also, it will be a good opportunity to practice building design again. He planned to use the light wood frame construction method known as balloon frame construction. In this method, continuous vertical wood beams, studs, extend from the foundation to the roof, supported by horizontal beams, floor joists, ceiling joists, etc., and everything is secured with nails or screws. The traditional method of timber frame construction produced stronger and more beautiful buildings, but was more time consuming, labor intensive, and difficult to construct. Now the most important thing is to build quickly. The balloon structure is fast, easy and requires less wood. This construction method was designed specifically for settlers who were looking for a faster way to construct buildings than the timber frame method they were used to. Later, platform construction, an improved version of the balloon structure, would be developed, but as it involved more materials and was more complicated, the balloon structure was the best option in this initial phase of colonization. In order for the construction to follow my plan, I had to start from the wood processing stage, so I decided to gather everyone together and show them how to do it. I looked around. There was a pile of wood in front of us, and the settlers were looking at me expectantly. It's a rather curious scene. More than 500 people, including soldiers, watch the Crown Prince chop wood. Now I will show you how to process wood. Please pay attention. I selected a piece of wood and drew horizontal and vertical lines on it. This would ensure that when assembling the frame, the pieces would be accurately joined together at the correct angle and position. Then, I took a saw and started cutting the wood along the vertical line. Boom, boom. The sound of wood being cut had a strangely concentrating effect. After finishing the cut, I checked the end of the wood. Rough surfaces could cause problems when joining the pieces together later, so I used another tool to smooth out the end. As you can see, precision is crucial in wood processing. If it is not done accurately, the frame could be unstable. We are going to build your houses, so work carefully. The settlers listened attentively. This time, I selected a piece of wood to cut horizontally. I first secured it, then cut it along the horizontal line. This process was part of creating the horizontal beams of the frame. When I was done, I held up the cut piece to show everyone. This piece will be used for the horizontal beams. It is cut to the correct length and angle, so we are now ready to start assembling the frame. I placed the pieces of wood aside and walked away. Now the settlers could process the wood following my example. The balloon framing method allows for fast and efficient construction. However, it can also be less precise. Therefore, it is vital that the wood processing is accurate. I stressed the importance of precision. If the wood processing was done correctly, we could quickly build the colony as planned. I watched the settlers begin work for a while, correcting and guiding every detail. Of the 450 settlers, only 10 had experience as carpenters or knew how to handle wood. I planned to teach them how to join the beams and posts using the wood processed in the first stage. The truth is that, from here on, I'm also feeling my way a bit, but there's no other option. Which civil engineer has ever built a building using the balloon structure technique? I only saw this technique in passing when I was studying for exams at university. Okay, we'll use the already processed wood to build the pillars and beams. Watch carefully what I do. First I selected a piece of wood that would serve as a vertical pillar. This had to withstand compressive loads, so a particularly rigid wood was required. I chose a high strength one. The pillar bears the vertical load of the building. Therefore, the selected wood must have sufficient strength and rigidity. This directly affects the safety of the building. Once the pillar was erected, I checked its verticality. Although measuring horizontality is a common technique among carpenters, accuracy in verticality is crucial for structural stability. I paid special attention to this process. Checking for verticality is very important. Even a small tilt can cause serious problems later on. Now it was time to make the beam. Beams support the horizontal loads between the pillars, so they need to resist both tension and bending. I chose a suitable timber, measured it, and then cut it. Beams must be load-bearing. Therefore, we must take into account their stiffness, strength and lightness. With the wood ready, all that was left was to join the components together. I used metal nails and screws to secure the beams to the pillars. The nails and screws we use here determine the safety of the structure. Make sure you install them correctly. The carpenters nodded. Although the stability is lower than with the timber frame method, we will certainly be able to build wooden structures much faster. Your Highness, where did you learn this technique? Looking for methods to construct buildings quickly and efficiently with limited resources, I came across this technique in American books. While he taught the technique to the 10 carpenters, the rest of the settlers were in charge of gathering and processing the wood. Of the 50 soldiers, under the orders of Major Manuel, 25 were in charge of security and the other 25 helped with tasks. To improve efficiency, I appointed a man named Andres Ortega as head carpenter. He had been working as a carpenter for 20 years, and he was a mestizo of about 30 or 40 years. Andres, select about 20 people with good manual dexterity today, and show them what I showed you yesterday. Yes, Your Highness. This church will be rebuilt later anyway, so it will be a good test. Although general construction and civil engineering have their differences, they also have many similarities. I just have to remember what I learned at university. The church we were going to build this time, being the first building, had to be small. Furthermore, due to the characteristics of a church, materials such as glass and other materials typical of religious buildings would later be used, so when the colony grew, the church would have to be rebuilt. I took a weight off my shoulders and designed the most beautiful church I could within my capabilities. After wasting dozens of sheets of paper for 3 days, I finally achieved a satisfactory design. Andrew, here are the plans for the church. I have also prepared the list of necessary wood, so please follow these instructions when processing the wood. Yes, Your Highness. I consulted with the experienced carpenters to finalize the working method, and we started from the foundations. While I struggled with the construction of the first building, the others continued to gather and process the wood according to my instructions. Once we finish with the foundation, we will assemble the frame, then proceed with the roof and exterior walls. After that, we will do the interior finishes and finally perform the final inspection. There is no need to rush, we just need to follow the steps correctly. I was involved in every part of the colony building process, supervising and actively participating from start to finish. It's surprising. It's the first construction and everyone is working in an organized manner under the command of His Highness. Frankly, I expected that we would have some major errors and delays, but it seems that I have learned something new. Major Manuel seemed impressed by my ability to assign tasks to all the colonists and make the whole process flow smoothly. Having been by my side as my guard the whole time, he must have found it even more surprising. With all the years of experience on civil engineering sites, this is the least I can do. Although I have assigned work even to teenagers, in this context, even if I told them to rest, they would feel bad for not helping, so I can't do much about it. I thought about how my father would do it when he led his soldiers, and naturally things started to go well. I see. One more excuse, improvised. Manuel, now that the construction of the colony is progressing steadily, I want to explore the surroundings better. We have had some problems along the way, due to the inaccuracy of the maps, so I want to make sure that at least this area is well mapped. The major in the first company must stay to protect the colony, and I will take the soldiers of the second company with me. Your Highness, as the person responsible for your safety, I think it would be best if you accompanied him. The only dangerous thing in this area is the wild animals. I'll be away for a while, so I'd rather the eldest stay here to keep watch. Alright, Your Highness. Be careful on your expedition. It was time to fulfill my real objective. Chapter 9 California 3. I gave instructions to the chief carpenter, and, under the pretext of exploring the surroundings, I set out with the guide, the cartographer and 25 soldiers. We should start with gold dust first. It's easy to mine, and easy to find. Let's start here. I led the group in the direction of the American River, famous for its abundant deposits of gold dust, although not everything was so simple. We had to make frequent stops to map the terrain, which took longer than expected, and we couldn't move in a straight line. I explored the dense forests of Sacramento, while participating in surveying and mapping. It is best to record everything accurately, as in the future this area could be expanded with residential or commercial zones. As we moved along, I took note of the terrain as we searched for the American River. At night, we returned to the temporary camp at the colony to sleep, and the next day we set out again. We had been exploring the surroundings of the colony for a week when, in the distance, I saw a river. It was a river that shone in an unusual way to the naked eye. We've finally arrived. The American River. Although it's close to Sacramento, it took us a week. I was the first to speak. What's that in the water? Can everyone see it? Oh, something's shining. The guide answered my question, and one of the soldiers came over to investigate. Gold. It's gold, Your Highness. There are little nuggets of gold in the river. Oh, gold you say? I acted surprised and then said, it seems I have been lucky to find gold on my island. Let's explore the area a bit more before we head back. Gold? Yes, I tell you there was so much gold in the river that the water looked golden. Come on. How can that be possible? I'm serious, it wasn't just me who saw it, everyone else saw it too. Not even a day had passed since the reconnaissance team returned to the Sacramento settlement when rumors about gold began to spread. The soldiers exaggerated the stories about the discovery of gold. Soon, some began to suggest that they should go and mine the gold, prompting Major Manuel to warn both soldiers and settlers. All these lands belong to His Highness, Prince Jerome. Therefore, the gold belongs to him as well. If anyone dares to touch it without permission, let him prepare for a severe punishment. The colonists seemed a little disappointed, but the prince intervened to say, gold is worthless if there are no miners to mine it. If there are volunteers to work as miners, I promise them high wages and free equipment. Moreover, even if they work as miners, they will still receive the promised land. It was a tempting offer, a well-paid job and the land that had already been promised to them. Ooh. Your Highness is amazing. The previously disappointed colonists began to cheer enthusiastically at the prince's offer. Unlike the excited colonists, the soldiers began to show discontent. Although work was part of their duties, they could not help but feel resentful, since the colonists received more benefits. The prince, noticing the unrest among the soldiers, continued speaking, and you, the soldiers and officers who have accompanied me to this remote place, if you bring your families to California, you will also be granted land. Also, for those soldiers who participate in gold mining, this time, exceptionally, you will be paid an additional salary. Oh. Wow. The soldiers, who had been discontented before, burst into cheers. Even Major Manuel joined in the cries of joy. Manuel, why? However, we must not forget our primary mission, which is the colonization of California. I plan to hire an adequate number of people to work as miners on rotating shifts. I will give you more details tomorrow. For now everyone, disband. The settlers returned to their tents, but they could not hide their excitement. It seems that joining the colonization of California was a masterstroke. Yes, dear. The truth is that during the long journey, when we were exhausted, I was very sorry, but now I'm glad I came. Yes, I thought that, when we arrived here, we would spend years dealing with mistakes and difficulties in this empty land, but everything is moving forward quickly under the prince's command. The lands they will give us are fertile, perfect for farming, and with the gold mine, in no time we will be able to buy farming tools, furniture and start a new life. Exactly, we would never have dreamed of a house and farm of this size if we had stayed in the city. Most of the settlers and soldiers were full of expectations for the future, but not everyone thought the same. The captain of the second company of the escort, Julio Servants, could not get out of his head what he had seen that day. All these idiots happy for a few crumbs. Have they forgotten the 5 months we spent walking here? Stupid. I'm not going to let that kid get all the gold in that river. If I steal the gold and run away to America, what can the prince do? He can do nothing. Being a Creole, with his light skin and knowledge of English, Julio Servants was intoxicated with his plan to steal the gold and live like a rich man in the United States. I just have to convince some of the idiot settlers to help me, and then, right before I cross the border, I'll kill them all. Ha ha ha. I'm a genius. Julio Servants began recruiting people secretly. First, he targeted the soldiers in his escort company whom he trusted most. Look, all the guards guarding the warehouse, where the gold is kept, are from our company. If we steal the gold during the guard shift and sneak out, who could know? It's a foolproof plan. I think we could successfully steal it, Captain. But living in the United States and selling the gold is another story. If they find out we are Mexican, they could catch us. Come on, Miguel. You and I have light skin. If we speak English well, the Americans won't notice. I'll teach you English myself. What do you say? Okay, I trust you, Captain. Julio was in no hurry. He had spent months traveling with his company to California, talking constantly, so he knew exactly who to turn to. He sought out those soldiers who were close to him, ambitious and fair-skinned. Miguel and others have already joined. With your participation, there will be 5 of us. Enough to make sure that all the shifts in the warehouse are ours. What do you say? Yes, I'm in. After recruiting the soldiers, Julio extended his network to the settlers. He used a similar approach. He talked to them a lot, to get to know their personalities. He looked for people who were ambitious, lacking loyalty, and fair-skinned. The night will be dark. All the guards in the warehouse will be ours. You just have to collect the gold. Once we have everything, we will escape on horseback. Does it still seem dangerous to you? Are there so many soldiers involved already? Yes, and we are still recruiting. This plan cannot fail. If everything goes well, we will live like rich people in the United States. Then count on me too. Julio, hiding his malice, continued to add accomplices with his poisonous tongue, like a snake. He was very busy directing both the construction of the colony and the development of the gold mine. Hey, can't you see that pillar is crooked? Ah, I'll correct it right away. Let me do it. Look carefully again. I kept repeating the same cycle. I would demonstrate how to do it. The carpenters would try to follow my instructions. I would correct mistakes and demonstrate again. The prince of an empire, and here I'm doing more physical work than in my previous life. Major Manuel, with whom I had already become quite familiar, also commented, "Your Highness is really skilled in directing construction works." Are you telling me that I'm perfect for hard work? No, Your Highness, I didn't mean that. It's a joke. Ha ha ha. I was surprised for a moment. What I really wanted to say is that he has an incredible ability to handle people. The colonists are amazed by his ability, and so am I, watching him from beside him. Even if you flatter me, I won't share the gold with you. What a pity, that's a pity. We continued to joke around as we strolled leisurely toward the American River. In the distance the 100 miners could be seen. They were using the gold shovels and plates I had brought from Mexico City, along with some simple sluice boxes we made with the blacksmith. The sluice box is a tool with a series of planks placed at an angle, designed to filter water and stones, leaving behind the heavier gold. To maximize the efficiency of the sluice box, it is important to consider the proper slope and water flow rate. I also started to direct the gold mining operations. Most of the instructions they had already received once, but some had forgotten, or were doing it wrong, so I had to remind them of the details. When placing the sluice box, it is crucial to consider the flow rate and speed of the water. If the water flows too fast, the gold will be washed away, and if it is too slow, the stones will build up, making the work more difficult. We walked along the river bank to find the ideal place to place the lock boxes. Once we found a suitable location, we started working. I took a gold pan and collected some rocks and mud from the river. When using the gold pan, the key is to use centrifugal force to make the heavier gold settle to the bottom. I shook the dish carefully, allowing the water and stones to filter out, leaving small fragments of heavy gold at the bottom. This is how you get gold. After about 10 days, we had gathered enough gold to make our first ingot. I had invested a lot of money in bringing an experienced blacksmith to the colony, as we needed to repair farming and mining tools, as well as melt gold into ingots. We had also brought an oven from Mexico City, which was so heavy that it took up an entire car. The first job of the colony's only blacksmith was to create gold bullion. We mixed the collected gold with mercury to form an amalgam. In this process, only the gold combines with the mercury, while other impurities do not. We then heated the amalgam in a crucible to evaporate the mercury, leaving only the pure gold. This method had been used since the 16th century, when Spain began exploiting silver mines in its colonies. We lit the furnace, and the intense heat began to melt the amalgam of gold and mercury. The smoke released when mercury evaporates is toxic, so let's stay away from it. As the molten gold began to pool in the center of the furnace, I said to the blacksmith, "Please pour it slowly into the mold. Be careful, it is very hot." Ha ha ha, don't worry so much. The blacksmith carefully poured the molten gold into a mold shaped like an ingot. After waiting a moment, we dipped it into water to cool it down, and, after polishing it slightly, the process was complete. Thus the first gold ingot was completed. Time in the colony was passing quickly. Chapter 10 California. 4. It's moving. It's the first building. It's not big, but it's a nice church. I've also fixed up the inside. Let's go in. I entered the church with the young priest, Father All, whom I had brought with the expedition. The two-story church consisted of a worship space, a communal area, and a place for the priest to live. Your Highness, thank you for building this beautiful church. Thanks to your generosity, the people who have come to this land will be able to hear the word of God. Thank you very much. Father All, delighted with the church, expressed his gratitude. It will be a lot of work, but I hope that he will be able to transmit the word of the Lord to the settlers. At that time, the church also served as a community center, so almost all settlers would attend on weekends. The church had a capacity of 150 people, so he might need to hold 3 masses each weekend. I wanted to build it bigger at the beginning, but being the first building, that would have been too ambitious. I was right to scale it down. Still, it took us 10 weeks to build. The first building took time, and since it wasn't very big, we only involved 30 people in its construction at a time. Meanwhile, everyone else, except for the gold miners, has turned to collecting and processing wood, and the carpenters have fully learned the method of light wooden construction. We can now build several buildings at once. The first build was almost a one-man show for me. I explained the timber frame construction method in detail to 30 carpenters, but it's one thing to listen to an explanation and quite another to actually build something. I had no choice but to demonstrate while they watched, although the work picked up speed as they understood it. Master Carpenter Andrew, are you sure you can do it? Yes, Your Highness, I'm sure. Among the 30 carpenters, 10, including Andres, would be responsible for the construction of the town hall and the military accommodation. 5 would build 2 warehouses, and the rest would form teams of 3 to build 5 houses. My role would be to oversee all the works and make sure everything was running smoothly. In addition to the 30 carpenters and 100 miners, the other 320 settlers would be dedicated entirely to construction. Town hall, military accommodation, 2 warehouses and 5 houses, a total of 9 buildings. They are the same size as the church, so it will take us between 8 and 10 weeks. Gold mining was also progressing smoothly. We started with gold dust from the American River, and were already mining gold at the Sutter's Mill surface mine in Coloma, the starting point of the gold rush. We will soon begin mining gold at the Angels Camp surface mine. Julio's servants thought it was time to act. Wow, it shines brightly. The second company was in charge of protecting the colony and the warehouses, so Julio could see how the refined gold bars arrived. Ha ha ha, you've entrusted the fish shop to a cat. Thank you very much, young prince. SSS. Julio licked his lips and calculated the amount of gold. Each ingot weighs about 3 pounds, 1.36 kilograms. In the last 6 months, 13 ingots have arrived per month, 234 pounds, 106.14 kilograms. This is more than enough. Although dividing it up among everyone would result in a very small amount for each one, Julio had no intention of doing it fairly. I'll just give a little to the soldiers. I'll use those miserable settlers without any decent weapons or tools as beasts of burden, and then get rid of them. The new shipment of bullion will arrive soon this month, and then I'll act. Julio adjusted the guard shifts according to his plan. The perfect time would be during the 2 hours when the 5 guards of Warehouse 1, all of them soldiers he had recruited, would be on duty. Goodbye to this damn town. I'm going to the city. The colony had grown over the past 6 months, with numerous buildings constructed, and every family now owning a home. The layout of the buildings and the design of the streets were neat and pleasing to the eye, but it was still a developing colony. There were hardly any newly started farms, and not a single proper shop or tavern. For Julio, everything in the colony seemed insignificant, as if he were a rich man from the city. While Julio dreamed of a bright future and waited for the day of his coup, one of the residents he had recruited, Roman, was restless. Even though he had been seduced by Julio's viperous tongue and had decided to join the plan, he couldn't help but feel doubtful. He was worried about whether the plan would succeed, and even if it did, he feared that Julio would betray him. They say that one criminal always recognizes another, and in Julio the scent of a traitor was strong. To avoid that, I need more allies. Julio had warned him not to tell anyone, but Roman thought that, if he was careful, there would be no problem. In order not to be betrayed by Julio and his group, he needed to have his own support group. That night, while everyone was resting at home, Roman went to visit Victor, a neighbor with whom he had become friends. After receiving nearby land, Victor welcomed him cordially, although he did not expect the conversation to take the direction that Roman had anticipated. Victor, a man of few words, was a type of person Roman did not understand. He had an innate loyalty to the imperial family, which had only just assumed the throne. Stealing gold? What are you talking about? That's a crime. They won't catch us. It's a foolproof plan. Hearing the proposal, Victor threatened to report him immediately. Damn. What's all this loyalty rubbish? Maybe I should just kill him. Roman thought about it. It was a dark night. Thanks to the large plots of land that everyone had received, the neighbors' houses were far apart. If he killed Victor and his family, there would be no witnesses. He could go home and pretend he had spent the night with his family. No one would suspect him. The hand holding the hidden knife was beginning to itch. Father, just this once, close your eyes and join them. What? Digo. What are you talking about? Do you want to betray the prince too? Suddenly, Victor's son, Digo, came out and started defending Roman's proposal. Oh, Digo, huh? Looks like this kid does get it. Although Victor raised his voice angrily, Digo winked at Roman, indicating that he wasn't serious. Father, I also want to study in the city. Stealing a little gold won't cause any harm to the prince. Victor, seeing his son intervene unexpectedly, began to think about it. Do you really think that? Really? I didn't think Victor would be like this, but it seems he's weaker towards his son than I imagined. Perfect, it's time to take advantage of the situation. Yes, man. Are you going to make your son spend his life plowing and digging soil? And, as your son says, stealing a little gold is not going to hurt the prince. Okay, I'll join. You see, it would have been better if you had accepted it from the beginning. In the end, everything will be for the best. Convinced that he had managed to persuade Victor, Roman returned home, smiling. Watching Roman walk away, Digo told his father that man was carrying a hidden knife. What? Is that true? We must report it immediately. Digo, if it weren't for you, a tragedy would have occurred. I thank you. Reporting it now won't do much good, father. They haven't committed the crime yet, and those guys will excuse themselves by saying it's a lie. Besides, we don't know for sure who the other accomplices are. That's true. I think it's best to act as if we are cooperating with the plan, obtain information and then pass it on to the prince. Victor began to build trust, acting on his son's words. Julia was angry at the unexpected increase in accomplices on Roman's part, but since it was already a fact and Victor was actively collaborating, he decided to let it go. Roman kept secret that Victor had threatened to report him. There was no need to jeopardize his position. Julio, who planned a crime and a betrayal, Roman, who participated but was restless, and Victor, who acted as if he were participating. They all had their own plans, while Victor was actively acting as if he were participating in Julio's criminal plan. As soon as he learned the date of execution, he secretly informed the prince and the colonel, Julio's servants, that guy, for some reason, in the first warehouse, where there is supposed to be gold, the largest number of guards have been assigned, and the second company volunteered to do it. He is not the kind of person who would do that. I'm sorry, Your Highness. Okay, Colonel. We must first confirm whether he is actually committing a crime. I appreciate Victor giving us the information, but we cannot act on assumptions alone. Let us move soldiers discreetly to hide around the warehouse. Yes, Your Highness. On the morning of the day of the operation, Julio's servants, 5 soldiers and a total of 20 residents met at the first warehouse in the Sacramento colony. While the 20 residents were stealing the gold, the 5 soldiers on guard were keeping watch around the warehouse. There was no one around who could be out and about at this hour in this neighborhood with not a single tavern. At this time, no one should come. Exactly. It is almost a fact that we have succeeded. Have you seen how the gold bars shine? We are already rich. It was a night with a weak moon. The early morning colony was dimly illuminated by 2 kerosene lamps hanging on the warehouse door. In the darkness, so thick that one could barely see 10 meters ahead, the soldiers waited anxiously for them to return with the gold. Hey, didn't you hear something? What sound? I don't hear anything. Creak. Huh. I heard it this time. I'll check. The soldier guarding the warehouse door took a kerosene lamp that was hanging on the wall. Had he walked just 10 meters? In the darkness, dozens of people were waiting, pointing their guns. Shh. Colonel Manuel turned to the soldier on guard and put a finger to his lips, indicating that he should remain silent. Please, just save my life." The soldier dropped his weapon. Julio hurried the residents. Quick, I've already counted how many gold bars there are here, so don't think about running away with anything." Julio did not trust the residents. Before they came in, he had counted the gold bars one by one and was watching to make sure they only moved the amount that was this. If it were up to me, I'd like to take everything, but I can't carry the 274 pounds, 124.28 kilograms, that arrived this month alone. The plan was to abandon the colony altogether, and everyone already had quite a bit of luggage. They had to take the minimum amount of clothing and food, as well as the most valuable items. The soldiers also needed to carry weapons and ammunition, so there was no choice but to mobilize the residents. That's just before we get to the United States. I'll kill that Roman first. How dare he leak the operation plan without my permission? Luckily Victor is a good boy and follows my orders, otherwise it would have been a big problem. Well, if you have everything ready, let's get going quickly. Julio happily walked out the door of the warehouse. Creak, hey? Dozens of cannons aimed in the darkness greeted him. The prince and Colonel Manuel stared at him. Julio was paralyzed for a moment, but quickly understood the situation. Damn it, there was a trap. Julio turned around instinctively. He saw Victor's expression. Unlike the others, who were terrified, Victor looked relaxed. At that moment, Julio was convinced that Victor was the snitch. Roman, you are a bastard. Because of your stupid greed, you ruined the plan. Julio raised his gun, pointing it at Roman. Stop. Don't move. Colonel Manuel and the captain of the first company shouted for Julio to stop, but he did not listen. It wasn't me who betrayed you. It was Victor. Roman was begging for his life by betraying Victor, but Julio didn't stop. I know. It's your fault. Just die. Shoot. Bang, 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 bang. Just as Julio shot Roman, dozens of soldiers opened fire on him. Nobody move. Residents who were startled awake by the sound of gunshots learned of the situation and began cursing Julio and his accomplices. Oh, they don't know how to thank anything. TSK, TSK, TSK. If they worked hard like that, they could live well, but they are idiots. The criminals were Julio's servants, 5 soldiers and 20 settlers. Of them, Julio and Roman were dead, and Victor's 5 families had pretended to be involved. Thus, of those involved in the crime, 14 settlers and 5 soldiers survived. I confiscated their property, but took no further action, and offered them lenient terms. If they worked for 4 years as miners, without pay and only receiving food, their crime would be forgiven. It makes no sense to bring 19 people to Mexico City for a trial. It was a much more lenient sentence than they would receive in a formal trial at that time, so it was much better for everyone. By the way, this was really dangerous. If Victor hadn't reported me, I would have been in a difficult situation. Next time, I must not relax. I must be more alert. I understood that this was a time when, if you were careless, you paid the consequences. After handling the criminal problem, I began preparing to return to Mexico City. The rewards for miners have also decreased. It's time to come back. The captain of the first company and 15 soldiers decided to stay and protect the colony. They were the ones who had decided to settle in Sacramento, and I promised to help their families join them there. I, Colonel Manuel, 30 soldiers, 5 carpenters, 2 young men and a guide formed a group that left for Mexico City. In the cart we had brought, we loaded grains and agricultural tools, in addition to the gold bars. It had been 8 months since we arrived in Sacramento. Chapter 11 California. 5. During the long period that the Crown Prince was in California, building a pioneer colony and returning, many important changes occurred in Mexico. Stephen Austin, the father of Texas, was surprised by the harsh conditions imposed by the Mexican government. Although he initially resisted, he eventually agreed to it in the face of the inflexible attitude of the emperor, who made it clear that, if he did not agree, he did not have to care. Once the Texas affair was resolved, the emperor took advantage of an embezzlement scandal related to the confiscation of peninsular property as a pretext to replace some commanders of the regional forces. The furious commanders were summoned, but were soon forced to surrender. If they refused, they would have to face the Central Army and, if defeated, would be executed. They had no other choice. The central government now had more resources and the emperor's pretext was solid. The emperor, in his cunning, delayed the promulgation of the constitution until he had completed the replacement of the commanders. He used the confiscated property to pay the salaries of soldiers and officials and began hiring more employees to send to the provinces. In the midst of this situation, the Republican deputies were furiously criticizing Agustín I, but most citizens did not understand why. To them, the emperor seemed to be doing his job. This is a dictatorship. Agustín I, stop the dictatorship. What are you talking about? How can it be a dictatorship that sends officials to the provinces to collect taxes? Exactly. There is no law that says we are the only ones who should pay taxes. As the country regained stability and tax collection resumed in Mexico City, rumors began to circulate that the provinces were not paying. Naturally, the reaction of the citizens was one of total indifference. If the deputies do not do their job, it is my duty to stabilize the country. What is the problem? Your Majesty, you must urgently promulgate the Constitution so that we can fulfill our responsibilities. So, accept my conditions, won't you? This tension continued for a whole year. During that time, provincial commanders were replaced, the harvests of confiscated estates began to flow, and the emperor used these resources to buy silver mines. This allowed him to mint a large quantity of pesos, obtaining juicy profits from seigniorage. Although Mexico still had a huge national debt, the economy was slowly beginning to revive. With the income obtained, the emperor managed to expand the Central Army. I don't think we can hold out much longer. If this continues for another year, the constitutional monarchy will not survive. Are you suggesting we accept the emperor's constitution? It gives him too much power. You are right. Moreover, it does not even contemplate a federal system. Let's leave federalism aside for now. Even among us there are disagreements. Besides, Agustín I's proposal is technically a constitutional monarchy. What? What did you just say? Whose side are you on? The Republican deputies could no longer maintain their unity. They were divided into two factions, one that wanted to accept the emperor's proposal and another that refused to give in. We have already resisted as long as we can. If we delay any longer, the very existence of the parliament could be jeopardized. The citizens are not dissatisfied with the emperor's rule. Sigh. Let's try to reach a reasonable agreement. Finally, the Republicans gave in to the emperor's proposal. Although Agustín I was not enthusiastic about the idea of a constitutional monarchy, a conversation with his eldest son made him understand that the world had changed radically since the French Revolution. His son insisted that the wave of liberalism and republicanism, once started, could not be stopped. At least, in appearance, they should give in and reach a compromise. This is how the first constitution of the Mexican Empire was drafted, whose main points were the following. The emperor exercises sovereignty in the name of the people. The official religion of the Mexican Empire is Roman Catholicism. The parliament will be unicameral, and its members will be elected by vote. Deputies will have a mandate of 4 years, with a maximum of 3 periods, adding up to a total of 12 years. Parliament will have legislative power, and the power to elect the Prime Minister, but the Emperor will have veto power. The Prime Minister may propose to the Emperor the appointments of those responsible for the various ministries, but the Emperor may exercise his veto. The Emperor will have the power to issue executive orders to direct the government. This chapter has been optimized for flow and greater narrative cohesion, while maintaining the essence and original context of the story. The emperor had military and diplomatic power, but to declare war he needed the approval of more than 2/3 of parliament. Each state was governed by a governor appointed by the emperor, who had to act in accordance with the imperial constitution and the directives of the central government, with a mandate of 8 years. The Supreme Court judges, also appointed by the emperor, served a 12-year term. The emperor also had the authority to dismiss any public official at his discretion. To modify the constitution, the approval of more than 2/3 of parliament and the authorization of the emperor were required. They call this a constitutional monarchy. It is a constitutional monarchy in name only. In reality, it is a constitution that gives the emperor complete control over everything. But at least there is voting, and a system that reflects the views of parliament and the prime minister. Yeah, I guess that's how things start, huh? Within the Republican Party, opinions about the Constitution were divided, but Agustín I considered it a generous and excellent example of constitutional monarchy. It's a more than decent constitutional monarchy. Aha. 6 more months passed, and Parliament elected a prime minister, who in turn submitted nominations for ministers to the emperor. The emperor carefully reviewed each nomination, and approved only those he liked. He also appointed Supreme Court judges and state governors. Although most decisions followed the will of the emperor, both the prime minister and parliament exercised considerable influence, as long as they did not defy the sovereign's wishes. The supporters of Agustín I, the church, the landowners, and the conservative deputies were satisfied with the course of events, and the Mexican Empire was beginning to stabilize. However, despite the apparent tranquility, Agustín I had a latent concern. His son, who had left for California, remained an enigma. He did not know if he was alive or dead, or when he would return. If he was still alive, dear, shouldn't you at least send the army to look for him? Okay. It's been a year and a half now. Has something really happened to him? Thought the emperor, beginning to get worried. His wife, Mary, had been pressuring him for a year, distressed by Jerome, and Agustín I, although initially trusting, was beginning to share her concern. Maybe I was too hasty in giving my consent. At the time, the excitement over the confiscation of the peninsular property had blinded him, forgetting that his son was only 15 years old. Wasn't he too young to be sent to work so far away, all the way to California? Agustín I regretted having sent his firstborn son on such a risky mission. While the emperor and empress were worrying about their eldest son, there is Mexico City. 5 more months had passed. As planned when they had set out, the entire journey had taken a year and a half. With 294 pounds of gold, I can start an even bigger business. He knew he would have to share some of the profits with the pioneers who continued to trust him and work as miners, but he considered even that an investment. There were ways to recoup everything. Hehe. They say that the real rich people during the gold rush were not those who searched for gold, but those who traded with the miners. A classic example of this was Levi Strauss, who founded the world's first jeans brand. Levi Strauss opened his store, Levi Strauss & Co., in 1853, at the height of the San Francisco gold rush. He began selling various fabrics and tints with his family, but in 1871 he developed the first jeans with rivets, achieving his first great success. Jeans spread eastwards after World War I, achieving even greater success. Then, after World War II, they became a global phenomenon thanks to rock culture and the hippie generation, achieving ever greater success. Not only was it a triple hit, like a 3-level high C, but the rivets weren't even difficult to make. The success of jeans was not due to the denim fabric. In fact, Levi originally made the pants from a durable cotton instead of denim. The key to the success of jeans was the rivet, a small malleable metal pin used to permanently join thin materials together. In the case of jeans, it served to permanently secure 2 or more pieces of fabric together. This is no comparison to simply sewing with thread. The durability is on another level. Rivets, placed in areas of greatest stress, reinforce the fabric and prevent tearing. By strategically placing them in the most vulnerable points, such as the front and back pockets, and adding extra material, you can create a robust and functional pant, ideal for heavy work. These pants gained immense popularity among miners during the California gold rush, and soon spread among other manual workers in the West. By selling food, water, lodging, work clothes, tents, and picks in San Francisco and Sacramento, success is guaranteed. Plus, with a monopoly on the major gold mines, the real profits from the gold rush will be mine. Instead of organizing large expeditions, I could simply hand out land to the gold seekers, and California would colonize itself. It is true that conservatives will not be happy about the flight of people due to the gold rush, but I will not be the one to recruit settlers en masse. With the rumors of gold already spreading, no one can blame me for the influx of people to California. To start my business on a large scale, I brought 5 carpenters from California. This was not part of the original plan. I can't run the business alone, especially when I have several projects going on at the same time. I need people to work for me. If it were just a matter of skill, it would be best to look for talent in the capital or abroad. That was what I originally planned, but then I changed my mind. Julio's servants taught me well. The work must be done with people you trust. You can't blindly trust someone you don't know. So I looked among the pioneers, those with whom I've spent the most time since I came into this world. Out of 30 carpenters, I selected the 5 most reliable and intelligent. They didn't necessarily have to be carpenters, but most of the people I worked with were, so there wasn't much to choose from. Actually, I would have liked to bring the master carpenter Andres, but it was impossible, since he was a kind of leader in the colony. In addition to them, I brought 2 young people with me to Mexico City. After offering favors to Andres, who helped me a lot, and to Victor, who revealed Julio's criminal plans, both asked me to educate their children. The 2 young men are 17 years old, like me. My plan is to send them to university. As I was gathering my thoughts, we were entering Mexico City, when suddenly soldiers appeared. "Hey, Your Highness, His Majesty has ordered us to take him immediately. Do you have any idea how worried your mother has been?" Agustín I was clearly irritated by my tardiness and scolded me. "Never mind, now that you're back safe and sound, everything is fine." My mother, obviously worried, hugged me, even though I was no longer a child, stroking my head. Well, come to think of it, in this day and age there was no way to know if someone was alive or dead, and his 17-year-old son was gone for almost a year and a half. I guess I was a bad son. Considering my position as crown prince, even I can admit that it was a risky decision. But it was something I had to do. Let's change the subject. I'm sorry. I tried to come back earlier, but I was delayed because we found gold near the colony and I stayed to mine it. What? Gold? Yes. California is full of gold. In 8 months we mined 294 pounds. Wow. That's impressive. I showed him the contents of the cart I had brought to the palace. No less than 98 gold bars of 3 pounds each. Even Agustín I was amazed by the golden glow. Ho ho, impressive. I see your delay was justified, son. Still, don't go to California again. My mother was visibly worried that I might leave again. Don't worry, dear. Our son will soon enter the military academy. Yes, don't worry. What? Why are you surprised? The emperor is also the commander-in-chief of the imperial army. Did you think that the crown prince of the empire would not need to know about the military? But I've already been in the army once. Once is enough, right? Well, at least in my previous life. Father, I think my calling is more in administration than in the military. We can achieve prosperity for the kingdom through business and territorial development, can't we? Silence. His voice rang out with unwavering authority. I'm not telling you to spend your entire life in the military, but first, you must graduate from the academy. That's an order. Agustín looked at me with a cold, stern look, making it clear that nothing I said would change his decision. No matter how hard I tried to reason, he wouldn't give in. Understood, father. My words were barely a whisper, laden with resignation. At that moment, the entire plan that he had meticulously laid out over the past 5 months began to crumble, like a house of cards at the first breath of wind. Chapter 12 Military Academy 1. Although the setback in my plan was unfortunate, I was not surprised. After all, in life things rarely turn out the way one expects. I had no plans to go to California myself, and I brought with me people I trust. I mused as I decided to review the entire plan once more. I quickly completed the tasks pending before my entry into military school. The first step was to send the 2 who asked me for an education to university. I enrolled Diego Luis in the most prestigious institution in Mexico, the Royal and Pontifical University of Mexico. However, I was baffled when I reviewed its curriculum while paying the tuition. They don't have a business school. Only theology, law, medicine and the arts. And the arts school doesn't teach what I imagined, but the medieval liberal arts, grammar, rhetoric, and logic. Of the available options, the Faculty of Arts seemed the most useful, so I sent Diego Lewis there, although not without my reservations. A third of the curriculum is related to religion. What a waste of money. That should be limited to the theology faculty, not the others. At that time, most educational institutions in Mexico were run by priests of the Catholic Church, which imbued everything with a strong religious tone. This not only limited the scientific and technical development of the country, but it also infuriated me, especially when I had to pay for it. On the other hand, Sergio Ortega, who was interested in technology, was unable to attend the same university. After a brief investigation, I discovered that the Royal Mining Seminary, a key institution in the teaching of engineering and science, had closed during the War of Independence. I proposed to my father that we reopen it, since mining was one of the main industries in Mexico, and our financial situation allowed us to do so. That is how Sergio Ortega ended up being one of the first students at the reopened College of Mining. The secularization of education is urgent. If we don't do it, science and technology will have no future in this country. Although I had to put up with it for now, I was outraged that more than 30% of the curriculum in non-theological faculties was related to religion, especially when I was the one paying the fees. For the sake of the country's development, I added a new point to my plan: secularization of education. Then, I assigned tasks to the 5 carpenters I brought with me to Mexico City. I have already explained to you in detail during the trip the business we are going to undertake, but since I will soon enter military school and will not be able to supervise you directly, I would like to remind you once again of our objectives. Despite having spent 5 long months on the road explaining each strategy to them, I decided to go over the key points one last time, knowing that I would not be there to guide them personally. Emilio, your first task will be to buy land in Las Traches, Michoacan. Las Traches, Michoacan. I have that in mind, he replied firmly. Exactly. Once there, check to see if you find an iron mine. If you discover one, begin mining immediately. Use the mined iron to craft farming and mining tools, then sell them. Understood, sir. This first venture had a clear purpose: to lay the foundations for the development of a future railway network. The world's first railway would be opened the following year, in 1825, in England. And in the following years, other countries such as the United States, France, Germany, and Russia would follow suit. Although he already knew how trains worked, he knew that developing this infrastructure would require large sums of capital and a solid steel production. Las Traches, one of the largest iron mines in Mexico, had not yet been discovered, which allowed me to acquire land at an affordable price. Time would be on my side. Ramon, your mission is to secure a steady supply network of cotton. Once established, begin making sturdy work clothes and tents using rivets, as I explained to you. Yes, sir. This second business followed in the footsteps of Levi-Strauss, whose tents and work clothes were indispensable during the gold rush and the era of pioneers. I knew that demand would be high, both in and out of the gold rush context. Alfonso establishes relay stations from Mexico City to the port of Veracruz. He starts a stagecoach transportation service, beginning in the cities with the highest volume of merchandise. He then expands the business to California. Yes, sir. This third business mimicked the Wells Fargo model. In those days, long-distance shipping was fraught with risk, especially bandit attack, making freight shipping a high-risk, high-reward venture. He planned to create a national courier and transportation service, which could eventually become the cornerstone of a nationwide logistics and financial network. Hernando, hire workers in Mexico City. Build and manage restaurants and lodgings in Sacramento. Also, while you're there, pay the workers at my nearby gold mine, and make sure the operation continues. Yes, sir. Each piece of the plan was carefully being put into place. I knew the results would not be immediate, but I was confident that in the long term these investments would be crucial to the prosperity of our country. The fourth business was to exploit the gold mines of Sacramento and dominate the local trade. It was not so much a preparation for the future, but an immediate source of cash flow. During the gold rush, it would generate huge profits. Although over time the income would decline, it would still be a steady source of income, like a tireless cash cow. Isidro, I said firmly, gather a small group of pioneers to colonize a new city called San Francisco, as we discussed. Build restaurants and lodgings there for those who come here because of the gold rush. And make sure you take control of the most profitable gold mines. Don't worry about the ones that aren't. All that land is already ours. Yes, sir, he replied with the determination I expected of him. The fifth business was an extension of the fourth, but centered on San Francisco. I had already invested all the gold I brought from California in these 5 projects. It was an ambitious bet, but a necessary one. Emilio, Ramon, Alfonso, Hernando, Isidro, I called them one by one, looking them straight in the eyes as I shook their hands. I wanted them to feel the weight of my commitment. I promise you, on my honor, that I will fulfill all the promises I made to you in California. These businesses are only the beginning of the development of our Mexican empire. They had traveled hard to California, had suffered to establish settlements and build homes, and their families were already settled there. Convincing them to return with me to Mexico City was not easy. However, after working alongside me and seeing my capabilities, they accepted my promise of a better future. They decided to follow me, trusting in the dream I had painted for them. As a gesture of consideration for those who would be temporarily separated from their families, I entrusted their loved ones to the captain of the first company of the garden master carpenter Ortega, who would remain in Sacramento to protect them. To start a business, you need capital. I personally placed bags full of gold bars in their hands. I didn't give them everything at once, but the initial capital was already a considerable sum. Sir, I can't believe you trust us so much, Emilio said, surprised. We will do everything possible, Ramon added solemnly. We will do it, without fail, exclaimed Alfonso, full of enthusiasm. The school he would attend from now on was the heroic military college. Although its name might sound childish from a modern perspective, it was the military academy founded by Agustín I in 1822, the year of his accession to the throne. Despite many ups and downs, the academy had endured into the modern era, using the former Inquisition court building as a school. I thought, as I looked around at the imposing colonial structure that now housed the academy. It was ironic that a place associated with dogma and religious oppression was now intended to train the country's future military leaders. As I walked through the school, I heard a quiet cough next to me. Ahem. Your Highness, the Crown Prince. I'm General Garsha Kand, director of this academy, said a stern-looking man, who introduced himself as the commander of the institution. Ah, General Kand, it's a pleasure to meet you. At the academy, I beg you to treat me like any other student. Aha, okay, he replied, clearly uncomfortable with the idea. Allow me to introduce your assigned instructor, Captain Barrios. The general led me to Captain Barrios, a man with a stern look and imposing bearing. His muscles seemed out of place in an era before bodybuilding. Greetings, Your Highness. I'm Captain Barrios, your assigned instructor. I have been informed that you wish to be treated as a student. Is that correct? His tone was direct, almost defiant. Ugh, this doesn't look good, I thought, nodding. Yes, that's right. Suddenly, his face lit up with an almost malicious smile before he shouted, then you have 5 minutes to change into this uniform and gather at the training ground. Yes, I replied, knowing something wasn't going to go right. Training camp. But, Barrios said in an authoritative voice. Now we'll do a physical endurance test. I hope you don't lose to the transfer student, who's 3 months late. Right, Lorenzo? His words caused a chuckle from the other cadets. I just took a deep breath, preparing myself for what was to come. We will not lose, shouted one of the cadets, trying to encourage the group. Whoever loses will be punished. Understood? Captain Barrios bellowed, his voice echoing around the training ground. Yes, sir. They replied in unison, their determination palpable in the air. Let's go. The sound of boots echoed on the ground, accompanying the labored breathing of the cadets. Despite the effort, Jerónimo remained surprisingly firm. The physical training he had maintained during the last 5 months of rapid marches had prepared him better than he thought. Is it possible that some are already running out before me? He wondered as he listened to the increasingly loud panting of his companions. The endurance test gave no respite. One exercise after another pushed the cadets to the limits of their physical capabilities. Sweat soaked their clothes, but Jeronimo remained constant, his breathing controlled, although the effort was beginning to weigh on them. "That's all you have?" Captain Berius roared, his voice filled with contempt at the exhaustion visible in the other cadets. The captain couldn't help but feel surprised. The cadets who had been at the academy for 3 months were already beginning to faint, but the Crown Prince, he was still holding on. How is it possible that he has so much stamina? Did he receive special training before arriving here? Berius thought in disbelief. "That's it," he finally ordered, stopping the test. The captain had planned to push the prince, to teach him a lesson in humility. But now, the situation had changed. The other cadets were the ones who seemed defeated. His plan to show him the difficulties of the academy had backfired. "Those who surrendered before the transfer cadet, prepare for what's coming," Berius said in an ominous tone, glaring at the others with a suppressed fury. The cadets, noticing the expression on his face, paled, knowing the punishment would be harsh. The endurance test was over. After showering, the cadets collapsed on their beds, exhausted. The dormitory was filled with a heavy silence, broken only by labored breathing. "You've got good stamina, huh? Looks like you trained quite a bit before coming," said a cadet, the same one who had been called Lorenzo by the instructor before the test. His tone was relaxed, though the fatigue was still evident. "Well, something like that," Jeronimo replied, avoiding going into details. "I'm Lorenzo Torres. And you?" the cadet asked, with a friendly smile as he extended his hand to introduce himself. Jeronimo shook Lorenzo's hand, but couldn't help thinking, could it be that the instructor didn't say anything to them? What bad taste. "I'm Agustín Jerónimo de Iturbide," he said finally. "What?" The silence that filled the dormitory was almost immediate. The other cadets, who until that moment were immersed in their own thoughts and activities, stopped what they were doing. Everything froze. "Your Highness, the Crown Prince." Lorenzo, still holding Jeronimo's hand in his, froze before hastily bowing his head in nervousness. "No, it's not necessary," said Jeronimo, stopping him with a calm gesture. "As long as we're in this school, treat me like any other classmate." "Really?" Lorenzo seemed unable to process it. "Yes. After graduation, things will be different, but here we are just classmates." Lorenzo looked at him in amazement, unable to hide his surprise. "Wow. This is totally different from what I imagined. What did you think?" Jeronimo raised an eyebrow, amused. "That I'd be super bossy? It's not that." Lorenzo smiled, scratching his head. "I just didn't expect you to be so close, and even less, so that you would have so much physical stamina." Jeronimo smiled slightly. "Appearances can be deceiving. Somehow, I ended up exercising more than I thought I would. I found horseback riding so uncomfortable that for most of the trip I preferred to walk. At a brisk pace, I probably did moderate aerobic exercise for at least 5 hours a day. Added to this, in California I worked out physically almost every day, which transformed my body significantly over the past year and a half." "You have good stamina too," commented Lorenzo, who, like me, did not seem to have become as exhausted as the other cadets. It was no coincidence that the instructor had mentioned it earlier. This guy had to be the best first-year cadet. As Lorenzo and I exchanged words, some of the other cadets began to approach, intrigued. "Are you sure we can talk to you in confidence, without formalities? Is that true?" one of them asked, somewhat cautiously. "Yes, of course. Treat me the same as everyone else." "Well, nice to meet you. I'm Eduardo Vega," said a cadet, extending his hand. Lorenzo interrupted with a mischievous grin. "He's a gun nut. Crazy about guns?" I asked, looking at Eduardo, who seemed perfectly normal. "Yeah, he spends all day disassembling and reassembling rifles. It's chaos. I wonder what he'll do if he breaks one," Lorenzo added, laughing. "I just take apart rifles to see if I can improve them. As a future army officer, it's something that interests me," Eduardo explained, with a modest smile. "The problem is that you do it almost every day," Lorenzo continued, shaking his head in amusement. Wow, it seems like Eduardo is quite the weapons enthusiast of this era, I thought, somewhat impressed. It's not a bad idea to invest some time in understanding weapons, especially when you're in a military academy. After all, improving our defensive capabilities will be crucial to Mexico's future. Spain will try to invade again in 1829. Texas independence will come in 1835. France will invade in 1838 with the Pastry War, and the United States will attack us in 1846. The future of the country will be plagued by external threats. However, perhaps you can change some events. The independence of Texas could be avoided if we modify the conditions of settlement and strengthen the management of the American and Mexican settlers under firmer control. Regarding the Pastry War, perhaps it can be prevented if we avoid economic tensions with France. Unlike the original story, where Agustín I was overthrown in just 10 months, here he is consolidating his power and strengthening the government. Perhaps the future is not completely written. However, if the United States decides to intervene in Texas, the situation could change quickly, and France could always find another pretext to demand money. In the end, pretexts are nothing more than a facade. The real reason for the invasions is Mexico's weakness. It is not enough to expand our business or secure territory. Strengthening the military will be crucial to protecting our independence. I'm interested in weapons, too, I said, returning to the subject. Have you found any way to improve muskets? I have some ideas, Eduardo replied thoughtfully. Any ideas? I thought that maybe coming to the military academy wouldn't be so bad after all. Maybe, at this academy, I could find the tools and allies needed to truly strengthen Mexico. Chapter 13 Military Academy 2. Eduardo took me to a warehouse. Can we use this place? Actually we shouldn't, but, well, the director of this academy is my uncle, so he let me use it. Should you really tell me that? Military supply management is a complete mess. Oh yeah. Well then, what did you want to show me? Eduardo began rummaging through a corner of the warehouse and pulled out a flintlock musket that looked fairly ordinary. What's so special about this? Look inside. Inside the barrel was spiral-shaped rifling. A rifled rifle? I felt a little disappointed. Rifling is undoubtedly an important advancement in weapons technology, so important that it makes the difference between a musket and a rifle, but the idea had been around for some time and had two major drawbacks that prevented its widespread use. It's a rifled rifle. I know it increases accuracy and range, but it's also a lot more expensive to manufacture and makes reloading slower, right? Oh, I see you know about weapons. You're interested in the subject, aren't you? I told you, didn't I? Is that all? Of course not. Eduardo opened his hand to show me a bullet. A bullet, plus a musket? This director can't be okay. What would he do if this got out of hand? The management of military supplies was so disastrous that it left me perplexed, but I decided to concentrate on the bullet that Eduardo was showing me. It looks a little different, but what's so special about it? At this time, bullets were simply metal spheres. The bullet Eduardo was showing me had an aerodynamic shape, more like modern bullets, and had two deep grooves at the back. Look, when you fire the gun, the gas pressure pushes the bullet from behind. These grooves cause the rear of the bullet to expand, automatically fitting into the grooves of the barrel. Oh. So, you don't need to line up the bullet with the rifling when loading it, you just put it in any which way. That's amazing. I see you caught on quickly. I'm not a gun enthusiast, so I didn't get it at first, but now that he explained it, I get it. This is a Lorenz bullet, or maybe I should call it the Eduardo bullet, or better yet the Vega bullet. You've solved one of the two big problems with the rifled rifle. Impressive. I mean it sincerely. Was there anyone in Mexico who had designed a Lorenz bullet several years ahead of time? But if you have this design, why didn't you start a business instead of entering the military academy? Although Mexico still functioned as a semi-feudal society with large estates, the Industrial Revolution had begun in England more than 50 years earlier. Obviously, information about the Industrial Revolution and the emergence of a new class, the bourgeoisie, and its commercial activities had already spread to Mexico. By the end of the colonial era, there were already people in Mexico starting important businesses, so any ambitious young man could have considered that option. My family doesn't have the money to start a business, and all we have are connections in the military. I thought that, if I improved the weapon here, and demonstrated its effectiveness, I could convince the military to fund the production of these weapons from their budget. At this time, weapons and other military supplies were still produced in government arms factories, and the concept of modern private defense companies barely existed. If Mexico were not in such crisis, perhaps Eduardo's plan would have had a chance of success, but considering the original story, it probably wouldn't have worked. Still, he's quite the patriot. I think patriots deserve to be recognized. So, you don't want to be a soldier, but you're interested in developing weapons? Yes, that's right. Eduardo nodded. I'll make you a rich man. So, do you want to do business with me? I have an idea too. What idea? It's called a fluting machine. Even in this era, fluting was not carved by hand. A hand-cranked machine was used to cut the fluting, but it was an extremely laborious process. The widespread use of rifles began in the second half of the 19th century, when steam-powered rifled machines were developed. Although he did not know the exact design of the rifling machine, he had a general idea of how it should work. If we work together on it, maybe we can achieve it before we graduate. If we do it like you say, we could greatly reduce the production cost of rifles. I like it. Let's do it. During the day, I trained and studied. In my spare time, I exchanged letters with my representatives to handle business, as well as furthering weapons development with Eduardo. I was living a pretty busy life. Everything is going well, but this military academy has no sports culture, eh? Although I was busy with training and work, I thought it was a shame that there were no sports. Sports were not only fun, but also helped provide fun exercise and fostered teamwork. For the academy, sport offered an excellent way to improve cadets' endurance, strengthen bonds between comrades, and help them manage stress. There was no reason not to encourage it, as was already done in many military academies. Looks like I'll have to introduce it myself. Everyone, come here. I gathered my companions, who were resting in the dormitory, and dragged them to the training ground. What is this? Lorenzo, with an annoyed expression, scratched his thigh while muttering. With that golden boy face. I should have told him not to speak to me so informally. Do you see that? After persuading the instructor and the director about the advantages of the sport, they allowed me to set up a football goal on the training field. What's that? Stay there, in front of her. Lorenzo stood in front of the goal. I kicked the ball with all my might. Furious shot. Boom. Ah, damn it. When the ball I kicked flew straight towards his body, Lorenzo hurriedly dodged it to the side. What do you mean, dodge? You have to stop it. Your team just conceded a goal. Hey, at least explain to us what this is, you idiot. That's what we call a goal. Now gather around, and I'll explain the rules. I explained the basic rules of football to them, and we started the first game. This is a tackle. Oh, so this is what it's about. The football game quickly turned into a brawl, filled with fouls and chaos. Hey, that's a foul. I told you it's a foul, you moron. Even though Lorenzo was playing football for the first time, he was surprisingly good at it. Why does he play so well? Is it because of his surname, Torres? Our team was being hopelessly crushed by this natural talent, who seemed to be the ace of the freshmen. I can't lose to someone who is playing football for the first time. I shook off any thoughts of underestimating him for being a rookie. Here comes the one once known as the bloody kick shooter, making his grand entrance into Mexico City. What are you talking about? Crazy. After a bloody battle, we won 3-2. It seemed like my teammates had quite a bit of fun too. I had added a new goal to my list. If Mexico were to overcome all its crises and become a great power one day, it would develop the football industry. I'm going to create legendary teams like Barcelona and Real Madrid, and every week we'll have a Clasico. In this world, the pioneer country of football would not be England or Spain, but Mexico. Training and weapons development were important, but the most crucial thing was still my business. Even at the military academy, I continued to communicate with my representatives through letters to manage my business. Although I use the same dormitory, equipment, and food as my companions, I had requested one privilege, a small room for my business affairs. It's too noisy to write letters in peace. At first I tried to do it in the bedroom, but it was completely impossible. Lorenzo always came to find me to play football when he got bored, which was quite annoying. This week I received 3 letters. I cut one of them with a letter knife. Your Highness, I hope you are in good health. I'm Emilio. Thanks to the capital you provided me, I have successfully acquired the iron ore land you indicated, at a reasonable price. As we expected, the owner was not aware of the existence of iron ore on his land. I have hired a mining expert, who has confirmed that there is a considerable amount of iron ore in the area. I plan to proceed with the next phase of the project, based on this information. I have secured additional funding with the help of the Empress, and these will be used for the development of the iron ore mine. I will provide you with more details in my next report. With my best wishes for the continued success and progress of His Highness, Emilio Estrada HMM. Maybe I put him in an awkward position. Although I gave him the initial capital in person, I couldn't ask him to constantly come to see me while he was in the military academy. I needed someone reliable to handle my money and distribute it to representatives when necessary. That person was my mother. My mother came from a wealthy family of landowners and had received a solid education in finance and accounting, as she needed to manage her family's estates. In fact, she was already in charge of overseeing all of Agustín I's agricultural properties through administrators, so I explained my business plans to her in detail and asked her to manage the funds for me. She readily agreed. Now that I think about it, asking Emilio to look for the money with the Empress must be quite awkward. Although I planned to change this in the future, for now, my mother was the only person I could fully trust to handle my finances. It seems that everything is going well with Emilio. Let's see what else we have. Your Highness, I deeply appreciate you taking the time to read this letter. Wow, what's this? Why so formal? I'll have to tell you to cut out this unnecessary beating around the bush next time. I skipped the unnecessary parts and got straight to the point. Unfortunately, I have not been able to find a domestic supplier who can supply cotton on a continuous basis. Since the recent resumption of trade with England, large quantities of British cotton have flooded the market, leading to many local businesses losing competitiveness and going bankrupt. Therefore, I have signed a contract to import British cotton on a constant basis, but, in consideration of your opinion, I have decided to import only small quantities for now. Damn. At this time, there was no way to surpass England in the textile industry. The technological difference was abysmal. We were just introducing machinery, while they had already improved this at least tenfold. Fortunately, we have already secured blacksmiths and ironworkers capable of producing rivets on a continuous basis. We plan to start with limited production to launch the products on the market. Regarding the cotton supply chain issue, I would deeply appreciate your valuable opinion. I wish you a future full of progress and success. Your loyal servant Ramon Alvarado, TSK. This is a pain in the ass. If only immediate profit were in the cards, the logical thing to do would be to use British cotton. But as Crown Prince, he had to consider the economy of the empire, and that would be a great mistake. If there are no domestic cotton factories, cotton plantations will have no choice but to sell to foreigners, and they will take advantage of this to lower prices brutally. Domestic cotton mills needed to stay afloat to at least have some bargaining power. Otherwise, foreign mills would collude and take all the profits from the Mexican plantations. They would only keep them on the edge of survival, squeezing them as much as possible. Cotton plantations would not make a profit, but they would be trapped because they could not abandon all their investments and switch to another type of production. It is better to think long term, even if we take the long way. In my response letter to Ramon, I ordered him to acquire the most stable national cotton factories that had gone bankrupt. I asked him to balance the use of cotton produced in the acquired factories and that imported from England at 50-50. This will increase production costs, but if we add the rivets and turn it into work clothes, the benefits will be enough. The business would move more slowly than I had planned, but I had no choice. I took a sip of water and opened the third letter. Your Highness, I'm Alfonso Reyes. We have started the courier and transportation business between Mexico City and Veracruz. We have installed relay stations every 40 miles and have adapted the stagecoaches to use as mail carriers. I have hired drivers, guards, and office staff. We started our first courier service 3 days ago, and based on the initial results, it seems that we will make a good profit on this route. I will provide you with a more detailed report on the revenue in the next report. For the time being, the profits earned will be used to expand the operation to other routes. Alfonso Reyes, wow, pretty concise, efficient and fast. Alfonso, who had been silent but practical while building houses, showed the same character in his letters. In the end, the first to make a profit was Alfonso. Since everything was going well with him, I didn't have much to say in response. I just wrote to him that he had done a good job. Hernando, who was in charge of the business in Sacramento, and Isidro, who would work in San Francisco, had already sent their last letters before leaving for California. The distance was too great to go back and forth frequently, so he had already given them all the money they needed for their business. He probably wouldn't hear from them for at least a year. Although not everything went as planned, things are going pretty well. The snowball had started to roll. Chapter 14 Military Academy 3. It's been a year since I entered the military academy. During this time, I've divided my time between training, exercising, developing weapons technology, and managing my business, to the point where my body can barely handle it. It seems that, now that business has stabilized, it is time to focus on the conservatives. I've been thinking for a year about how to weaken the power of the conservatives. The use of military force or extreme methods is not something I can decide on my own, and even if I were to convince Agustín I, it would be the worst option. If the Republicans still have influence and the conservatives turn against it, we will have no solution. So I must weaken their power indirectly. The method I devised is agricultural efficiency. Some might wonder what agricultural efficiency has to do with weakening the Tories, but it makes sense when you consider the fundamental reason I want to reduce their power. Today, for me and for Agustín I, the conservatives are our allies. However, the main reason I want to diminish their influence is that they oppose secularism and industrialization, which are vital for the modernization of the country. They justify their exploitation in ideological terms and hate the idea of their servants receiving education, rebelling against their status, or going to the cities to work in factories. Whenever someone tries to change the social structure, the landowners turn their peasants into soldiers and unite to attack those who promote these changes. If the number of peasants who can be turned into soldiers is reduced, the landowners will lose power. Of course, if we simply rob the peasants, the conservatives will never allow it. But what if agricultural efficiency reduces the need for labor in the fields? If what once required 5 peasants can now be done by 1, the conservatives will never allow it. Landlords will expel surplus peasants without hesitation, regardless of whether they starve to death. Then these peasants will go off to colonize new lands, or move to the cities to work in factories, and the landowners will not be able to complain. They themselves will have driven them out. The key machine for this is a mechanical harvester. When we think of modern agriculture, we often think of a huge combine harvester crossing a field, collecting vast quantities of produce in an instant. Although it varies by crop, harvesting was the most labor-intensive process among the 3 simplified stages of agriculture: planting, tending, and harvesting. Although modern harvesters did not appear until much later, mechanical harvesters drawn by horses or oxen were already beginning to be developed at this time. Of course, we will need horses and oxen, but Mexico has had these animals for 300 years. They may have become so widespread that even bandits use them, which is a problem, but the necessary environment is already there. Boom. Crash. Eduardo and I have been failing for a year in building the fluting machine. aka the 7th prototype of the rifling machine has also broken down. It could not withstand the high pressure required to cut the rifling and the rifle barrel. Oh. This time the pressure was too high. Perhaps we underestimated the power of the steam engine. In any case, it is better that it was due to excess pressure than to lack of it. At least now we know that the steam engine has enough power. Yes, we've made progress, but I'm using a lot of your money. I didn't expect this project to require so much capital. When we finish it, we will more than recover the investment. Don't worry. Eduardo looked at me with an apologetic air, and no wonder. Although he had expected to need a certain amount of money, the expense had far exceeded what he had anticipated. The project became more expensive because, under the pretext of improving military technology, we obtained permission from the director and instructors to bring technicians to the academy and work on the project. Originally, we were going to develop the machine together, but we soon realized that this was impossible without a metal handling specialist. Eduardo, although he had some experience in weapons development, since he was young, did not have the skills necessary to build a complex machine, and the amount of work was also enormous, so 2 people were not enough. Your Highness, I think that without British steel it will be impossible to withstand the pressure, the coach commented. You're right. We don't need to make many of these machines anyway, so we shouldn't skimp on materials. Yes, if everything goes as we hope, we could manufacture 100 rifles per day without problems, with just a few machines. Unless there is a war, there will be no need for production to run 24 hours a day. If we assume we work 2 shifts, with 16 hours of daily production, we could manufacture 67 rifles a day. So with 1 machine, we could make 2010 rifles a month. With just 5 machines, that would be 10,000 rifles a month. Even if we had 10 machines, that would be more than enough. Although it pains me to admit it, Mexico still does not have enough capacity in steel production. There is no other option. Emilio and I were trying to improve the situation by hiring experts, but it was difficult to keep up with British technology, which had been ahead for decades. If we just solve the pressure problem, we'll be almost done, don't you think? Don't they say that saying things like that brings bad luck? Oh, sorry. Still, our goal was to have it ready before we graduated, and I was confident we would meet that goal. A rifle that uses the Eduardo bullet, or rather, the Lorenz bullet. Once this rifle is finished, it will be superior to any other weapon until breech loading rifles start appearing in a few years. With that expectation in mind, I set about cleaning up the messy lab with enthusiasm. Wow, this weighs a lot. Hehe. As I picked up pieces of metal and rubbed my back, Eduardo burst out laughing. What are you laughing at, idiot? The image I had of the Crown Prince is completely different from the one I have now. Ugh. Someday, I imagined the day when I would just give ideas and the technicians would take care of developing them as I indicated. I would sit back, give orders, and give them all the time and budget they needed, but in the end, I would scold them, asking why they haven't gotten results yet. That's what I imagine. What? Oh, nothing. Those who have worked at something understand better how to give orders. All this will be useful experience, right? Have you heard what they say? I was eating when Lorenzo came up to me to talk. What are you talking about? Regarding California, it seems that the stories about gold were true. They say that many people have returned with large amounts of gold. Wow, I didn't expect that. It wasn't just Eduardo who doubted it. A year ago, no one believed it. They say someone came back with a gold nugget the size of his fist. If I'd known, I would have gone too. What? So big? That sounds hard to believe. Come on, that's got to be an exaggeration, right? It wasn't just one person. More than 10 people have returned to Mexico City with gold, and now they are recruiting people to return better prepared. Everyone is crazy to go to California. A year ago, I myself had started spreading rumors about a gold rush in California using my guard soldiers, but the rumors did not spread as much as I had hoped. It was a mistake. If I had paid the soldiers in gold and made them show it, the story would have been different. But I paid them in pesos. Still, some soldiers who were friends of these men became enthusiastic and decided to try their luck in California. They were mainly young single men. About 100 of them plucked up their courage and headed to California and found gold. Most of the gold mining areas belonged to me, but I allowed them to dig freely in the less profitable places and kept the best ones for myself. After all, even with several people digging, they could not extract much. Some of them, without proper equipment, returned to Mexico City. This kind of valuable information would be more beneficial if they just kept it to themselves, but that's not how things usually work, right? They got drunk, they bragged, and even though most didn't believe them, here we are. It was easy to let it go, but for a man, it was a matter of pride. When they started pulling out the gleaming gold right before his eyes, there was no way he could disbelieve them. Looks like this has finally started in earnest. Still, do you think there will be enough people willing to go all the way to California? Without horses, it would take them at least 5 months to walk. I tried to feel around a bit, and Lorenzo, who had apparently heard something, replied confidently, "I think there are already more than 1,000 people who want to leave immediately. My uncle joined a group of the first ones who went to California, and there were already more than 100 people in that group. And there are several parties like that, not counting those who are thinking of leaving on their own. Yeah, it looks like it'll be over 1,000. They are already using the term gold rush. This information is surely spreading to other cities, so the number will only increase." Lorenzo's statement was true. 2 months later, I received a 5-line letter from Alfonso that read as follows: "Your Highness, I'm Alfonso Reyes. I want to inform you that the demand for freight and passenger transportation between Mexico City and California has grown rapidly. To respond to this, we have inaugurated a new transportation route between Mexico and California, in addition to those we operate in major cities. This is a fairly long route, and we have invested a lot of the accumulated capital in the business so far. However, due to the high projected demand, we expect to recover this investment in a short time." Alfonso Reyes, still as concise as ever. I responded equally briefly, congratulating him on his good work. News of the gold rush had even reached the military academy, giving me an idea of the impact this was having on society. In the original American gold rush, about 300,000 Americans participated in 7 years. Mexico may not have done that much, but I wonder how many there are. After receiving Alfonso's letter, I also received letters from Emilio, who made agricultural and mining tools, and from Ramon, who produced heavy-duty work clothes and tents. In short, their products were selling like crazy. I will soon receive news from Hernando, who went to Sacramento, and Isidro, who went to San Francisco. The harvest had begun. With the completion of the rifling machine approaching, I began to think about how to officially introduce the Eduardo rifle and bullet into the Mexican army. Just ask my father to adopt him, that won't be enough. If I ask him, he might agree to buy some weapons for me, but my goal is to have them distributed to the entire Mexican army. Even for my father, as Emperor and Commander-in-Chief, it is not something that can be decided on a whim. I must make him see with his own eyes how much difference there is between the rifle with the Eduardo bullet and the flintlock musket. The best idea would be to organize a demonstration. Invite my father, officials, members of the government and congressmen, and do the demonstration myself. If the Crown Prince of the Military Academy gives the demonstration, it will be a little more convincing, right? Imagine the prince shooting with the rifle he himself improved, more accurately and at greater distance than any instructor, and almost as fast as with a musket. That would be amazing. Although there will be a verification process after the demonstration, if we pass it, we could receive massive order to supply weapons to the entire army. And of course, I will file the patent before that. I plan to use my status as Crown Prince proactively. I wrote a letter to my father. Chapter 15 Military Academy 4, Ferdinand VII. During the time when he lost the throne of Spain to Joseph Bonaparte, under Napoleon's occupation, he was called the Desired One by the Spanish people. But after the end of the Napoleonic era and his return to the throne, he began pretending to agree to the liberals' demands, only to later invite France to intervene and purge the liberals, crushing reforms and pursuing absolutism, earning him the contempt of the people, who called him the felon. Ferdinand VII could no longer tolerate Mexico's insolence. How dare these colonial servants proclaim themselves an empire and touch the properties of the crown? Those insolent people have also confiscated the properties of our nobility. Once the political situation in Spain had stabilized somewhat, anger towards the American colonies, which had blatantly declared independence, began to boil over. The nobles also did not forget the enormous amount of wealth they had not been able to recover from Mexico. Your Majesty, now that the liberal rebellion has been controlled, I think the time has come to show those colonial servants who their true master is. Exactly. Especially those Mexicans are the most arrogant. I agree with you. If we do not punish that traitor called Agustín, the honor of Spain will be dragged to the ground, won't it? That's right, Your Majesty. I've heard that those traitors have been running the government stably with the wealth they stole from us. If we are going to punish them, we should do it right. That's right. At first I wanted to settle accounts with all the colonies, but I've changed my mind. We'll focus on educating those arrogant Mexicans first. Ferdinand VII, who had regained power with the help of France, needed to consolidate his authority. Since he repealed the reforms and swept away the liberals, the people's views were not the same. Those insolent people. Reconquering Mexico would be the perfect distraction to divert the attention of these daring citizens and restore the prestige of the crown. With what remained of Spanish power, Ferdinand VII began to draw up a plan to conquer Mexico. It was a risky plan, almost a bet. Instead of stopping him, his advisors were driven by the desire to punish this arrogant Creole named Agustín and recover the confiscated properties. We will reconquer those insolent men of Mexico and restore the dignity of the crown and of Spain. Get ready. Yes, Your Majesty. Kriak. Kriak. The sound of the rifling being etched into the barrels by the rifling machine was eerie and loud, but to me, it was like heavenly music. 98, 99, 100 guns. Seriously. We made 300 in 3 days. Finally. Even after increasing the power of the steam engine, changing the materials to British steel, and making it pressure resistant, the problems continued. Although we started to have success in some attempts, solving the problems of heat treatment and durability took us another year. For this to be profitable, we must manufacture at least 100 guns per day. Today we finally managed to reach the goal of 100 guns a day, a target that had taken me 2 years. Eduardo, you have done a great job. And to the technicians, thank you for all your effort. Eduardo was still excited. Well, we've been getting our paychecks every day, so it hasn't been that hard. Although every time we failed, there was some tension. Ha ha ha. Ha ha ha. I rewarded the technicians with a special bonus, and gave them the rest of the day off. Hey, Eduardo. How long are you going to stand there admiring? Huh? Oh, yeah, sure. We need to figure out how to sell this. Tap tap. Rifle demonstration. I had planned this event a year ago, but the completion of the fluting machine took longer than expected. I invited my father to the school, along with key figures from the military, the administration and Congress. Are you really going to do the demonstration yourself? Yes, the impact will be greater if I do it. Putting Eduardo's worries aside, I prepared to greet the guests. Father, welcome. Jerome, so you've done something useful? Come on, show me. My father seemed curious to see what I had created. General Fernando, President Rafael, how nice to see you again. Rafael had been a leader of the Republicans, but failed to become prime minister, as he failed to stop the confiscations and authoritarian rule of Agustín I. You've grown a lot, Your Highness. Long time no see, Your Highness. This gentleman is Pablo Soto, who has been appointed Minister of Finance in the current government. Pleased to meet you, Your Highness. I'm Pablo Soto, in charge of the Ministry of Finance. A pleasure. After greeting them with a handshake, I began the demonstration. Today I have invited you to show you a weapon that my colleagues and I have developed. I took out the rifle I had prepared. This rifle looks like the flintlock muskets used by our Mexican army, but if you look closely at the inside of the barrel, you will see that it is rifled. I won't dwell on the advantages of rifling, as I'm sure everyone here is aware of it. However, despite its benefits, it has not been used due to the high cost of manufacturing, and the fact that reloading is made slower by having to align the bullet with the rifling. My colleagues and I have solved these problems completely. Oh, how did you fix it? Please look at this. I pointed to the shelf where the fluting machine was placed. When I caught the guest's attention, I signaled to Eduardo. Click. Eduardo, after receiving my signal, placed a barrel on the machine and pressed the button. The machine began to work. Kriak, kriak. The noise was loud and some of the guests frowned, but I raised my voice without stopping. This device is a steam-powered rifling machine. With it, we can produce up to 100 rifled rifles a day. 100 rifles a day. That means they could make 3,000 rifles in a month. That's right, father. and since it requires very little labor, the production cost will be significantly reduced. The emperor, who had been a military man, and General Ferdinand looked at the machine with fascination. Even Finance Minister Pablo Soto seemed impressed, while Raphael, on the other hand, showed a thoughtful expression. When the machine finished rifling a barrel, I turned it off and showed the results to the guests. Oh, it's a very precise pattern. It's definitely more accurate than what you can achieve with a manual machine. With this breakthrough, we have solved the problem of production cost. Now I will show you how we have solved the problem of reloading speed. I took a bullet out of the cartridge, Eduardo. This is a bullet designed by Cadet Eduardo. Due to the two grooves at the rear, the bullet is compressed during firing, causing the rear diameter to expand and automatically fit into the rifling of the barrel. Oh, so there's no need to align the bullet with the rifling when loading it. Exactly. With this, we have solved the problem of reloading speed. Let me show you how it works. I took the guests to the shooting range. As you can see, the field has 3 lines of targets. The first is 100 meters away, the second is 150 meters away, and the third is 200 meters away. After the explanation, I took Eduardo's rifle and headed to the shooting line. Now I will give the demonstration. Next to me is Captain Joaquin, known for his shooting skill. For comparison, he will shoot with a common flintlock musket. The guests watched with interest, waiting for the demonstration to begin. From behind, Eduardo shouted, "On your marks, get set, go." I immediately began loading the rifle. Fire from the ready position. Bang, bang. I fired a little slower than the instructor, but at almost the same pace. My first shot hit the center of the target. Bang, bang. As agreed, I fired 5 shots at each target line before moving on to the next. A total of 15 shots. The small difference in reload speed added up, and by the time I fired my 13th shot, the instructor had already fired 15. However, the results were reflected in the recovered targets. At the 100 meter target, we both hit 5 shots. At the 150 meter target, the instructor hit 3, and I hit 5. In the 200 meter race, the instructor got 1 right and I got 5 9 to 15. How could he hit a shot at 200 meters with a flintlock musket? As you can see, there is a significant difference in range and accuracy between the two rifles. The effective range of a flintlock musket is 50 to 100 meters, with a maximum range of 200 to 300 meters. In contrast, the Eduardo rifle has an effective range of 200 to 400 meters and a maximum range of 800 to 1000 meters. Oh, it makes you want to try it yourself right now. My father and General Fernando cheered enthusiastically. President Raphael, frowning, looked at the whites and commented, "HMM. Could it be that the captain wasn't having his best day? I find it strange that changing the rifling and bullets would make such a big difference." I replied, "If you want, we can do another test to compare." "Okay. My assistants are also military, we can compare them." Despite the tension that was felt in the environment, Raphael ordered his assistants without flinching, "Do your best and shoot." This time, I took control of the test. Start. Fire from ready position. Bang, 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 bang. The only difference was that we were both slower than the instructor, but there wasn't a big variation in reload speed between us. Bang, bang. Take back the targets. The results for the whites were also similar. At the 100 meter target, we both hit 5 shots. At the 150 meter target, the musket hit 2 and the rifle 5. In the 200 meter event, the musket did not hit and the rifle hit 3. 7 to 13. The instructor definitely shot well. Now do you understand? It's not that I didn't understand. I just wanted to confirm it with caution. It's not bad to be cautious. Yeah. I think this is sufficiently verified. I would like to introduce it immediately into the Mexican army. What do you think, General Fernando? I'm also in favor. I think this could significantly increase the power of our military force. After verification, both the Emperor and General Ferdinand showed quite positive reactions. Wait a minute. As the finance minister, I have something I want to check first. So how much does this looting machine cost? At first glance, it looks expensive. You've gotten straight to the point. Each machine costs 20,000 pesos. 20,000 pesos? Raphael, who was a little cringing, exclaimed, 20,000 pesos is too expensive. It is true that, given the current financial situation of the government, 20,000 pesos per unit is a bit complicated. The material is British steel, and the more weapons we produce, the more profitable it will be, so it's not such a high price. With the property confiscation measures His Majesty implemented, we prevented the country's financial situation from collapsing. However, since then, we have been pressured to pay the interest on the loans made to us by the United Kingdom and France, so the government's financial situation is quite tight. Of course, the government is not completely short of 20,000 pesos, but it is obvious that this is not enough, and even if we buy the rifling machine, we will only be able to make rifles at a lower price, without the cost of manufacture falling compared to the flintlock musket. The finance minister stressed the difficulty of the situation as he spoke non-stop. Damn it, Britain and France. The Mexican Empire has a huge debt amounting to 45 million pesos. This debt was accumulated during the War of Independence, and in the original story, Mexico faces a fate of incessant external invasions because of this debt. In fact, this amount is estimated to be quite inflated. In the original story, when Mexico saw that it would not be able to pay this debt, the creditor nations met to renegotiate the debt, and in the case of the United States, the amount claimed was adjusted to 15% of what had originally been demanded. It was not a 15% discount, but simply a 15% amount. Mexico's records indicate that this figure represents more a reduction in the interest rates that had been inflated, rather than creditor countries deciding to give up what they were owed. At that time, the international community was that cruel. In this world, it seems that the Mexican Empire has money, so they seem ready to take advantage. These illegal lenders are scoundrels. Wow. I was furious at the behavior of these powers that were behaving like bullies, but I still had to do what was necessary. So, I will invest. I will produce the rifling machine with my own money and supply rifles and bullets according to the quantity ordered by the government. Well, on that condition, I agree. When he presented the conditions he had planned, the finance minister backed off a little. Raphael interrupted again. Wait a minute. Rifles must be manufactured in the state arsenal. We cannot allow a private company to have weapons manufacturing facilities. Are you suggesting that my son, the Crown Prince, would do something strange? That's nonsense. We can arrange for the introduction of the rifles through the arsenal managed by the Crown Prince. Agustín I resolved the situation in a forceful manner. Chapter 16 Military Academy 5. Agustín I intervened to restore order to the situation. Thus the demonstration of arms concluded. He sent several dozen rifles to General Fernando while he was in retreat. They were rifles manufactured during the development of the rifling machine, and the army would need to evaluate them separately, so he gave them to him. These are just samples of older flintlock muskets with added rifling. We are also considering offering a service to modify flintlock muskets already in use by the military at a cost-effective price. Of course, if they order new rifles, they will be much more improved versions than this one. Thank you, Your Highness. I look forward to it. Although the rifling was the most important modification, other improvements that Edward had devised for the new rifles, which would be mass-produced, would also be included. Not even a week passed before the government sent out a purchase order. Modification of 5,000 old flintlock muskets, 1,000 new Edardo model rifles, 1 million Edardo model bullets. Deadline for delivery, April 1827. 1 year to delivery. Although it seems like a long time, I will have to start immediately. If he didn't start soon, time would be tight. He planned to invest initial capital of tens of thousands of pesos, but for now, he only had one fluting machine. Edgardo, don't you think you should leave the academy? After all, you never wanted to be a soldier, and it doesn't seem like it would be the best fit for you. Yes, but I'm already in my 3rd year. If I don't graduate, my father will be furious. Leaving the military academy to become a technician at a weapons factory? What are you talking about? You will be the president of the company. I plan to name it Vega Defense Industry. I will give you 10% of the shares. If you consider how much I have invested so far, and how much I will continue to invest, I think it is fair that I have 90%. In addition, I naturally granted him the patent rights 100% of the Eduardo bullets, and 20% of the rifling machine. What? I'm going to be the president? I thought I'd be fine just being a weapons technician. Eduardo was so shocked to hear that he would be president that he exclaimed out loud, and then, in shock, his voice faded away. There is no one better suited to run a weapons company than you, and there is no one else I trust as much as I trust you. Eduardo deserved that reward. Thank you. I will do my best. He said this with a determined expression on his face. Since I'm leaving the academy, we will no longer be classmates, so from now on, I will address you respectfully, Your Highness. Where did that exaggeration come from? In this day and age, it's understandable that you feel the need to follow formalities, but I don't want to turn one of the few friends I have in this life into a mere subordinate. When we are alone, speak to me with confidence. Only use the formal tone when there are other people. I couldn't stand it. Really? Okay. Yes. And even though we have already set up the company, we don't have anything right now. So, once you leave, you will have to take care of everything from start to finish. Can you do that? I will risk my life on it. I will provide you with enough capital, so don't worry too much. First, hire the technicians who work with you on the development of the fluting machine and start together. Understood. When the factory is ready, and we have delivered the weapons and bullets without any problems, start developing the breech-loading rifle I told you about. Clear. And while you're at it, start preparing for mass production of the improved cannons we mentioned earlier, too. Okay. It seemed like there was a lot of work to be done, but it was not an impossible task to accomplish. I will make you rich, so work hard. I had experience and knowledge accumulated in the development of the rifling machine, and the technicians working with me already had experience manufacturing weapons and ammunition, so I was not too worried. This gives me a good foundation for setting up the Army's weapons system, but what do I do about the Navy? I know a little about ports, but I have no idea about ships. What am I going to do? The only thing I know about the Navy is that wooden ships of the line were used before, but then the ironclad dreadnought battleship came along and made the earlier ships obsolete. And later, aircraft carriers surpassed big guns. In short, I'm completely ignorant. I have nothing to contribute in this field. No matter how strong the army is, if we don't have a navy, we can't stand up to the Europeans. In the original story, the French brought their fleet and bombarded our ports, and we couldn't do anything. It seems that the only option will be to import talent from Europe. England would be ideal, but France would also be good, and the Netherlands or Spain are not bad options either. If that doesn't work out, I will have to turn to the United States. For the Navy it won't be tens of thousands of pesos, but hundreds of thousands, so let's make money first, and then think about it. If I can bring in talent and invest steadily, maybe one day we can catch up with those imperialist bullies. I can only hold on to that hope. June 1826. Just as 1 year had passed since the California gold rush began in earnest, a letter finally arrived from the agents to whom he had entrusted the business in California. It arrived later than expected. I was starting to get worried. I broke the seal on Hernando's letter, which came from Sacramento, with a mail knife. I quickly went through the greetings and formalities, and got straight to the point. With the funds granted to me by His Highness, I have been developing a gold mine in Sacramento, while also building several shops and accommodations. Although the gold rush started a little late, as predicted, a large number of miners have begun to arrive. Following your orders, we have only controlled the areas with the greatest reserves and profitability, and have allowed mining in the rest. To attract more people, there has to be someone mining gold, so you need to allow some mining. It is a decoy to attract miners. The restaurants, shops, and lodgings we built are always full, and His Highness's other businesses, such as farming implements, mining tools, jeans, and tents, are selling like hotcakes. Although the miners working in His Highness's gold mines are paid a wage of 2 pesos per day, double the average, they themselves are spending half of that money on our commercial facilities in Sacramento. I'm using those funds to further develop the mine and build more commercial buildings. Even Levi Strauss, who only sold tents and jeans, became a millionaire. So what about my companies, which provide almost all the services and products that miners need? It's like I'm printing money. We continue to encourage miners to settle in California and participate in colonization. Many have already decided to stay, and the land we purchased is quickly being used up. I would like to know if your highness considers it necessary to purchase more land. The land is already running out. When I lived before, that land cost less than a peso for every 10 acres, so I must have bought a lot. Land prices are probably going up. I wish I could do like Stephen Austin in Texas and charge settlers for land, but if I do, that I'll attract unwelcome attention from conservatives. It seems I have no choice but to buy more land with my own money. Colonizing California does not benefit me directly, but in the long run, it will be beneficial to the country. You might think that spreading the population out across the countryside would be counterproductive to industrialization, but there are advantages to having these small farmers. The lands given to settlers are often too large for a family of 3 to 8 people, including parents and children, to fully cultivate. Despite this, food production will be abundant, and for the first 5 years, the settlers will not pay taxes. A situation will be created where, even though families are financially well off, there will be a shortage of labor for agriculture. This is an environment where the population can grow rapidly. In short, this is an investment to rapidly increase the population. The children of the families that settle now will marry and have the 3rd generation soon. At this time, Mexico's population is between 6 and 6.5 million, while that of the United States is between 9.5 and 10 million. It may not seem like a big difference, but the GDP of the United States is 3.5 times larger than that of Mexico. The problem is that by 1846, when war breaks out between Mexico and the United States, the difference will have skyrocketed. Mexico will have 9.5 million inhabitants, while the United States will have 21 million. The GDP will be incomparable. Thinking about this terrifies me. Anyway, I finished thinking about the land purchase and read the last part of the letter. The last part of the letter mentioned that Alfonso's logistics and transportation company had started operating in Sacramento, and that a large number of natives were arriving in California. Alfonso is handling everything perfectly, as usual. Natives? That's a bit worrying. This could be a sensitive issue that would irritate large landowners who view sharecroppers as their property. If their anger reached a boiling point, they could exert political pressure to stop the gold rush altogether. Before that happens, I must complete the mechanical harvester to improve farming efficiency, at least in part. The letter from Isidro Solis, who was leading colonization and business in the nearby city of San Francisco, had quite similar content. I replied to both of them, congratulating them on their efforts and encouraging them to continue buying land and investing in shops and mines. This feels a little empty. The warehouse where Eduardo and I had developed the fluting machine was now desolate. Clap. I clapped my hands once and got ready to begin. Well, why don't we get started for real? What I want to build is a mechanical harvester, specifically the one that in the original story was invented by an American named Cyrus McCormick in 1831. Of course, I only know the general concept and not the details. Still, there's only a difference of about 5 years in time, so I should be able to develop it, right? This mechanical harvester was called the Reaper. It was known for being able to replace up to 5 farm workers, significantly reducing labor costs and dramatically increasing harvesting speed. It was a revolutionary improvement in productivity. By the time Cyrus McCormick died in 1884, more than 100,000 mechanical harvesters had been sold. 100,000 machines at a time, when these were not consumer goods. There is no doubt that this was an enormous contribution to American agriculture. If the cost is too high, they will never adopt them. For landowners, human labor is the cheapest. Fortunately, the Reaper was not too expensive. Unlike the rifled machine, which required a full steam engine and a lot of steel, the Reaper did not require a steam engine or a lot of steel. Only enough steel was required to make the wheels, gears, blades, and platform, and to connect them together. Once he was able to complete the design, he planned to try to mass produce it using a steam engine to reduce production costs. In the 1840s of the original story, it sold for around $120. So I'm going to aim for a price of under $120 per unit too. With the preliminary sketches I had drawn during my free time, I took a sheet of steel and began. Chapter 17 Military Academy 6. I'm sure it will be Spain. What thing? Our first enemy in the war, I mean. Now that we are about to graduate, I wonder who it will be against. Lorenzo and I were eating quietly in the dining room. It's natural for a cadet about to graduate to ask that question. Yes, it makes sense. Those damn Spanish, they still haven't recognized our independence. In the original story, it was not until 1836, 14 years after our independence, that Spain recognized it and established diplomatic relations. In this world, considering that we have confiscated the property of the Spanish, it could take even longer. Of course, although we do not need recognition from Spain, now that England and France already recognize us as a nation, it is certain that, as soon as they regain political stability, they will try something. The First War, In the original story it did not become a full-blown war, but rather an event known as the Battle of Tampico. The Spanish, underestimating Mexico, attempted to attack us with just 3,500 soldiers, but were defeated by General Santa Anna. The Spanish were counting on Crown loyalists in Mexico to join them as soon as they landed, but even so, they must have brought a considerable force if they expected support. In fact, in Mexico there were still people who, although they did not say it openly, were against independence. Most were peninsulars and Creoles with nostalgia for the Spanish monarchy, but even some indigenous peoples, such as the Tlaxcalans, shared that feeling. The Tlaxcalans had been regularly attacked by the Aztec Empire and sacrificed in rituals, suffering unspeakable horrors, before the Spanish arrived. That's what they called the Flower Wars. Naturally, the hatred of the Tlaxcalans towards the Aztecs had reached its peak, and in that context, Cortés arrived. The Tlaxcalans contributed significantly to the fall of the Aztec Empire, and, as a reward, enjoyed a certain degree of autonomy during the colonial era. In the original history, these Spanish loyalists opposed Mexican independence to the very end, but eventually caved to pressure from the Mexican Federation, and united as the state of Tlaxcala. If we allow Spanish soldiers to reach Tlaxcalan territory, things could turn horrible. The Spanish expeditionaries had brought thousands of rifles, far more than their troops needed, for the purpose of arming those loyal to Spain in Mexico. If the Tlaxcalans armed themselves with these rifles, a civil war could break out between Mexicans. Fortunately, Tlaxcala is inland, not far from Mexico City, but even so, it would be better to resolve the conflict quickly in the provinces. Since we also confiscate the property of the peninsulas in this world, we must be prepared for Spain to attack with more force than in the original story. If they invade, where do you think they will enter? Through Veracruz? Lorenzo asked. Like him, many others anticipated that Spain would attack, and Veracruz was the most likely option. It is the most developed port city in Mexico and the center of trade. I knew that in the original story, the Spanish would attack Tampico instead of Veracruz, but Lorenzo didn't know that. Since the subject had come up, it didn't hurt to tell him. Veracruz is the most obvious target, but precisely because of that, its defense is very strong. I wouldn't be surprised if they attacked a smaller port, like Tampico. That could be it. Exactly. But regardless of where they attack, they will first make a stop in Cuba to resupply. In the original story, Spanish General Isidro Berridas anchored in Havana, Cuba's capital and largest port, to resupply before attacking the port of Tampico. It's a good way to resupply. If we put spies in Cuba, we could know when the invasion will take place. See, that's why we are always on the same page. After 4 years together, you know me well by now. So, shall we get up? Our last meal at the military academy had ended. February 1828. Today, with the graduation ceremony, I finish my 4 years at the military academy. My classmates will be commissioned as officers, but I will return to civilian life. When Agustín I sent me to the academy, he told me that I was not obliged to be a soldier all my life. The idea was that I could participate in society and only wear the uniform in special situations such as a war. Even though I came under duress, it wasn't as bad as I thought. I've gained a lot from the academy. I met Eduardo, with whom I founded a defense company, and I also made connections with many members of the Mexican military, classmates, superiors, and the academy instructors. Even the projects I was not directly involved in have progressed well. Oh, and I was also the first to introduce modern football to the Mexican Empire. As I looked out onto the field, where the graduation ceremony would take place, memories flooded back. The academy director, instructors, high-ranking officers, and finally, Agustín I made his entrance. With the families of the cadets watching from the back, the graduation ceremony of the third generation of the military academy of the Mexican Empire began. The school director, Brigadier General García Cand, who was also Eduardo's maternal uncle, took the podium. With this, we begin the graduation ceremony of the third generation of the military academy. I thank the families of the cadets, the distinguished guests, and especially His Majesty, the Emperor, for their presence. First, the graduates will enter accompanied by the military band. As the military band played, we prepared to march to the center of the ceremony, dressed in our dress uniforms. The instructor gave the order, go. Forward. Clap, 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 clap. The applause of the audience surrounded us as we marched in formation. The representative of the generation, Lorenzo, greeted General García Cand, and the ceremony continued. Dear cadets, the time has come to put into practice the knowledge and skills you have acquired here. You will now be officers of the Mexican Empire. After the director's speech, the award ceremony began. My father was the one who presented the awards personally. He was also the one who gave the graduation speech, which focused on the responsibility and morale of soldiers, as well as loyalty to the empire. Next, the oath of allegiance took place, and finally, Agustín I presented the diplomas to the graduates. Congratulations. You have become quite a man. Thank you, Your Majesty. With the presentation of diplomas, the ceremony came to an end. This is much more tiring than a regular university graduation ceremony. My son, how imposing you look. My mother, who had come accompanied by my younger brothers, hugged me excitedly. Always so loving. Mother, we just started dating a little while ago. My sisters, Sabina Iturbide and Joanna Iturbide, also attended the graduation ceremony. Hello brother. They looked uncomfortable, as if they didn't know what to say, after seeing me after so long. Since I came into this body, I've been so busy running around, that this is only the first time I've met my sisters. It seems that they were not very close to this body originally in the original story. They both became nuns. Not only them, of the 10 children of Agustín I, 9 reached adulthood, but 7 died single. It's a surprisingly high rate of celibacy. 3 of my sisters became nuns. If it was by choice, that's fine, but at this time, it was the norm for adults to marry and have children in order to be socially accepted. The fall of Agustín I is also likely to have negatively affected the lives of his children. I'll have to start paying more attention to my family from now on. The day I graduated from the military academy, 2 people whose university studies I financed also graduated, Sergio Ortega, Andres Ortega's son, and Diego Luis, Victor Luis's son. I invited them to the palace to have dinner together and talk about their future plans. Sergio, Diego, it's been 4 years. How was college? Thanks to your highness's generosity, I was able to complete my studies without any problems. Thank you very much, Your Highness. I'm also very grateful, Your Highness. Even though they are the same age as me, it is not easy for them to treat me with the same familiarity as my classmates at the military academy. We talked about our experiences during those 4 years. When I mentioned the straw eating machine I had developed, and the mechanical harvester project I was working on, Sergio showed great interest. When the meal was almost over, I decided to address the main topic. Sergio, since you've graduated, what are your plans for the future? I mentioned this just in case, but even though I paid for your college education, you don't owe me anything. The same goes for you, Diego. I helped your parents because they gave me a lot of help before, so this was simply a favor in return. Although I would like them to work with me, I was willing to respect their decisions. Sergio thought for a moment before answering. If your highness will allow me, I would like to put my skills to work for your company. It's not that I feel I owe you anything, but I know that few companies in this country are using advanced technology like yours. Perfect. What area would you like to work in? Steel, mining or defense? I'll learn that both the mechanical harvester you are developing and the fluting machine use imported steel. I have always believed that for the Mexican Empire to prosper, it is essential to develop our own steel production capacity. After hearing your plans today, I'm more convinced than ever. I would like to work for the steel company to improve our capabilities in that field. Wow, you have a patriotic spirit. I like your answer. I was very pleased with his determination. There was no need to refuse his request. Okay, I'm counting on you. I shook Sergio's hand and then turned to Diego, who had been watching our conversation. I asked him the same question. And you, Diego? What plans do you have for the future? Diego, who seemed to have thought about it in advance, answered without hesitation. If your highness allows me, I would like to be at your side, working directly for you. By my side? Do you want to be my assistant? Yes, your highness. With his humanities background, it wouldn't be suitable to put him in charge of technical development projects. As for business management, his age and experience would put him in a difficult position, perhaps only as a middle manager. If I were to send him to a company, he would have to start from that level, and given that, it's not a bad idea to have him work as my assistant. Could it be that he's thought of this as well? Okay, I'm counting on you. I'll do my best, your highness. I also shook Diego's hand. Your highness, there is something else I wanted to mention. Could you speak to me in a more informal manner? Is it uncomfortable for you? Yes, your highness. I'd also prefer you to speak to me in a more relaxed manner. Okay. Diego, you will start working at the palace from tomorrow. There is a lot of work to do from now on. Chapter 18 Corporation 1. Come on, let's do one last test. Yes, your highness. Right after graduating, I completed the mechanical harvester, the Reaper. It took me almost as long as the fluting machine. I thought it would be simple, but it wasn't easy to keep the gears and levers from breaking with the technology of this time. This machine is designed to be pulled by horses. As the horse moves forward, kinetic energy turns the wheels, which in turn transmit that energy to gears and levers, moving blades arranged at regular intervals. Corn in the path of the machine is cut by the blades, and the cut stalks are lifted up a ramp to the machine deck. Farmers following the machine only need to pick up the corn stalks that are neatly stacked on the platform and tie them. In the future, I plan to automate even the tying process, but I'm not there yet. This is infinitely faster than cutting the stems one by one with a sickle. I know this because I personally tested it during the harvest. I'm sure that once it is distributed, it will drastically reduce the need for agricultural labor. In some ways this will create unemployment, but I have to guide those people towards my business or colonization projects. Thank you for your hard work. As I mentioned before, all technicians will be hired by Astradaratharus. There they will prepare for the mass production of this Reaper. Although I have not told him personally, I named Emilio Estrada's company as Astradaratharus. Thank you, your highness. It has been a pleasure working with you these years. The technicians I have worked with over the past 2 years are now part of Astradaratharus. Once Astradaratharus grows sufficiently, I will separate the companies that make agricultural and mining equipment, leaving the steelmaker to concentrate exclusively on steel. When the technicians left, I caressed the finished combine. This is the first step towards modernizing agriculture. Industrialization and modernization are essential if we want to become a power. However, I prefer to avoid radical methods that bring too much suffering. The goal of developing the Mexican Empire is to improve the quality of life of the people of Latin America as much as the developed countries of the world, or even more. It is not simply about defeating the United States and becoming the strongest nation in the world. We cannot lose sight of what is important. I don't think the Mexican grandfather who sent me here would want anything different. The idea is that landowners will gradually become accustomed to the benefits of agricultural modernization, so that when we reduce the labor force, we can redirect that force toward colonization, industrialization, and development of the country. To achieve that, I have to sell this machine well. Through business, I plan to promote the industrialization and territorial development of the Mexican Empire, but let us not forget that I'm the crown prince of this empire. Business is just one tool among many. Although I have graduated from the military academy, I do not have time to manage businesses directly. My involvement will be limited to certain aspects when necessary. Agents will still be the ones to manage the businesses in my place. Except for cases like urban planning, building water and sewage systems, creating railway systems, or building large dams, there won't be much I need to be directly involved in. Also, getting involved in areas that are not my specialty doesn't make much sense. My role will be to set the general direction of the business, while the agents take care of the day-to-day management. The reason I can delegate so much is because during the 4 years I was at the academy, those agents have done an excellent job. We must reward those who demonstrate patriotism, loyalty, and trust. Just as I did with Eduardo, I plan to reward them with high salaries, 10% of the shares, and the use of their last names or first names in the company's official title. Although I was the one who financed these businesses and provided them with a plan that has a high probability of success thanks to my knowledge of history, the credit for executing those plans largely goes to them. And, most importantly, they will be the ones who will run these companies in the long term. Many modern companies give their employees stock for a reason. Working for a paycheck is not the same as working knowing you own a piece of the company. Right now, these agents have done almost all the practical work, from start to finish, and they don't even expect to receive any shares. This is the kind of time we live in. The Mexican Empire, which looks like a late medieval version, is very different from countries like the United States or England, where commoners are already boldly launching themselves into the world of business. Here, it is still common for nobles or large landowners to completely entrust their lands or businesses to agents. As compensation, the only thing they received was a salary slightly higher than that of an ordinary worker. This structure is not going to last long in the Mexican Empire, and it is not a good formula for either the manager's sense of belonging or his motivation. But, in these times, my reward will feel more special. I was about to register these companies as public limited companies and distribute the shares formally, but there was a problem. Wow. The corporation system doesn't exist in Mexico yet. As I recall, in the late 1820s, in England, France and the United States, not only could joint stock companies be registered, but their shares were actively traded on the stock exchanges. As expected, there is still a long way to go. It seems I will have to start by establishing the joint stock company system. Shares are not just a means of accumulating wealth. Public limited companies and stock exchanges are revolutionary inventions. Companies can issue shares to raise capital for expansion, research and development, or other investments. Ordinary investors have the opportunity to diversify their assets by investing in a variety of companies. It would not be an exaggeration to say that the greatest invention in the history of capitalism is not an object itself, but the joint stock company system. Even without considering the question of compensating agents, it is imperative to introduce shares in a stock exchange. This is not something that can be solved with an administrative decree. It needs formal legislation. The corporation system is not something that provokes strong opposition among either Republicans or conservatives, but if you look at it closely, it is likely that Republicans would support it and conservatives would question it. If it is up to the conservatives, it is likely to be passed without too much resistance. I could easily ask my father to arrange for a conservative MP to draft the bill, but I decided to contact an MP from his party directly. No matter how close your family is, you can't keep asking for favors without giving something in return. I learned this when I was forced to enter the military academy. If I asked Agustín I for this, he would surely accept without any problem, but that would mean that I would also have to do him favors. It is better to move on my own and exert influence directly. Bearing the title of Crown Prince made it easy to meet the right person. Your Highness, you look more imposing than ever. Benito Camacho, a conservative congressman with great influence. I had seen him before when I countered Republican congressmen who objected to the confiscation of peninsular properties in Congress. It's been 6 years. Yes, that's right. It's been 6 years. Since then, I've grown quite a bit, so now we are looking at each other from a different perspective. Plus, with the muscles I've developed through constant exercise, I'm sure I look different. I remember perfectly the cold logic and brilliant speech with which His Highness silenced that whole group of Republicans. It was impressive, especially coming from a young man of barely 15 years old. At that time, Congressman Camacho provided very timely support, which was of great help. I have not had the opportunity to thank him until now. Thank you very much. Ha ha ha, no need for that. It was the right thing to do. I have requested this meeting today because I have a favor to ask of you. When we got to the main topic, Congressman Camacho showed an expression of surprise. I thought there was nothing I couldn't ask of the Emperor. I'm surprised you're looking for me. What's this about? I imagine you have heard of the concept of joint stock companies, which are already in use in England, the United States and France. I plan to create a law on that, and also on the stock exchange. Yes, I've heard of it. I think if I use my influence, I could get it passed without too much difficulty, but, clearly, he wants to know what I offer him in return. If I were to use the name of Agustín I to pressure him, he would be obliged to comply with my request without complaint, but in that case there would be no need to resort to him. Deputy Camacho understood perfectly well that I would give him something in return. I have recently invented something. It is a machine that can harvest grains quickly and efficiently. As far as I know, you own several excellent farms, so if you help me with this matter, I will give you 25 of these machines. By the way, I plan to sell them soon for 200 pesos each. He was offering him goods valued at a total of 5,000 pesos. I could pay you in cash, but it would be more useful to give you the machines as a form of promotion. Oh, that's interesting. My agent told me that several tenants have been running away to look for gold lately, which has caused me some problems. Could you show me the machine? Of course, it's understandable that he doesn't want to accept it just by word of mouth. Of course, I must show it to you. In fact, during the harvest season I will show you how it works in action. In return, can I invite others as well? I'm going to show it clearly and do a little promotion at the same time. Of course, I couldn't refuse that. I'll invite other landowners as well. Thank you. See you in a few months. Yes, thank you, Your Highness. That night, I visited Agustín I's office. His expression was calmer than usual, no longer exhausted by the paperwork that always overwhelmed him. So you're saying Spain will attack soon? Yes, I've heard that Spain is emerging from its period of chaos. They won't leave their former colonies alone for long, especially considering that we confiscated the property of their monarchy and nobility. That's true. That's why I've been strengthening our armed forces in anticipation of an attack by those damned Spaniards. That's why, over the past 2 years, I've ordered your company to produce 5,000 new rifles. Over the past 2 years, since I founded my arms company, we have modified 20,000 flintlock muskets and delivered 5,000 Eduardo rifles. I thank you for that. The problem is the time and place of the attack. We do not have a navy in the Mexican Empire, which makes it practically impossible to intercept them at sea. We have a navy, we just don't have any ships. Ahem. So, the only option is to confront them on land. If we know the landing site in advance, it will be much easier. If we send spies to Cuba, we could obtain information about the time of the attack, and hopefully, even about their location. If the Spanish are going to attack, they will first stop in Cuba to resupply. You are suggesting we take advantage of that opportunity? Yes. We can send 2 spies to Havana. One will be in charge of identifying the Spanish fleet as soon as it arrives and transmitting the information, while the other will focus on determining the landing site and will send that information to us. That's a good idea. I'll do it. Don't worry. Thank you, Father. With this, we will be able to anticipate the movements of the Spanish army. Conflict is inevitable, but the one who prepares best will emerge victorious. Chapter 19 Corporation 1. On a state farm near Mexico City. As promised, he planned to demonstrate the operation of the mechanical harvester. Deputy Camacho, I see that your influence is as impressive as ever. He had brought with him more than 20 landowners. Haha, it's nothing. But more than that, I'm really looking forward to seeing the machine your highness spoke of. He seemed quite excited. Emilio would be in charge of carrying out the demonstration. A technician from Estradasaurus, who had manufactured the machine, would operate it. I was standing among the landowners, observing their reactions. Emilio began his presentation. Dear landowners, this machine is designed to make harvesting grains like corn and wheat much easier and faster. I imagine many of you are dealing with the problem of your tenants insisting on leaving because of the gold rush, isn't that right? Well, this machine will make them unnecessary. I'll show it to you later. When Emilio finished speaking, the technician started the horse. The horse began to move towards the cornfield, slowly dragging the large machine. The sharp blades of the mechanical harvester quickly went into action, cutting the corn stalks in the blink of an eye. Whispers of admiration began to be heard among the landowners. Wow, corn stalks are cut in an instant. The cut stems were piling up on the wide platform of the machine. After moving forward about 30 meters, the platform was quite full, and the technician, who was following the machine, quickly tied the stems into bundles and let them fall to the ground. Emilio explained the scene. Once they are tied up and left on the ground, they can be picked up all at once later. The platform was quickly emptied, only to be refilled with corn stalks within minutes, repeating the process of tying and dumping the bundles onto the ground. A single worker can harvest an entire field of this size, and the speed is incredible. It would be finished in half a day. Even though the landowners did not directly manage their estates, anyone with eyes could see the efficiency of the machine. The reaction was very positive. Emilio, without missing the moment, added, with this machine, one person can do the work of 5. And the price of this amazing machine is only 200 pesos. Also, for those of you here today, I'm offering a 10% discount, bringing it down to 180 pesos each. 200 pesos was equivalent to 10 months' salary for a common worker, but for the landowners present it was an insignificant sum. They will be doing the math. Even if they cannot reduce 4 workers completely, by simply reducing from 5 to 3, the investment is quickly recovered. The cost of production of the harvester was about 120 pesos. Without competition, I could have sold it at a much higher price, but my goal was to distribute it quickly throughout Mexico. Once the first customers talk about how useful it is, others will be encouraged to invest the 200 pesos to try it. Soon, people started to ask for a purchase. I'll order 30 units. Thank you for your first order. We will deliver it to you immediately. I will order 50. I'm only 20. Generous orders began to pour in from the big landowners. What did you think of the machine, Congressman? It's extraordinary. He was not exaggerating when he said that one worker could do the work of 5. So, do you consider this machine to be worth the favor I asked of you earlier? I will do so immediately. A week later, Congressman Camacho presented the law on corporations and the stock exchange in Congress. It passed without opposition from both Republicans and conservatives. As soon as the law was passed, I went to the administration to register the joint stock companies, but a problem arose. A joint stock company? What is that? It has just been approved. It is normal that they don't know about it. The officials knew nothing about the joint stock company system or the stock exchange. I couldn't ask them to manage something they didn't even understand. I'll help you. Let's go step by step. For the officials, suddenly working with the prince would be an unexpected situation, but there was no other option. So, from the very basics, I explained everything to them, helping them to implement the systems of joint stock companies and the stock exchange. With this we can start registering corporations. As for the stock exchange, we need a physical location and a building, so we will organize that little by little. Yes, Your Highness. After 2 months of unpaid work, I managed to compile 7 files. These contained the records of the first 7 corporations of the Mexican Empire. These files contained all the documents and stock certificates of the 7 companies. It had taken longer than expected to distribute the shares to the directors, but both the corporations and the stock exchange were essential systems for the economic development of the Mexican Empire. I have implemented a necessary system, and, in addition, I have rewarded those who deserved it. A double achievement. He summoned all his representatives, except the 2 who were in California, to the Imperial Palace. Dear representatives, you have worked hard over the past 4 years. I have gathered you here today to express my gratitude for all your efforts. I approached Emilio, who was looking at me with expectant eyes. I handed him a file. Emilio, you've worked hard, and I'll continue to trust you. Emilio began to take out documents from the file and asked, Your Highness, may I ask what these documents are? These are shares. Shares represent partial ownership in a company or business. This document certifies that you own a part of the company. See where it says 100? That means this certificate is equivalent to 100 shares. 10 certificates of 100 shares. That means a total of 1000 shares. Exactly. Of the company's total 10,000 shares, you own 1000. That's 10%. Now, look here. I pointed to a name on the document, Estradarasaurus. Emilio looked at me in astonishment. Your Highness, have you registered the company under my surname? I smiled at him and nodded. That's right. The company will handle everything from purchasing minerals to producing steel, but I thought it would be simpler to call it steel, after the end product. Although we are now making agricultural and mining tools, in the future I plan to separate those products and focus solely on steel. Tears began to run down Emilio's face. I never imagined I would receive such an honor in my entire life. Thank you. I will give my life for this company. I patted his shoulder as he cried. Keep up the good work, but don't push yourself too hard. We have a long way to go. Then, I handed Ramon his file and stock certificate. Ramon, having witnessed what happened to Emilio, was quick to revise the name of his company. Ramon. He used my name directly. Yes, it's a company that sells jeans and tents now, but I named it without unnecessary frills, so that one day it will become the best clothing brand in the world. Ramon looked at me with determination and answered firmly, I will turn this company into the best clothing brand in the world. Ramon Alvarado. He was a carpenter, but he had a remarkable sense of design. While others paid little attention to the appearance or interior of buildings, he devoted special care to such details. Even when he wore ordinary worn-out work clothes, he knew how to carry them off with style. I trust that, with your talent, you will achieve it. Then it was Alfonso Ria's turn. I handed Alfonso the company documents and the stock certificates. He looked at the name of the company written on the papers and muttered, Rias Express. He remained silent for a long moment, reading the documents carefully before speaking. Thank you, Your Highness. You don't have any questions about the company name? No, I understood as soon as I saw it. I named Alfonso's company, which was involved in the transportation of goods, passengers and the financial business, Rias Express, inspired by American Express, an American company that started out in transportation and then became a global financial giant, similar to Wells Fargo. I see. You've been aggressively expanding the business lately, and you're doing well. Yes, Your Highness. We will soon launch the financial services you recommended. Excellent. Keep up the good work. His company was generating the most profits of any of my businesses. Although the others were also doing well, Alfonso had made the most progress. Thank you. I will do my best. Next up was Andres Ortega, who would manage the construction company. Master Andres, how long has it been? I confess that I somewhat regretted not being able to accompany him earlier, but I'm extremely grateful to him for giving me this second chance. Andres Ortega had been the head carpenter during the construction of the settlement in Sacramento, so he was unable to accompany me to Mexico City, but now he had finally joined. These are the company documents, and the stock certificate. Ortega Construction. I haven't even done anything, and you're already granting me this honor. It doesn't seem fair to me, Your Highness. Haha, you mentioning fairness even when receiving a gift shows that you are true to yourself, Master Andrew. If you care about it, then work even harder from now on, don't you think? He tried to give me back the documents, but I insisted, until he finally accepted them. I will do my best. Also, here are the documents for Hernando and Isidro, who are working hard in California. Yes, Your Highness. I handed him the documents from the other two companies and explained, as you know, both businesses are very similar. The only difference is the location, one in Sacramento and the other in San Francisco, but both are dedicated to mining, catering and hospitality. They were also building homes and commercial premises in their respective neighborhoods. The construction section has been separated and has become your Ortega construction. Yes, I understand. The companies of Hernando Mora and Isidro Salis were working well, but it was better to clearly define their identities for the future. I've decided that Hernando will be in charge of the mining company, which will be called Compañía Minera Mora. Isidro, on the other hand, will be in charge of the catering and hospitality part, and the company will be called Salis. Separating the companies into three will help each one have a clear identity. Make sure you explain this aspect well to both of them. Although for now Compañía Minera Mora was only dedicated to gold mining, my plan was that, in the future, it would manage all types of resources, except iron. Eventually, I will add a hotel to Salis. Alfonso, make sure that Andres and the documents arrive safely in California. Yes, I will double the security for that carriage. Yes, I'll double the security for that carriage. The last one was Edward. I had already told him before that he would receive this kind of reward, so he was not as excited as the others to tears. Still, he thanked me earnestly. I will transform Vega Defense Industry, which His Highness has entrusted to me, into the best defense company in the world. I trust you. And make sure they speed up the production of cannons as well. Yes, I will. After handing out the stock certificates to everyone, I said to them, take good care of these certificates. If someone steals them, they will belong to whoever has them in their hands. Even if you report the theft, there will be no way to prove that they are yours. At that time, it was really like that. Even in the United States, it was common for the most famous businessmen to hire gangs to steal these stock certificates from each other, which even led to shootings, or to falsify the documents. Since records in these times could only be kept by hand, it was all too easy to bribe an official to alter the books. Of course, I had not created a system as vulnerable as the one in the United States in the mid-19th century. Even if someone stole the certificates, that would not give them actual ownership, but it was important to warn them, so they would be careful. Understood. Now I can be calmer. I have always believed that loyalty and patriotism also deserve a reward. I accompanied the executives as they left, personally bidding them farewell. With a feeling of satisfaction, I returned to my office to begin preparing my next plan, but my assistant, Diego, informed me, Your Highness, the Emperor is urgently looking for you. What? What is it about? It is a matter related to Spain, he said. Chapter 20 The Return of Spain 1. September 22nd, 1828 Cuba's largest port, Havana. The Spanish fleet had arrived at the port. They are ships of the line. A massive hull built of thick oak, with dozens of cannons lined up along the sides. Anyone could recognize that they were ships of the line. Yes, to ships of the line, 3 frigates, 3 gunboats and 30 transport ships. Ricardo, take care of the rest. Understood. Take care. You too. There was no need for many words. The two men shook hands and parted. Captain Ricardo Vargas and Captain Esteban Aguilar were agents sent by the Mexican Empire. Captain Esteban was tasked with sending information. As soon as he confirmed the size of the Spanish fleet, he ran to the ship he had already prepared. It was a small sloop-type boat, designed for speed. He urged the sailors he had hired at the port to prepare to set sail immediately. It was essential to leave before the Spanish noticed anything suspicious, but the sloop was a common Caribbean vessel, used in both Cuba and Mexico, so there was no reason to suspect it. Furthermore, the Spanish fleet had not yet fully docked. Well, the first part has started without any problems. Now all that's left is for me to do well. Captain Esteban only had to report on the arrival and size of the Spanish fleet, but Captain Ricardo had to obtain more detailed information, the number of troops, the level of armament and the destination of the fleet. Disguised as a dock worker, Ricardo joined the team that was helping to unload supplies from the Spanish fleet. Quick, move. The Spanish officers urged the port workers. Ricardo naturally loaded a box of supplies and carried it to one of the boats. This doesn't add up. It's not the right amount for 30 transport ships. It seemed that more supplies were being prepared than corresponded to the number of troops. Hey you. Why are you stopping? Move quickly. Ricardo made eye contact with a Spanish officer. He moved quickly, appearing to be focused on his task. Luckily, the officer ignored him and continued on his way. After working for about 8 hours, Ricardo had managed to obtain a rough idea of the number of soldiers and the armament of the Spanish fleet. However, he still did not understand why there were so many supplies. Damn. So it was because of this. A second Spanish fleet had just arrived. Captain Esteban, for his part, arrived in Mexico after a 10-day sea voyage. Without resting for a moment, he mounted his horse and rode to Mexico City. Good job, Captain Esteban. It's nothing, Your Majesty. I was just doing my duty. You are a soldier with great spirit. So the damned Spaniards have reached Cuba? Yes. I confirmed that 2 ships of the line, 3 frigates, 3 gunboats and 30 transport ships have entered the port of Havana. 30 transport ships. Agustín I made a quick estimate of the troops in his mind. That means the landing force will be between 6,000 and 7,000 men. Crown Prince Jerome, who was listening at his side, mused to himself. In the original story, the forces attacking Mexico numbered around 3,500 men, with 15 transport ships. So, with 30 ships, it makes sense to estimate around 7,000 troops. It is understandable that, enraged by the confiscation of their property, they sent twice as many troops. The strange thing is that in the original story they sent so few. Let's prepare for 12,000 men, just in case. I don't want to send too many soldiers, because of the cost of the campaign. Although, deep down, I would love to be at the front. I think it's time for you to gain military experience too, Jerome. Agustín I wanted his son to follow in his footsteps. There was no better way to increase a ruler's authority than through military achievements. It was the wish of a father who wanted to secure a solid support base for his son. Jerónimo, who had already anticipated this, since he entered the military academy, responded without hesitation. Yes, father. Military achievements aren't everything, but having a few under your belt doesn't hurt. We have enough forces, so I can lead the campaign. I'll assign you to Brigadier General Santillana. Listen to his advice carefully. Santillana, that's a problem. For Jerome, Santillana was a problematic figure. Although he recognized his ability, he knew that his excessive ambition and opportunism made him dangerous. He was not someone who could be easily eliminated. Santillana was a master of political survival, to the point of maintaining personal correspondence with Agustín I. In the original story, Santillana betrayed long before, but in this reality he remains close to my father. Could it be that my father wants to push him even further, with me at his side? In the original story, Santillana became a hero after leading the victory at the Battle of Tampico. If we let his ambition grow, he will be even more dangerous. Father, as I understand it, General Santillana is defending Veracruz. Rather than withdrawing him, I think it would be better for him to continue protecting that region, while we select a good reinforcement from the Central Army to support me. Besides, there is a high probability that the enemies will attack Veracruz. Although I know the attack will be near Tampico, most assume Veracruz is the main target. Agustín I considered Jerome's words, seeing that they were not without meaning. After a moment's reflection on the possible candidates, he replied, "Then I will assign you to General George Sanchez." "Thank you, father." Captain Ricardo Vargas couldn't help but curse as he saw another Spanish fleet arriving. Damn it. Although he was cursing internally, he remained calm as he counted the ships. 2 more frigates and 15 transport ships. That explains the large amount of supplies that were prepared. It was a strange proportion, as there were many more transport ships compared to warships. But, knowing that the Mexican Empire did not have a significant navy, it was understandable. After confirming the capabilities of the Spanish fleet, Richard was certain that there would be no further reinforcement. The amount of supplies prepared matched the forces that were present. So, I have to make a decision now. Do I leave immediately to deliver this information? Or do I follow the fleet to find out their destination and then report back? If he left immediately, he would not be able to discover the destination of the fleet. But if he did find out the destination, information about the forces would arrive too late. Ricardo felt a headache because of the dilemma. We should have had another agent. One at the beginning, one in the middle, and one at the end of the mission. The newly formed Mexican Empire still lacked experience in intelligence operations, which made them vulnerable. Ricardo planned to suggest improvements when he returned. After spending hours disguised as a dock worker, loading supplies for the enemy, Ricardo finally made his decision. I have decided. It is better to go as soon as possible and report the situation. Since it is already night, the Spaniards will spend the night here and set sail tomorrow. I will leave right now. Sailing at night is a dangerous thing, but I have no other choice. Hey, where do you think you're going? Leaving the boxes unloaded. I have some business to attend to. I'll be right back. Ricardo, skillfully handling the Spanish officer, began to prepare the departure of the sloop he had prepared. We set sail immediately. Captain, it's almost night. Don't you know that it's dangerous to sail at night? We've sailed at night many times. Setting sail will be no different. Besides, didn't you say everyone here was a veteran? That's true, but we are not really in the mood to take unnecessary risks. You didn't mention that we'd be leaving at night, did you? I'll pay you 20% more than agreed. Is that okay with you? Ha ha ha. Perfect, Captain. Let's set sail immediately. The sailors, although haughty and expensive, were veterans. Without losing their cool despite the fall of night, they managed to set sail successfully. Phew, we are finally out. 45 transport ships. They must be carrying nearly 10,000 men. I'd heard that the situation in Spain wasn't good, but they are still attempting a large-scale expedition. It's an unexpected situation. I must report back as soon as possible. Ricardo was too restless to sleep. It was not until morning that he finally fell into a light sleep. Bang. Huh. What was that? Ricardo woke up startled from his deep sleep. Captain, it's a storm. The sea, which until then had been calm, had unleashed itself like a furious animal. Huge waves were hitting the ship, making it rock violently. Bang. The sky was lit up by lightning, and the rumble of thunder rumbled, while the hurricane force wind whipped hard. A nightmare landscape. This doesn't look good. Maybe we should have waited to set sail, while General George Sanchez, assigned by my father, prepared the troops. I headed to the Vega weapons factory. It's better to be prepared for anything, just in case. Although we had prepared almost twice as many troops, there was no way to predict what might happen. During the confiscation operation, the 2 cannons that Agustín I insisted on carrying just in case ended up being crucial. Eduardo, is that all that's left in the warehouse? Yes, we have already delivered all the rifles. We only have these 20 barrels left that we manufactured while we prepare for mass production. I see. Are they in good condition? Of course. We've tested them dozens of times. They were 12-pounder cannons of the Griboval system, manufactured in France. Although designed during the Napoleonic Wars, they were still commonly used cannons. At Vega Defense we were working on an improved barrel, but it was still in development, so I ordered us to start producing these immediately. The cannons were urgently needed. In the battles of this era, firearms were important, but artillery was essential. Napoleon said that God was on the side of the army with the strongest artillery. That's good advice to follow. I'll take whatever we have for now. Don't worry about money, the government will take care of paying you. Just help me with this. Of course. I'll bring it to you right away. And make sure you prepare enough shells. Sure. Eduardo quickly mobilized dozens of workers to transport the cannons and ammunition from the warehouse, located on the outskirts of Mexico City, to the location of the troops. Your Highness, 20 cannons. That's a rather encouraging reinforcement. It's better to do things right, making sure we are ready for anything. Ha ha ha. You definitely leave nothing to chance. Thank you very much for your support. General Sanchez was quite cooperative. We knew they would attack, so that's not a problem. But the timing could have been better. In the original story, 2 of the Spanish fleet's ships that set sail from Havana Harbor were blown off course by a storm and ended up in New Orleans by mistake. In this world, they attacked 10 months ago, and with summer already over, it's hard to expect we'll have the same luck. With everything ready, the troops set out on their mission. Chapter 21 The Return of Spain. 2. The Spanish fleet will land at a place called Cabo Rojo, near Tampico. Tampico is a fairly developed port, so it is better to occupy it with the army and then bring in the fleet, rather than attempting a direct attack with ships. They didn't bring many warships, after all. In an expedition without land supply routes, securing a port is essential. Therefore, moving to capture the port is inevitable. In the original story, Mexico used a kind of scorched earth tactic in Tampico, evacuating civilians and removing food. They did this to prevent the loyalists from joining Spain, and so they couldn't get supplies. But I don't need to do that. My forces, which are twice as large as the enemy's, are fully equipped with rifles that use Sedado ammunition. In addition, I have 40 cannons in total. With this power, we can crush them head on with sheer force. It would be good to capture as many prisoners as possible, killing as few as possible. In the original story, after a fierce fight, Mexico won, but it was unable to obtain adequate compensation. It did not have the power to force Spain to pay an indemnity or sign a peace treaty. A small victory by a country without money or a fleet was meaningless. Spain unilaterally invaded Mexico, but despite its defeat, it did not assume any responsibility or pay compensation, and it was not until 1836 that they recognized Mexico's independence. This time, Spain has invested much more, so they will not be able to withdraw so easily. Or rather, we will not let them do so. Our defensive forces consist of 12,000 men, including 2,000 elite troops that Agustín I formed since the time of the colonial forces. The army is composed of 9,000 infantry, 1,000 artillerymen and 2,000 cavalrymen. General Sanchez, do you know the range of the Sedado rifle? Yes, Your Highness. I have personally used it, and it is impressive. I don't think we should worry too much about this battle. Our forces are overwhelming. General Sanchez did not show any tension. Having experienced firsthand the power of the Sedado rifle and its ammunition, it is not surprising that he feels this way. But let us not be complacent. War is unpredictable. You never know what might happen. I headed towards Tampico with the army, assuring General Sanchez that the defense of Veracruz was already solid. Since the enemy's naval reinforcement have grown, they might attack Tampico directly. However, they would not dare to attack Veracruz directly, so for now we will wait near Tampico. After completing supplies and resting in Havana, the Spanish fleet set out the next day. It was a large expeditionary force with 2 ships of the line, 5 frigates, 3 combat ships and 45 transport ships. General Isidro Berardas, who was promoted to command the expedition, was certain that it could not fail. It's an army of 10,000 men. There's no way Mexico can withstand this. Although the numbers might have been high, what did those who had only fought against indigenous people know about war? The size of the expedition was due not only to the will of the king, but also to the voluntary participation of the nobles whose property had been confiscated by these Mexicans. A rush to enlist broke out among the sons of noble families. The ancestor courts had destroyed the Aztec Empire with the help of the natives who held a grudge against the Aztecs, with only 500 soldiers. This time it would be the same. With the help of the loyalists who were still in Mexico, they would destroy the Mexican Empire and turn it into a colony again. After that, they would not only get their properties back, but they would also collect plenty of interest. Well, maybe that's a bit of an exaggeration. At first they accepted a few dozen as officers, but they could not do the same with hundreds. They had no choice but to assign the rest, except for the sons of the highest ranking noble families, to the cavalry. The nobles, being trained in horsemanship, adapted well to the cavalry. They hated being common soldiers, but could tolerate being part of the cavalry. Thanks to this, they also had a respite in military funding. Once they reached Mexico, those loyal to Spain would flock there, so sufficient military supplies were prepared to arm them. As for food, we can confiscate whatever we need locally. Military supplies included 20,000 muskets and 50 cannons. Most of them were old weapons, more than 10 years old, but they were still an impressive number. With this power, there is no way to lose. Let's show those villagers what a real battle is. That's how they arrived at Cabo Rojo. We could have entered directly into the port of Tampico and fought head on. Aren't you being too cautious? The young officers of noble origin murmured among themselves, but General Berardus had a different opinion. We must protect the lives of Spanish soldiers at all costs. Even if these young people think that war is a game, I cannot allow them to die without further ado. Those lives were valuable. Either way, as soon as they saw the Spanish flag, the loyalists would flock to it. The information brought back by the explorers was shocking. Wasn't there 6,500 to 7,000? How come there are 10,000 now? And weren't there only supposed to be 30 transport ships? Now there are 45. Damn it. What is the second informant we had waiting for us in Havana doing? He should have arrived at least 2 days earlier. In an instant, the difference of 5,000 soldiers had been reduced to just 2,000. Fortunately, we knew this before the battle began. Although we can still crush them with sheer force, the losses on our side would be considerable. Most of the enemy troops are veterans with more combat experience than us. The Spanish army had been through the Napoleonic Wars and its own civil war, so many of its soldiers had combat experience. Although we had fought in the War of Independence, it was nothing compared to the wars between the European powers. It was time to change the plan. We would evacuate Tampico, just like in the original story. The enemy will have to choose between attacking nearby towns to obtain supplies, or continue bringing them in from Cuba. They will not be able to continue sending food from Cuba indefinitely. Feeding 10,000 soldiers will not be easy. General Sanchez, let's move to Tampico. It seems we have to modify the plan. Yes, Your Highness. The defensive forces quickly marched towards Tampico, beginning the evacuation of the entire city. It's time to evacuate. Pack your things. The Spanish soldiers are on their way. Don't leave any food in your homes. Not even a grain of corn should be left. How is it possible that they ask us to leave so suddenly? It's a war situation. Just hold on until we defeat the Spanish army. The citizens protested as the soldiers demanded that they pack up and leave the city immediately. They were told that 10,000 Spanish soldiers were advancing towards Tampico. Hearing that they would loot everything in their path, they had no choice but to leave. I also came forward to convince the citizens. I know it's hard, but just hold on for a few weeks. We will defeat the Spanish army and make sure they pay for invading our Mexican empire. We trust you. Please win. Fortunately, due to the good relationship between Emperor Agustín I and the people, the citizens accepted my words. The defensive forces evacuated Tampico without leaving behind a single musket or a single drop of food. Is the port of Tampico empty? General Berardus had sent scouts toward Tampico as soon as they landed. The report was clear. Tampico was deserted. If they evacuated Tampico before we arrived, that means they knew we were coming this way. But how the hell did they find out our route? From the beginning he felt uncomfortable about how the plans had changed, but he had to make sure he captured at least one port. Check carefully that there are no troops ambushed on the road to Tampico. He knew that the defensive army of the Mexican Empire knew his location, so there was the possibility of a surprise attack. I can't let myself be caught in such a basic trap. The young noble officers continued to murmur, complaining about the delay, but General Berardus ignored them. After a few hours, the explorers returned. Are there no troops ambushed on the road to Tampico? Are you sure? Yes, we checked it thoroughly. There's no way there's an army hiding around here. What kind of strategy is this? Is the enemy commander so inexperienced that he doesn't even know basic tactics? Despite his doubts, Berardus knew that he still had to advance towards Tampico to secure the port. When the expedition arrived, they found the port empty. I was told it was empty, but I didn't expect there to be absolutely nothing left. The city was not only deserted, it seemed ghostly, almost eerie. There were clear traces of it having once been inhabited, but now it seemed like a city of ghosts. There were no people to recruit, no weapons or food to confiscate. I understand the intention behind this, but at least we have secured the supply route without any problems. It doesn't affect us. The Spanish fleet had already begun unloading supplies at the port of Tampico, enough to last at least 2 months if carefully managed. Send out scouts in all directions. He knew that the enemy was planning a protracted war, probably blockading the cities around the port. That is the fatal flaw of this type of strategy. You can't block everything. If they disperse their forces to encircle us, a weak barrier is easily broken. As Beridus pondered, a commotion in the distance interrupted him. What's all that noise? What's going on? General, a group has come to join our Spanish forces. Oh, already? They really are loyal, aren't they? General, we must give them weapons. The young nobles were excited, eager to arm the newcomers. But Beridus stopped them. Wait a moment. We've only been here 2 days, and they've already come to us? It's suspicious. Beridus looked closely at the newcomers, a group of about 10 Creoles. From their appearance, it seems they don't have indigenous blood. But that's not enough to trust them. Where do they come from? We are deserting officers from the Mexican army. They knew Spain would attack here. That's why we arrived so quickly. Although they were pressing with urgency, Beridus remained cold. Why should I trust you? We can provide information. Information? I don't know if I can trust that, but go ahead and talk. The supreme commander of the Mexican army is the Crown Prince, a recent graduate of the military academy. He is barely 21 years old. The Crown Prince, you say? Is this reliable information? Yes, although the Emperor has assigned General George Sanchez to assist him, that young prince does whatever he wants, and the general simply follows him. Aha, it seems they don't have much loyalty to the Mexican Emperor, do they? Our loyalty is directed solely towards the legitimate ruler of these lands, Ferdinand VII. Please believe us. General, don't you think we can trust them now? Look at their faces. They look totally sincere. General Beridus felt irritated by the intervention of this young nobleman, but he could not ignore it completely. All the officers and nobles of the cavalry surrounding him seemed to think the same. If you were an officer, you should at least know the disposition of the troops. Tell me, where is the prince blocking the passage? The prince's army is blocking the road leading to the Mexican plateau. If the east was blocked by the sea and the prince covered the south, then the western and northwestern routes were open. Aha, they've only blocked the south. I can't blindly trust what you say, so I'll send scouts. If they confirm your information, then I'll formally accept you. Is that okay with you? Of course. Check it out for yourself. It seems they might really be loyal to Spain. I'll do one last check. You said you have no loyalty to the Mexican Emperor, right? Yes, that's correct. So, would you be able to insult him? Agustín I is a fucking bastard. Wow. General, they've come this far. To continue to doubt them would be dishonorable. I think we should accept them now. Chapter 22 The Return of Spain. 3. It's a success. The cavalry has certainly succeeded. In the distance, the figure of the Spanish army became visible. They were entering the forest northwest of Tampico. They really fell into a trap. Your Majesty, how were you able to come up with such a strategy? Asked General George, relieved after having spent hours restless in his hiding place. It wasn't just me. The credit goes to our loyal officers who executed the deception maneuver perfectly, and to the cavalry, who intercepted the enemy scouts to the south. They deserve the credit. Still, I would never have imagined a strategy like this. It's incredible, Your Majesty. The battle hasn't even started yet. Don't be so confident, as if it's already over. Understood. Although I responded calmly, inside I was so nervous that I felt like I was going to die. I knew that the enemy army was almost as large as ours, around 10,000 men, so I had long since ruled out the idea of a direct confrontation. The key to surprise is always effective, my son. I remembered the words that Emperor Agustín I had taught me. Having accurate information about the enemy's belief that his loyalists in Mexico would join them had been crucial. We selected some of our most loyal men and disguised them as Spanish sympathizers to infiltrate enemy lines. Still, I knew that the enemy commander would not easily swallow the story. If he was sensible, he would confirm the information, and so it was essential that our cavalry intercepted all the scouts sent south. I was initially hesitant to deploy the 2,000 knights, but it turned out to be a worthwhile investment. The cavalry intercepted all the enemy scouts and waited patiently until they were sure there was no suspicion before turning back. They should be approaching by now. They are coming. It's time for us to move slowly too. The enemy commander seemed to be cautious, continually using scouts as they advanced. We were waiting in a position a little further away from the ideal ambush location. It seems they also brought more cannons than we thought. Yes, it seems they have about 50 cannons. We'll start by neutralizing their artillery. Understood. Our army began to advance slowly and silently. Prepare to fire. Yes sir. The artillery officer began to organize his men. When both forces were within firing range and the enemy scouts discovered us, sending out signals, I gave the order. Fire. Boom. 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 The 20 guns we had brought roared in unison. The earth shook and the battlefield began to fill with smoke. I immediately gave the order to the infantry. Infantry, open fire as well. Normally we would have waited to get closer before firing, but Eduardo's rifles and bullets allowed us to attack from that distance. Rat-tat-tat-tat-tat. Boom. 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 Just after the first shot, the remaining 20 artillery pieces began to roar in unison. It had been a perfect ambush. PSSSS. General. It's the scout's signal. Not even 2 seconds had passed since the scout had given the signal that he had sighted the enemy. Bang. Boom. Bang. Boom. Suddenly, the earth trembled under the thunderous bombardment. Ah! My arm. The infantrymen were swept away by the shells raining down upon them. Those who just a moment before had marched together now lay reduced to crushed pieces of flesh, causing many to fall into panic. Tatata. At the same time, a group began to escape. They were Mexicans who had joined the army out of loyalty to Spain. They have set a trap for us. General Veritas also panicked for a brief moment, but upon seeing those fleeing, he immediately regained his composure. So it really was a diversionary tactic. Damn, I knew something wasn't right. General Veritas shouted loudly. Everyone, pull yourself together. Prepare your ranks. At his thunderous voice, the veteran and disciplined Spanish army began to reorganize. Surveying the battlefield, Veritas immediately issued his next order. The 3rd Infantry Battalion is to protect the artillery. Advance quickly. The enemy infantry, supported by covering fire, were advancing towards the Spanish artillery. They planned to neutralize the artillery first. Thanks to General Veritas' quick response, the Spanish infantry began to advance rapidly to protect the artillery in the rear. Tatata. They had not yet entered effective range, but enemy bullets began to rain down. Are they shooting already? At that distance, they shouldn't have been able to hit, but the Spanish soldiers were falling like leaves in autumn. Keep moving forward. Despite the bullets that fell like rain, the veterans of the Spanish infantry advanced silently. Tatata. How is it possible that they have such a long range and such accuracy from such a distance? Before they reached their own effective range, 20% of their forces had already been killed. Finally, after enormous sacrifices, they managed to form a line in front of the artillery. The artillery, as if not wanting to disappoint, had finished preparing for the counterattack. Ready for counterattack. Immediate fire. The 50 artillery pieces fired in a single boom. 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 Ah! The gunfire, carefully aimed under the orders of the artillery officer, hit the enemy with precision. Continuous fire as soon as they are ready. There was no time for orderly, sequential shooting, as they had been taken by surprise. The battlefield was surrounded in all directions. This doesn't look good. General, let us attack. The situation is unfavorable to us. That's right. Watching our comrades die without doing anything is a dishonor. Let us protect our honor, General. These newbies. They are also reserving their cavalry. If I send them out now, we will be the ones exposed from the rear. Hold on a little longer. Although the Spanish infantry was holding its line while advancing towards effective range, the situation was quite adverse. The only thing they had in their favor was a greater number of guns. It was a desperate battle scenario. Tatata. The elite regiment, of which Emperor Agustín I was particularly proud, was certainly different. The 2 elite regiments, made up of soldiers with more than 15 years of service, swept away the enemy with their Eduardo rifles. Tatata. Like the British redcoats, they were spread out in 2 long lines, firing continuously without rest. Your Majesty, it seems we are tipping the balance. If we continue like this, victory is certain. Stay focused until the end. It was not an exaggeration, but this was not the field situation I had expected. The enemy, even sacrificing their lives, managed to protect their artillery. These cannons continued to cause great havoc in our ranks. When will our cavalry arrive? They should have arrived already. Well, at least it's a relief that the enemy hasn't used their cavalry yet either. As I looked out over the battlefield with a dissatisfied expression, the ground began to rumble, as if in response to my concern. The cavalry had arrived. Your Majesty, the 1st and 2nd Cavalry regiments have arrived. Cavalry Commander, attack immediately. The target is the enemy artillery. Flank and destroy it. There was no time for celebration. This was a battlefield where bullets and shells were flying everywhere. There was no room for delay. Yes, sir. Cavalry, all advance. The Mexican Empire's cavalry began its flanking maneuver toward the Spanish artillery, but then the Spanish also deployed their reserved cavalry. Boom. The two cavalry forces collided with a deafening crash. At the first impact, dozens of soldiers fell from their horses, and hand-to-hand combat began. Clang, 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 shkk, ah. Dong Su's cavalry seemed to be fighting evenly, but as casualties mounted, the situation began to change. Shkkr. This can't be happening. The first to fall were the young nobles, who had joined the army without any combat experience. Those who had arrogantly requested the general to send them to the front in the name of honor panicked as they saw countless lives being extinguished before their eyes. Am I going to die like this, so absurdly? Like those poor devils? They had thought that losing an infantryman to a cannon shot was as trivial as seeing a pawn fall in a game of chess. But now, seeing their fellow nobles die one after another, they began to understand the harsh reality of the battlefield. Stop. Don't back down. Protect your comrades. The cavalry commanders shouted orders, but no one listened to them. As one broke ranks and fled, suddenly about 400 horsemen began to retreat from the battlefield. Hold the line. Protect it even if it means your lives. The cavalry, which had been protecting their rear, began to crumble, and the artillery soon began to falter as well. General Veritas intervened personally. For deserters, execute them immediately, regardless of their rank. You. Stop, you damn coward. Bang. Gallop. They began shooting at those fleeing, but once fear spread, it was impossible to stop its spread. The stampede of the cavalry was unstoppable. Boom. 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 Even as the Spanish army was drowning in chaos, the enemy bombardment did not cease. Is it over? There were still many soldiers alive, but retreat was impossible. They were too close to the enemy, whose weapons had a range several times greater than theirs. And how could they stop the cavalry pursuing them? Sending soldiers into battle was condemning them to certain death. General Veritas closed his eyes tightly and spoke to his lieutenant. Raise the white flag. There is no point in continuing to fight. Yes, sir. Damn it, the battle had ended in a quick confrontation. A brutal battlefield, where 22,000 men had fought. You did the right thing. Bah. If you come to mock, save your words. Every time I think of your dishonorable deceitful tactics, my blood boils. I mean it. Your quick decision saved many lives. We will make sure to treat the prisoners with the utmost care. Thanks to General Veritas' decision to surrender without prolonging the fighting, further loss of life was avoided. Although there was a huge difference in the performance of the weapons of both armies, a cannon is still a cannon, even if it is old. The enemy's 50 guns caused hundreds of casualties with just a few shots. If we had continued fighting, we would have lost between 3,000 and 4,000 men. If it had come to that, it could not even be called a victory. The outcome of this battle left our side with 900 dead and 1,500 wounded, while the Spanish forces suffered 1,900 dead and 2,800 wounded. This is a considerable number of casualties for a battle that lasted only a few hours. Your Majesty, we have achieved a great victory. Thanks to your brilliant strategy, we achieved victory with minimal losses. Major George, good job. I'll be sure to inform my father. For now, you can take care of reorganizing everything. Yes, Your Majesty. Thank you. Major George proclaimed the great victory, as if the casualties were a minor matter, but I was not so satisfied. As we were clearing up the battlefield and tending to the wounded prisoners, new information came to light. What? You're telling me that all those deserters were nobles? Yes. Before the battle, they talked about honor, but when the time came, they fled like cowards. Those damned, one of the wounded prisoners revealed, full of indignation, the truth. Ah, so that was it. I was wondering why the enemy cavalry suddenly collapsed. Captain of Cavalry, I know this is annoying, but I need you to go out right now and capture all of those deserters, leaving no one behind. Yes, Your Majesty. Don't worry. Those cowards won't have gotten very far. It will be just a stroll. The cavalry captain, with a confident air, emerged from the tent, assuring me that he would capture them all without difficulty. If these deserters really turn out to be sons of noble families, they will be very valuable as prisoners. As soldiers, they are useless, but as bargaining chips in negotiations. He had obtained a very valuable letter for future negotiations. Chapter 23, The Return of Spain. 4. Have some of them already entered Tampico? Yes, Your Majesty. We captured most of them, but some managed to escape at full speed to Tampico. I regret not having been able to stop them. The cavalry commander was reporting to me on the results of the pursuit of the stragglers. It doesn't matter. Is Tampico under control? Yes, Your Majesty. There were still some personnel shooting near Tampico, although they didn't seem to be many. Given the size of their main force, they would have left only a small garrison in Tampico. I understand. You must be exhausted after chasing the stragglers after the battle. Rest. There were more than 300 nobles. If they were only nobles by blood, we would not have much leverage in negotiations, but they all came from families that owned large estates in Mexico and were well placed among the Spanish nobility. In addition, the sons of the highest ranking families did not join as part of the cavalry, but as infantry officers, which left them trapped, with no possibility of escape. Knowing that these nobles had been captured would cause a great stir among the Spanish nobility. 2 days later, we had finished clearing the battlefield and collecting the prisoners and loot. Let's go, Major George. Yes, Your Majesty. Our army obtained 90 cannons from the enemy. We began to march slowly towards Tampico. There was no hurry. A few hundred enemies could not have done much in this time. Bang, for a moment I was worried that they had retreated entirely, but there was still gunfire. A scout quickly returned when he heard gunshots coming from the port of Tampico. Let's bring the army closer. Yes, Your Majesty. Advance. Advance. An army of 10,000 men surrounded Tampico. Only then did a white flag appear. From the beginning, defending Tampico was an impossible task. It cannot be considered a fortress if it only has a few scattered walls. We recovered the port of Tampico. Those damn traitors. The first to flee, the cowards, had already embarked on the Spanish fleet. Despite having abandoned the battle, not only were they not punished, but, thanks to their noble blood, they boarded the fleet without consequences. The Spanish fleet did not attack our army after entering Tampico, but neither did it allow us to take its ships. The fleet remained at a considerable distance off the coast of Tampico. I sent a fast messenger to inform Agustín I of the outcome of the battle and to request permission to negotiate an end to the war. The power of decision on diplomacy and defense rested entirely with the emperor, so he only needed his authorization, not that of parliament. Agustín I, in a good mood after hearing the news of our victory, gave me full authority to negotiate with Spain, without thinking twice. The Spanish fleet, with their hostages on board, was stuck in limbo off the coast of Tampico, so I sent a ship to communicate with them. Shortly afterward, the fleet responded, and a man who introduced himself as Admiral Juan Morales disembarked. Let's skip the formalities. I'm Admiral Juan Morales, commander of the expeditionary fleet. I did not expect the matter to be resolved so soon. I'll skip the formalities too. I'm Agustín Jerónimo de Iturbide, Crown Prince of the Mexican Empire and commander of the garrison. Are you the highest ranking officer left in the Spanish army? That's how it is. Then I must inform you, first, that the Mexican Empire deeply regrets the invasion of Spain. Spain never recognized Mexico's independence, so speaking of an invasion is an incorrect term. In any case, I'm here to negotiate the release of prisoners. If your side shows generosity by releasing our men, our king will also be generous and recognize Mexico's independence. What do you think? It's crazy. This is a proposal that has no value. The Mexican Empire is already independent, and we do not need the approval of Spain. You have started a war of invasion without warning, and if you do not offer a proper apology and compensation, there will be no release of prisoners. Admiral Morales, without showing surprise, continued the conversation without getting upset. What kind of apology and compensation are you seeking? I handed him the document I had prepared. 1. King Ferdinand VII of Spain must acknowledge responsibility for having started the war of invasion and apologize to the Mexican Empire. 2. Spain must pay compensation of 10 million pesos to the Mexican Empire. 3. Spain must cede the entire island of Cuba to the Mexican Empire. 4. Spain must hand over the fleet used in the invasion to the Mexican Empire. 5. Spain must transfer 50 top-level naval engineers to the Mexican Empire. As Admiral Morales read each point, his face grew increasingly red. This is madness. Do you really think we will accept such conditions? Cuba? We would rather continue the war than accept this. You are being arrogant for winning a single battle, but you will regret it. What nerve for someone without a decent fleet. Morales stood up furiously, ready to leave, but I spoke to him before he did. In that case, the prisoners will be sent to work in the mines. We will put them in the toughest and most dangerous mines in the entire Mexican Empire. You know what can happen to someone working in a mine, but it is not something that worries me. Admiral Morales stopped and sat back down. Are you threatening me, taking prisoners as hostages? A prince does such a thing. It is dishonorable. Dishonorable? Isn't it more dishonorable to launch an invasion without an apology or adequate compensation? If Spain is not willing to compensate, it is logical that we use the prisoners to recover our losses. Are you really going to continue the war? I don't understand how you intend to handle the consequences. It seems that you have identified the prisoners, but if you touch the nobles and lose the war, do you think you will come out alive? Admiral Morales tried to intimidate me, desperate to find a suitable way out. What a pathetic threat. If Spain can send another expedition, let her do so. Do you think I don't know that they have already used up their remaining forces for this campaign? One day, the Mexican Empire will build its own fleet. Then we will not only take Cuba, but Puerto Rico as well. And if not, we will use the indemnity we demand to buy ships from England. Your prisoners will die working in the mines and Spain will lose Cuba and Puerto Rico. If they want to try, go ahead. I responded to his threat with an even more direct one. Morales' face turned pale at my blunt words. He knew that, if Spain put itself in that position, I would not hesitate to follow through on what I said. The king will never agree to this. This treaty is like a political death sentence. When you make such a high bet, you must be prepared to pay the price. Take our proposal to Ferdinand VII. If we do not receive a reply within 12 weeks, we will assume that you have rejected it and send the prisoners to the mines. Admiral Morales left without saying goodbye. Although we had won the battle in the international wars of this era, the outcome did not depend solely on victory or defeat between the combatants. In particular, England and France constantly intervened to impose their influence. They promoted what benefited them and blocked what harmed them, regardless of the decisions of the countries in conflict. In short, even if you win the war, to ensure you receive a good compensation, you must bribe England or France. After Admiral Morales left, I left Major George in charge of the troops and hurried back to Mexico City. Agustín I wanted to organize a big celebration, but I stopped him, reminding him that the war was not over yet. The bribe was to be directed to England. At that time, France was closely tied to Spain, and it was France that had restored the power of Ferdinand VII. France would not allow a country as remote as Mexico to plunder Spain, which was under its influence. I invited the British ambassador to the palace. Ambassador Ward, it's a pleasure to meet you. Henry George Ward, who in history was the British ambassador to Mexico. A pleasure, Your Highness. I have heard about Spain's attack. It seems that Your Highness has led the way to victory with a brilliant strategy. My congratulations. Lifting a cup of tea, he began to introduce the topic casually. Haha, it was nothing. I invited him because I would like to discuss a matter related to that event. Go ahead, Your Highness. As you know, Spain is closely allied with France. But if we take this opportunity to cooperate, England might be able to put Spain on a leash, don't you think? I'd like to hear more about your proposal. Like a landowner who indebted his peasants until they became serfs, England had indebted numerous nations. Once they caught you with a debt, they found justifications to inflate the interest and demand a high price in return. That was England's strategy, and Mexico was no exception. If England forgives 15 million pesos of our 25 million pesos debt, we will give up the right to collect the 10 million that Spain owes us. What do you think? Forgiving 15 million in debt to obtain the right to collect 10 million may sound ridiculous, but it is not a question of numbers. The original loan from England to Mexico probably did not exceed 10 million. The important thing was the right to collect from Spain. This proposal was like offering a lender a new debtor in exchange for forgiving part of your debt. When a country has no power, you have to resort to these tactics. England knew that Spain would not be able to pay immediately, so it would eventually find itself caught in a web of outsized interests. Do you think Spain will accept the compensation treaty? We can handle France, but forcing Spain to sign it is a completely different challenge. Ambassador Ward seemed hesitant. He also knew that Mexico did not have a fleet and wondered how we would force Spain to sign the treaty. They will have no choice. We have hundreds of high-ranking Spanish nobles as prisoners. Hundreds. In that case, Ferdinand VII will have no alternative. In a way, Spain was in a similar situation to ours. Although his power was in decline, the tension between the liberals, who were waiting for their chance in the provinces, and the conservatives who supported the king in the center was palpable. If Ferdinand VII rejected the treaty, he would lose the support of many conservatives. Ambassador Ward understood the situation immediately. Still, $15 million is a considerable sum. How about $11.5 million? After doing his calculations, Ward reduced the figure by $3.5 million without hesitation. He didn't even ask for 12.5 million. He went straight to 11.5. I thought the norm was to negotiate for half that amount. Although England's greed made me shudder, I had no choice but to accept the offer. Agreed. But England must ensure that France does not interfere. Don't worry about that. However, this agreement will only apply if Spain signs the compensation treaty. After finishing the conversation, I said goodbye to Ambassador Ward. All the pieces were in place. Chapter 24: The Return of Spain. 5. The fleet returned in just a few weeks. Although the ships appeared intact, the Spanish nobles were filled with anxiety. Wasn't it too little time to conquer the vast Mexican Empire? Why was the fleet returning when it should still be supporting the ground troops? And as they feared, the bad news arrived. A crushing defeat. An army of 10,000 men, destroyed in one fell swoop. My useless sons of bang. King Ferdinand VII fainted while listening to the report on the outcome of the battle. He couldn't bear the terrible reality that contrasted brutally with the bright future he had imagined for the past few months. Call the doctor. Take the king to his chamber. Even in the midst of the confusion, some nobles persisted in seeking information. Admiral Morales, is all this true? Yes. In a single battle, we fell victim to the cunning and surprise attack of the Crown Prince of the Mexican Empire. General Veritas is not incompetent. How could this happen? So what have those bastards demanded? That? I can't reveal it now. I'll do it when His Majesty wakes up. You'll have to come back tomorrow. With a tired face, Admiral Morales tried to leave the palace, but a group of nobles stopped him. Admiral, what happened to our children? People are panicking because they can't find them. My son too. They are being held captive by the Mexican Empire. What? Wait. Morales left them with those words and left the next day. After being carefully attended to by doctors, Ferdinand VII awoke, only to face an even more cruel test. They captured 350 nobles, and they say that if we don't accept their conditions, they will send them to work in the mines until they die. How can they be so cruel? Does the Mexican Empire have no honor? For a moment, Ferdinand VII was on the verge of fainting again, but he held on thanks to the rage that welled up inside him. He could not believe that they dared to treat the noble blood of Spain like that. Exactly, Your Majesty. It's clear that the Mexican Empire has no sense of honor. The international community will not tolerate such dishonorable blackmail. The nobles joined in chorus, clinging to the idea of honor, as if they wanted to forget that they had lost a war in which they had invested all their resources. They insisted on appealing to the international community. But by mentioning the international community, they were actually putting their faith in France, their support. France would not allow a country like Mexico to demand such conditions from Spain. Admiral Morales, observing the scene, felt deeply disappointed. International community? This is the end for Spain. How could these idiots bring Spain to this? The result of having brought France to maintain power is this. Morales came from a noble Spanish family, but at that time he decided to join the liberal faction. It is better to pressure them into signing the indemnity treaty. This will lend support for the Spanish monarchy, and in the process, also for the nobles who instigated this war. His Majesty, the Crown Prince of the Mexican Empire has said that, if the indemnity treaty is not signed within 7 weeks, he will send the prisoners to the mines. We must make a decision quickly. 7 weeks. That means we only have 1 or 2 weeks left at most. Call the French ambassador immediately. Yes, Your Majesty. The reaction of the French ambassador was not what Ferdinand VII and the nobles expected. Your Majesty, I'm sorry, but this is a matter between Mexico and Spain. France cannot intervene. What do you mean they can't intervene now? They've been butting into everything up until now. And this attack on Mexico was also carried out with the consent of France, wasn't it? Diplomacy was put aside in the face of the direct and angry response of Ferdinand VII, which exhausted the patience of the French ambassador. The United Kingdom has intervened. As for this matter, I hope that Spain will resolve it wisely. Now, with your permission, I withdraw. When France, their only hope, abandoned them, the Spanish nobles were divided. Your Majesty, we must sign the treaty immediately. Have you gone mad? Cuba. Cuba. How can Spain give up Cuba, an island that we have developed for centuries? Shut up. Your son escaped faster than anyone else, but my son was captured with honor. He was not captured with honor, he was too slow. Your Majesty, we cannot give up Cuba, because of personal emotions. In any case, they have no way to attack our homeland. Slow? Personal emotions? You, damn it. The palace was in chaos, with nobles shouting at each other in front of the king, their faces flushed with anger. It was pandemonium. Nobles whose sons had not been captured or who had escaped from Mexico vehemently opposed the indemnity treaty, while nobles whose sons were among the 350 prisoners supported the agreement. Within a week, the conflict was no longer limited to shouting. The nobles in favor of compensation began to prepare for more drastic measures. Those traitors are completely crazy. Your Majesty, the situation is more serious than we thought. There are rumors that some of them are in contact with the liberals. What? Is it true? How can nobles do something like that? I'm afraid it is true, Your Majesty. Ferdinand VII and the nobles who were opposed to the indemnity finally gave in. They knew that, if news of the defeat spread and open conflict broke out, all would be lost. The liberals would not let this opportunity pass. Admiral Morales crossed the Atlantic for the 3rd time in the same year. This time he did not take an army with him, but diplomats and 50 naval engineers. The Spanish invasion of Mexico, as it was officially called, was over. The result was, of course, a victory for the Mexican Empire. Spain gave up the debt papers for 10 million pesos, its fleet, naval engineers, and Cuba. In exchange, we freed the prisoners. The debt papers went directly into the hands of the United Kingdom, which kept its promise to forgive part of our debt. Of the 45 million pesos of debt, 25 million were with the United Kingdom, 15 million with France, and 10 million with the United States. The United Kingdom forgave 11.5 million of the 25 million we owed. We have 33.5 million left. We shouldn't even have had to pay all this. Thoughts about the debt filled me with rage, but I forced myself to calm them down. It was a good day, and I needed to focus on good things. Finally, the Mexican Empire has its own naval fleet. Yes. Although the proportion of warships is somewhat limited, this is just the beginning. And now we have the naval engineers with us. The fleet consisted of 2 ships of the line, 5 frigates, 3 warships and 45 transport ships. The ships that had been used to attack the Mexican Empire were now part of our fleet. The Korean naval engineers who came to Mexico, some by choice and others not so much, were offered a high salary and housing. Since they came from Spain, communication with our naval engineers was fluid, which facilitated their adaptation. Cuba. I never thought we would be able to bring it here. Me neither. At first we only planned to bring 3 things, without Cuba, but it was possible thanks to a lot of nobles, who gave us the gift. That happened because you won the battle. Yes, father. Agustín I patted me on the shoulder, proud. When news of the peace treaty and victory spread, the entire Mexican Empire was thrown into a festive mood. What was Cuba? A port that Spain had lovingly nurtured, and agricultural lands that it adored. Its economic, strategic, and symbolic value was immense. Even when Spain lost its colonies in America, it had managed to keep Cuba. And now we had taken it from us. Many Mexicans felt a mixture of disdain and envy toward the Spanish. Independence had somewhat alleviated these feelings, but this victory completely eliminated any inferiority or resentment. The result was a renewed national pride. What is the biggest flaw of monarchy? No matter how excellent the king is, there is always the possibility that his heir will be a disaster. That is, there can be a noble father and a useless son. In that case, the future of the country would be in jeopardy, regardless of the capabilities of the current monarch. The emperor has granted us independence and is stabilizing the empire. The crown prince will be the one to lead it to its rebirth. Yes, the son of a lion is, of course, a lion too. All concern about a successor has completely vanished. At the victory ceremony and celebration in the Plaza de la Constitución, Zocalo, the crowd did not stop shouting, "Long live the Mexican Empire! Long live the Imperial House of Iturbide! Viva! Long live the Mexican Empire! Long live the Imperial House of Iturbide!" The incessant cheers delayed the ceremony for quite a while. We will now proceed with the awarding of medals. We ask citizens to remain silent for a moment. General George and the officers of the Defense Army received medals and promotions of 1 rank. Lorenzo, who infiltrated the Spanish army as part of a deception operation, along with the junior officers, was promoted to ranks. Your Highness, when I was included in the mission, I thought I was going to be sent to my death. How could you? I did it, because we are colleagues. I wanted to take care of you. How ungrateful. After all the deception, they sent me to the front line. I thought I was going to die under a live fire. That's why I supported you from the rear, right? Thanks. The Republican Party members were furious. Besides the emperor, his son also has military talent. Not just military talent. Did you forget how he humiliated us in Congress? And rumor has it that he also takes time out of the military academy to invent things. Damn, he's a monster. That's right, a monster. To ensure the future of our Republican Party, we must keep an eye on the Crown Prince. And how do you plan to do it in the current situation? Besides, I understand that you yourself bought several mechanical harvesters from him. Hey. The Mexican Empire mobilized 5,000 soldiers to take control of Cuba. Using the newly acquired fleet from Spain, they launched a large-scale landing operation. Normally, territories transferred between countries through treaties did not require such drastic action, but the Mexican Empire was different. From now on, everything the Spanish own on this land will be property of the government of the Mexican Empire. Do not leave a single sack of corn behind. Understood? Yes. We will leave immediately. Spain protested, but the Mexican Empire paid no attention. The policy regarding private property in the ceded territories depended on each nation. In some cases, private property was respected, in others compensation was offered, and in others it was simply confiscated without compensation. The Mexican Empire, as on previous occasions, did not touch the property of the British, French or Americans, but it did seize the property of the Spanish. In any case, relations with Spain are already damaged enough that they cannot be recovered for at least 10 years. If we were to leave their properties intact and diplomatic relations were restored, perhaps it could be considered, but that is not going to happen, so there is no point in not acting. As they had done before, they landed simultaneously all over Cuba, quickly moving the goods through the port of Havana, the capital and largest port, to Mexico City. Although this was the first naval operation of the Mexican Empire, and they had some stumbles, they gradually began to gain experience. Cuba is a huge island, with an area of approximately 110,000 square kilometers, slightly larger than the 100,000 square kilometers of South Korea. Most of the plantations on this vast land came under the control of the government of the Mexican Empire. With the addition of these 110,000 square kilometers, the empire's territory grew from 4.92 million to 5.03 million square kilometers. Although there are some desert areas, it's not like Russia or Canada in the original story, where the cold made large swaths of land uninhabitable. Most of it is habitable land. The enormous potential of the Mexican Empire. There was no time to rest if they wanted to take full advantage of it as soon as possible. The festive atmosphere that covered the entire Mexican Empire continued for more than a month after the victory celebration ceremony, but I did not enjoy it. I embarked on a ship bound for England. "Let's set sail," I ordered. The boom of saluting cannons echoed everywhere, while the salty wind embraced the fully deployed sails. End of this chapter. Thank you very much for reaching the end. Don't forget to like. Looking for more exclusive content and immediate access? Subscribe to our Patreon. Remember, every like, subscription, or donation encourages us to continue. Thanks to everyone. See you in the next video.